Mysterious black triangle-shaped object seen hovering above Michigan. On November 12, 2024, residents of Byron Center and Wyoming, Michigan, were treated to an extraordinary and unexplained phenomenon: a massive, black, triangle-shaped object hovering silently in the sky during daylight hours. Reports began flooding social media shortly after noon as witnesses shared images, videos, and personal accounts of the mysterious craft. Unlike most UFO sightings, which often occur under the cover of night, this incident unfolded in clear daylight, leaving little room for misinterpretation or dismissed sightings. The object's silent hovering, immense size, and lack of visible propulsion captivated the public and fueled speculation, making it one of the most discussed UFO sightings of the year. Eyewitnesses described the black triangle as massive, with an estimated size larger than a car, and adding that it had a smooth, matte black surface that seemed to absorb sunlight, giving it an eerie, unworldly appearance. Unlike conventional aircraft, the object emitted no sound, remaining completely silent even as it hovered at a relatively low altitude. One resident of Byron Center, Mark Stevens, described the sighting on social media, saying that it was the most surreal thing they have ever seen. The craft remained stationary for approximately 20 minutes, during which time hundreds of locals observed it. The incident quickly gained traction on social media, and users debated its origin, with theories ranging from advanced military technology to advanced visitation. The Byron Center and Wyoming sighting fits a pattern of black triangle UFO reports that have been documented for decades. These sightings often describe large, triangular objects with three lights at their corners, hovering silently or moving at incredible speeds. What sets the Michigan sighting apart is its occurrence during the daytime. Daytime UFO sightings are less common and more difficult to dismiss, as the visibility allows for clearer observations and higher quality recordings. The Byron Center object's appearance in broad daylight lends credibility to the eyewitness accounts and suggests an intentional presence rather than an accidental appearance. Theories about the black triangle's origin abound, but no definitive explanation has been offered. One of the most popular theories is that the object is part of a classified military program. Allegedly developed by the US military, this aircraft is said to utilize advanced propulsion technology, including anti-gravity systems, allowing it to hover silently and move at extraordinary speeds. However, the military has never confirmed the existence of such a craft, and skeptics argue that testing it over populated areas in broad daylight would be highly unlikely. Despite the widespread attention the sighting received, government agencies and mainstream media were conspicuously silent about the event. The Federal Aviation Administration reported no unusual activity in the area at the time of the sighting, and local authorities offered no comment. This lack of official acknowledgement has only deepened public curiosity and suspicion. The Byron Center Black Triangle sighting has reignited public interest in UFOs and the possibility of advanced, unexplained technologies. For many, the event serves as a reminder of how little we truly know about our skies and the potential for discoveries that challenge our understanding of science and technology. Trees planted on top of alleged pyramids in China. In the heart of Anlong County, nestled in the lush landscape of southwest China's Guizhou province, lies a series of pyramidal structures that have captivated archaeologists, historians, and enthusiasts alike. These mysterious formations, often compared to other ancient pyramid sites worldwide, have fueled a mix of scientific curiosity and public speculation. While their exact origins and purpose remain uncertain, the structures have recently drawn attention for an unexpected reason: reports that local officials are planting trees on and around the pyramids. This unusual activity has led some to suggest a deliberate attempt to obscure or cover up these discoveries, adding another layer of intrigue to the story of the Anlong Pyramids. The pyramidal structures of Anlong County are impressive for their sheer size and geometry. Rising from the earth in a region known for its karst landscapes, these formations resemble ancient architectural marvels found in civilizations such as Egypt and Mesoamerica. Local folklore has long associated these formations with ancient builders, fueling theories that they are man-made rather than natural geological features. Preliminary studies have indicated that the pyramids are composed of sedimentary rock and are aligned in ways that suggest intentional design. Some researchers have speculated that these formations could be remnants of an ancient and long-forgotten civilization, possibly older than China's recorded history. While there is no definitive evidence to support these claims, the regularity of their shape and their alignment with celestial patterns have kept the debate alive. In recent years, observers have noticed an unusual development: the systematic planting of trees atop and around the pyramidal structures. While reforestation is a common practice in China, aimed at combating deforestation and soil erosion, the specific focus on these structures has raised eyebrows. The dense planting of trees appears to obscure the view of the formations, making it harder for researchers and the public to study or even access them. This activity has sparked a wave of speculation online and among local communities. Some argue that tree planting is a routine ecological initiative with no ulterior motive. However, others believe it is a deliberate attempt by authorities to hide the pyramids from further scrutiny, possibly to prevent public fascination from spiraling into controversy or to protect sensitive information about the site. The idea of a government cover-up is not without precedent, as China has a history of tightly controlling information about archaeological finds, especially those that could challenge conventional narratives of history. For instance, the famous Terracotta Army and other ancient tombs have been strictly regulated, with only select areas opened for public or academic access. One theory suggests that the Anlong pyramids might hold evidence of a previously unknown civilization, which could potentially rewrite significant portions of Chinese or even global history. The planting of trees could be an attempt to delay excavation and research until officials can better control the narrative or assess the implications of the discoveries. Another possibility is that the pyramids have cultural or religious significance tied to local or minority groups in the region. If so, authorities may wish to downplay the structure's importance to avoid rekindling disputes or claims over cultural heritage. The planting of trees has not gone unnoticed by locals and international enthusiasts. Several amateur researchers and tourists who have visited the area have documented the changing landscape around the pyramids. Some researchers have expressed frustration, noting that tree roots could potentially damage any underlying structures, complicating future research. Others argue that even if the pyramids are natural formations, the planting of trees could make geological studies more challenging. In both cases, the addition of vegetation has made it harder to discern the true nature of the formations. Meanwhile, some report that the site may hold evidence of involvement by previous advanced civilizations that lived in the area thousands of years ago, citing similarities between the Anlong pyramids and other ancient pyramid structures worldwide. While such theories are largely dismissed by the scientific community, they reflect the public's fascination with the unexplained and the enduring allure of ancient mysteries. For now, the true nature of the Anlong pyramids and the motivation behind the tree planting remain unclear. The lack of transparency from local authorities has only deepened the mystery, leaving the public and researchers to speculate. Greater openness and collaboration with international experts could help shed light on the formations and ensure that any historical or cultural significance is preserved. The Anlong pyramids, whether natural or man-made, represent an opportunity to deepen our understanding of history and the human past. If they are indeed artificial, they could offer insights into ancient engineering, culture, and cosmology. Even if they are natural formations, they are a fascinating part of the region's geology and deserve study and appreciation. Nazca mummies found with gold embedded inside the bone. The Nazca mummies, a collection of mysterious skeletal remains unearthed in Peru, have captivated archaeologists and the public alike with their peculiar features and uncertain origins. First revealed in 2017, these mummies are characterized by their elongated skulls, three-fingered hands, and slender humanoid shapes, sparking debate over their authenticity and significance. In a recent and remarkable development, researchers analyzing these remains discovered traces of gold inlay within the bones of the mummies. This extraordinary finding adds another layer of intrigue to the ongoing investigation, prompting questions about the mummies' purpose, cultural significance, and potential technological advancements of the civilization that created them. The mummies were reportedly discovered in the Nazca region of Peru, an area already famous for its ancient geoglyphs known as the Nazca lines. Unlike the natural human remains found in other archaeological contexts, these specimens exhibit unusual anatomical features, including abnormally long fingers and disproportionate limb lengths. Critics initially dismissed the mummies as elaborate hoaxes, but subsequent analyses have revealed their organic origins, reigniting debate over their authenticity and cultural context. The discovery of gold inlay within the bones of the Nazca mummies is perhaps the most intriguing development in their study. Using advanced imaging techniques such as X-ray fluorescence and scanning electron microscopy, researchers identified microscopic traces of gold embedded in the bone structure. These gold deposits appear to have been intentionally applied, suggesting a level of technological sophistication and purposeful modification. Gold has long held symbolic and ritualistic importance in ancient cultures, often associated with immortality, divine connection, and purity. Its use in the Nazca mummies raises significant questions about the cultural practices of the people who created them. Was the gold inlay a form of ceremonial embellishment, a medical treatment, or something entirely different? The precise methods and reasons for this practice remain unknown, but the discovery challenges conventional understandings of ancient Peruvian civilizations. The presence of gold inlay within the mummy's bones suggests a level of technological advancement previously unassociated with pre-Columbian cultures in the region. Gold inlay requires precision techniques, including the preparation of the bone surface, the application of gold leaf or particles, and methods to ensure its adhesion. The ability to perform such intricate modifications raises the possibility that the civilization responsible for the mummies possessed advanced metallurgical and medical knowledge. One hypothesis posits that the gold inlay may have been part of a ritualistic process, possibly aimed at preserving the mummies or imbuing them with spiritual significance. Alternatively, some researchers suggest that the practice could have had a therapeutic purpose, potentially used to treat injuries or ailments. If true, this would indicate an early understanding of bioengineering principles, blending functional and symbolic elements in a way that defies typical archaeological assumptions about ancient technology. Gold has long been revered in Andean cultures, often used in sacred objects, ceremonial tools, and burial artifacts. Its association with divinity and the afterlife makes its presence in the Nazca mummies particularly intriguing. The gold inlay might have symbolized a connection to the gods, a marker of status, or an attempt to preserve the mummy's spiritual essence for eternity. The Nazca civilization is known for its elaborate rituals, including burial practices that often involved mummification and grave goods designed to accompany the deceased into the afterlife. The mummy's unconventional anatomy, combined with the addition of gold inlay, suggests they may have held a unique role in Nazca society, perhaps as spiritual figures, ritual offerings, or symbolic representations of cosmic forces. The discovery of gold inlay has reinvigorated public fascination with the Nazca mummies, but it has also deepened divisions within the scientific community. Proponents of the mummies' authenticity emphasize the need for further research, including radiocarbon dating, DNA analysis, and metallurgical studies to establish their origins and cultural significance. The discovery of gold inlay has opened new avenues of inquiry, but it has also underscored the challenges of studying such anomalous artifacts. The Nazca mummies, with their unusual anatomy and gold inlay, challenge conventional narratives about ancient civilizations and their capabilities. If proven authentic, the mummies could redefine understandings of pre-Columbian technology, spirituality, and cultural complexity. The presence of gold inlay suggests that ancient peoples may have experimented with practices that blurred the boundaries between medicine, art, and religion, revealing a depth of innovation previously unrecognized in the archaeological record. The mystery of the Hall of Records. The Hall of Records is one of the most captivating mysteries in the world of archaeology and ancient history. Purported to be an ancient library hidden beneath the Great Sphinx of Guse in Egypt, this mysterious repository is said to house invaluable knowledge from a lost civilization, potentially even predating ancient Egypt itself. While no definitive evidence of its existence has ever been found, the legend of the Hall of Records continues to inspire fascination, debate, and exploration. The possibility of its existence opens questions about human history, the origins of civilization, and the legacy of ancient knowledge. The concept of the Hall of Records has roots in both ancient and modern traditions. Ancient Egyptian mythology and symbolism have long emphasized the significance of hidden wisdom and sacred texts. Many researchers link the idea of the Hall of Records to Thoth, the Egyptian god of writing, knowledge, and wisdom. According to legend, Thoth recorded humanity's knowledge on sacred scrolls and hid them in a secure location to protect them from destruction and misuse. The Great Sphinx of Guse, one of the most iconic monuments of ancient Egypt, is central to the mystery of the Hall of Records. Carved from a single limestone outcrop, the Sphinx is thought to have been constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Khafra around 2500 BCE. However, some researchers argue that the monument may be far older, citing geological evidence of water erosion on the Sphinx's body as indicative of exposure to heavy rainfall, which would place its construction in a much earlier period. The Sphinx has long been associated with mysteries and hidden knowledge. Its mysterious appearance, a lion's body with a human head, symbolizes strength, wisdom, and guardianship. The suggestion that the Sphinx guards a secret chamber or ancient library beneath its massive paws has intrigued explorers and archaeologists for centuries. Efforts to uncover the Hall of Records have included both speculative explorations and serious scientific investigations. In the 1990s, researchers conducted ground-penetrating radar surveys around the Sphinx. These surveys detected anomalies beneath the monument, including voids and cavities that some interpreted as possible hidden chambers. One notable expedition, led by geophysicist Thomas Dobecki and seismologist Thomas L. Schoch, revealed subsurface features that resembled tunnels or chambers beneath the Sphinx's left paw. Some researchers and historians believe that evidence supporting the existence of this mysterious repository beneath the Great Sphinx of Gizeh has been intentionally suppressed. These claims center on the idea that discovering such a hall, if it indeed exists, could challenge mainstream narratives about human history and the development of civilization. One of the primary arguments for a potential cover-up is the highly restricted access to archaeological sites around the Great Sphinx. The Gizeh Plateau is tightly controlled by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities, and only approved researchers can conduct excavations or surveys in the area. Critics argue that this level of control prevents independent investigators from fully exploring the anomalies detected beneath the Sphinx through ground-penetrating radar and seismic surveys. Those who believe in a cover-up argue that the discovery of the Hall of Records would be too disruptive to established historical narratives. If the hall contains ancient texts or artifacts predating the known Egyptian civilization, it could suggest the existence of a highly advanced prehistoric culture. Such a revelation would challenge the conventional timeline of human history and could undermine centuries of archaeological and historical scholarship. Additionally, the potential technological or philosophical knowledge within the hall might have profound implications for modern society. If the hall contained evidence of lost technologies or advanced scientific principles, it could revolutionize fields ranging from engineering to cosmology. Critics speculate that such knowledge could be seen as too powerful or destabilizing for governments and institutions to release freely. Another dimension of the alleged cover-up involves the political and cultural stakes associated with Egypt's archaeological heritage. The Great Sphinx and the Gizeh Plateau are not only historical landmarks, but also symbols of national pride and identity. Some theorists argue that Egyptian authorities may be reluctant to acknowledge discoveries that could shift focus away from their own historical legacy, particularly if those discoveries imply external influences or predating cultures. Furthermore, alternative researchers claim that international organizations and elite groups might have a vested interest in suppressing knowledge of the Hall of Records. Despite the allegations of a cover-up, mainstream archaeologists argue that the lack of evidence for the Hall of Records simply reflects the absence of physical proof. While anomalies have been detected near the Sphinx, they insist that these could easily be natural formations or features related to the construction and erosion of the monument. The mystery of Havana syndrome. Havana syndrome, a perplexing and controversial condition, first emerged in late 2016 when US and Canadian diplomats stationed in Havana, Cuba, reported a range of troubling symptoms. These included headaches, dizziness, nausea, memory loss, hearing anomalies, and cognitive difficulties. Initially dismissed as psychological stress or mass hysteria, The condition has since been reported in dozens of locations worldwide, affecting diplomats, intelligence officers, and military personnel. Despite extensive investigations, the exact cause of Havana syndrome remains elusive, leading to widespread speculation about its origins and implications. The syndrome derives its name from the Cuban capital, where the first cases were reported. In late 2016, US Embassy staff began experiencing unexplained health issues after allegedly hearing strange, high-pitched sounds or feeling pressure in their ears. Some reported symptoms were immediate, while others developed over time. Medical examinations revealed evidence of brain injuries in some affected individuals, including symptoms similar to concussion without any physical trauma. Initial investigations by US officials suggested that the incidents might be the result of deliberate attacks. Suspicions fell on the Cuban government or other foreign adversaries, given the sensitive nature of diplomatic posts and the political tensions between Cuba and the United States. However, Cuban officials denied any involvement and cooperated with investigations, which failed to uncover definitive proof of foul play. Since the initial reports in Havana, cases of similar symptoms have been reported in locations such as China, Russia, Austria, and even the United States. By 2021, hundreds of cases had been documented among US government employees and their families. The global spread heightened concerns about Havana syndrome being a targeted attack on American and Allied personnel, potentially using advanced unknown technologies. Some incidents occurred in high-security areas, such as near the White House, sparking fears about the vulnerability of even the most protected individuals. The persistence and geographical spread of cases have prompted governments to take the phenomenon seriously, dedicating resources to research, support for affected individuals, and preventive measures. The exact cause of Havana syndrome remains a subject of intense debate, with theories ranging from plausible to far-fetched. One of the leading theories is that the symptoms are caused by directed energy weapons, specifically pulsed microwave radiation. A 2020 report by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine supported the possibility that directed microwave energy could explain the symptoms experienced by affected individuals. This theory aligns with the auditory and neurological effects reported, as microwave energy can create sensations of sound without external noise. Another theory posits that Havana syndrome may result from sonic attacks using infrasound or ultrasound devices. However, skeptics argue that sonic weapons are unlikely to cause the specific brain injuries observed in some cases. Some researchers suggest a psychological explanation, proposing that the symptoms could result from mass psychogenic illness, also known as mass hysteria. They point to the high-stress environments in which diplomats and intelligence officers work as a possible trigger for psychosomatic symptoms. However, this explanation has faced criticism, particularly in light of the physical evidence of brain changes found in medical imaging of some victims. Other theories include exposure to environmental toxins, such as pesticides, or accidental interference from surveillance equipment. However, these explanations have not gained widespread acceptance due to inconsistencies in symptoms and lack of corroborating evidence. Havana syndrome has had profound effects on those who report experiencing it. Many victims describe debilitating symptoms that have disrupted their lives and careers. Persistent cognitive difficulties, such as memory loss and concentration issues, have rendered some individuals unable to return to work. Others have reported chronic pain, hearing loss, and emotional distress, adding to the toll of the mysterious condition. The lack of a clear diagnosis or treatment has further compounded the challenges for victims. Many have expressed frustration with what they perceive as inadequate support from their employers and governments. In response, the US government has implemented measures to provide financial assistance and medical care for affected personnel, but the uncertainty surrounding the condition continues to weigh heavily on victims and their families. Havana syndrome has also become a significant geopolitical issue, straining relations between countries. While the Cuban government was initially suspected of involvement, no evidence has emerged to implicate them. As cases have spread globally, the focus has shifted to other state actors, particularly Russia, given its history of developing and deploying advanced surveillance and disruptive technologies. The lack of definitive proof has made it difficult for governments to take decisive action. However, the US has treated the incidents as a serious threat, conducting extensive investigations and raising the issue in diplomatic discussions. Some critics argue that the focus on Havana syndrome has further inflamed tensions between global powers, potentially exacerbating existing rivalries. The mystery of Havana syndrome raises broader questions about emerging technologies and their potential misuse. If the condition is caused by directed energy weapons, it would represent a new frontier in covert warfare, with significant implications for national security and international relations. The man who knew the original photographers who took the Calvine image revealed that they were interrogated and then mysteriously vanished. The most significant UFO discovery occurred in 2022, when news outlets managed to locate and release a strange UFO photo from the Calvine incident, which was scheduled for release on January 1, 2072. One of the most talked about examples in the UAP community is the Calvine UFO sighting in 1990. The co-worker of the two British photographers who saw and took this iconic UFO shot has finally come forward with an even stranger story after several decades. Many UFO photos and films may be found online, and some of them are reliable. Nevertheless, one image that was sent to the UK's Defence Ministry is thought to be the most amazing UFO image. Nevertheless, for some reason, it had vanished. A 100-foot diamond-shaped flying saucer is seen in the picture, hovering over the Scottish Highlands settlement of Calvine. The image was captured in 1990 and was labelled by many insiders as one of the clearest photographs that we have of a UFO. In addition to discovering the original Calvine UFO print, which was taken straight from the negatives, Vinnie Adams of UAP Media UK revealed that his team also located the original envelope that was sent from the Scottish Daily Record to Craig Lindsay, the Ministry of Defence press officer in charge of the case at the time. The latest development in the Calvine incident has been covered by Mail Online. For the first time in 34 years, retired chef Richard Grieve, who was 21 at the time of the occurrence, discussed that mysterious night in 1990, according to Dr. David Clarke, a research fellow and journalism lecturer at Sheffield Hallam University. A group of teenage chefs in Pitlochry, Scotland, took a break outside their hotel kitchen on a stormy, dark night. Usually they shared drinks and joked, but tonight was different. While trekking in Calvine a few nights prior, two chefs were discussing excitedly about sighting a gigantic, diamond-shaped object hovering silently in the sky. They presented a newspaper with the pictures they had taken. A dark sedan pulled up, and two men in black suits got out, calling the two chefs by name as they talked about their experience. They told the remainder of the group to return inside, and they took the chefs away for a private discussion. Following their encounter with the individuals claiming to be from the Royal Navy, Richard said that the two chefs were extremely rattled. The chefs' behavior drastically changed after the experience, and they eventually quit their positions because they felt like they were being followed. They were never seen by Richard again. According to Dr. David Clarke, the mystery surrounding the photos shot by two cooks on that night and the Calvine incident had captivated him for more than 15 years. From the Scottish Highlands to the shadowy depths of the US Pentagon, his quest for the truth has taken him everywhere. When the UK Ministry of Defence shut down its UFO desk and made thousands of papers public in 2009, Dr. Clarke first learnt about the story. He discovered the extensively redacted Calvine file among these files, which included a shoddy photocopy of the chef's picture. Dr. Clarke eventually located the original photograph at the residence of Craig Lindsay, a former RAF press officer, following years of ongoing research with other specialists. For 32 years, Lindsay had concealed the picture on a bookcase. Lindsay, who was in his 80s at the time, disclosed that he had been waiting for someone to inquire about the picture for almost 30 years when Dr. Clarke reached out to him in 2022. The Daily Mail released this Calvine UFO image in 2022. UFO enthusiasts have been emailing Dr. Clarke with their hypotheses and requests for more information regarding the object in the picture. Some people think that Royal Air Force fighters intercepted an advanced spacecraft. Some speculate that it could be a top-secret US military project utilizing cutting-edge technology, such as Aurora, which is renowned for its stealth qualities, or the Hopeless Diamond. Dr. Clarke has been unable to get in touch with the two persons who took the picture in spite of all of this attention. In 1990, Richard Grieve, who worked as a chef at a hotel in Pitlochry, said the males appeared to have vanished, The photo print's reverse side bore the name Kevin Russell. Lindsay received the picture from the Daily Record newspaper. After faxing the picture to the Ministry of Defense, Lindsay attempted to reach the photographer at the number the newspaper had given. However, no other information on them could be found. The chefs who took the picture claimed to have seen a military Harrier jet circle the UFO and fly beneath it. They further claimed that the UFO silently soared into the sky. After summarizing this account, Lindsay forwarded it to the Ministry of Defense, who instructed him to leave it to their London office. For 18 months, Dr. Clark and a film crew have been searching for Kevin Russell, the photographer of a contentious image. Although 140 people with the name Kevin Russell were located, none of them acknowledged taking the picture. The moniker might be a hoax, or the actual photographer may still be too afraid to come forward. According to Richard Grieve, they would not have made up the narrative since they were actually afraid. One chef delivered the developed photographs to the Daily Record newspaper in Glasgow by bus. A dark, mysterious automobile soon followed. Richard was told by one chef that it was the Americans, implying that the United States was involved. Information on the photographs is not being made public by the Ministry of Defense, which claims that all other records were destroyed or forwarded to the National Archives and that the pictures were given back to the newspaper. A second jet in the distance was discovered through analysis of one of the missing photographs, according to the MOD file, further reducing the likelihood of a hoax. The US and UK government agencies analysed the photos at least 3 times. Although no Harriers were known to be flying in Scotland that night, a 1990 briefing for Defence Minister Ken Carlisle concluded that the jet in the picture was probably a Harrier. The specialists were unable to identify the diamond-shaped object with certainty. The Daily Record never ran the pictures, even though they were ready for a story. Former newspaper news editor Malcolm Speed remembers seeing the images and being shocked that they weren't published, particularly after learning from picture editor Andy Allen that the RAF claimed they were fakes. Malcolm Speed wondered if Andy Allen, who passed away in 2007, was duped by the RAF because he was unable to give his account. Dr. Clark pointed out that the sighting occurred on August 4, 1990, which was also the beginning of the Gulf War. This stealth fighter, which had been in development for years and looked like the item pictured in Scotland, was one of the many resources the US military was mobilizing. Since then, the US government has acknowledged operating prototype aircraft that resembled unidentified flying objects, including hovering triangle-shaped aircraft. One of these prototypes may have been the Calvine UFO. According to a recent assessment from the US Department of Defense's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, a large number of UFO encounters were apparently misinterpreted as extremely sensitive national security projects. Understanding the importance of diverse viewpoints in this discussion is crucial. What exactly was the strange object seen over Calvine that summer evening in 1990? And why, in spite of the 30-year rule on such information, does the military want some case-related files to stay under seal until well into the 2070s if the object was nothing? It is definitely cause for suspicion, even though the National Archives maintain that only the names of people engaged are governed by this policy. For example, we would believe that 30 years later, if the thing was just an experimental aircraft, it would be safe to reveal its specifications to the public. The Calvine UFO picture and the circumstances surrounding it have taken several turns, which only serves to highlight how muddled the field of UFO study is in reality. As of this writing, searches are ongoing for Russell and the other witnesses to the events. Should they choose to come forward, the Calvine UFO photo has the potential to be among the most significant pieces of evidence in the history of UFO research. Without a doubt, it still holds true now, just as it did when it was originally taken more than 30 years ago. The mystery of the Jameson family. The disappearance of the Jameson family from Eufaula, Oklahoma, remains one of the most perplexing mysteries in recent American history. On October 8, 2009, Bobby, Sherilyn, and their 6-year-old daughter Madison seemingly vanished without a trace. Though their remains were discovered 4 years later, the circumstances surrounding their disappearance and deaths continue to baffle investigators and fuel speculation. With chilling clues left behind and no definitive answers, the Jameson case has captivated and haunted true crime enthusiasts for over a decade. The Jameson family's truck was located in Latimer County, around an hour's drive from their residence. The family had recently visited the area to purchase 40 acres of land, intending to reside in a storage shed they already possessed. However, the items found within the truck suggested that the couple had not intended to be away for an extended period. Inside, authorities discovered their identification cards, wallets, mobile phones, Sherilyn's pocketbook, and the family dog, which was undernourished yet still alive in the truck's back seat. They additionally discovered approximately $32,000 in currency. At the time of their disappearance, both Bobby Dale and Sherilyn were receiving disability benefits, and the source of the substantial amount, or their intended use for it, remains unclear. Investigators hypothesized that substances might have had a role in the disappearance, and that the substantial sum of cash was indicative of the couple's involvement in drug transactions, either purchasing or selling substances. However, they were unable to elucidate the rationale for bringing their daughter with them, and it was indeterminate from the state of the truck whether they had departed voluntarily or had been compelled to exit the vehicle by an external force, potentially abandoning their possessions under duress. A search party was established, and detectives meticulously scoured extensive wooded regions and adjacent areas in pursuit of any evidence pertaining to the Jameson family. They discovered nothing. The investigation stagnated until November 16, 2013. On that day, barely 3 miles from the location where the Jameson family truck was discovered 4 years prior, hunters encountered the partial skeleton remains of 2 adults and 1 child. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains belonged to the Jameson family. However, the level of decomposition precluded the determination of the cause of death. The cops reopened the case. Initially, they discovered an unusual surveillance footage recorded outside the Jameson family residence on the night of their departure. The film depicts the pair alternating between the house and the vehicle, loading their possessions. Before their disappearance, Bobby Dale approached his pastor, asserting that his residence was haunted and reporting the presence of 2 to 4 ghosts on the roof. The cause of their passing was undetermined, and the circumstances of their disappearance are unclear. The mysterious disappearance of Ruth Wilson. Ruth Wilson, aged 16, from Betchworth near Surrey, England, vanished on November 27, 1995. The final recorded observation of Ruth Wilson occurred via a taxi's rearview mirror. On a frigid, damp night in November 1995, the one observing the 16-year-old diminish into the waning light was the cab driver. He had just deposited her at a local scenic location on Box Hill, a 220-metre or 735-foot elevation that dominates the terrain surrounding the Surrey commuter town of Dorking in southeastern England. Later, the driver informed police that he was shocked to see the student waiting there rather than making her way to a meeting place, which could have been the Hand in Hand, a local pub. The driver proceeded to his subsequent pickup. Ruth Wilson was never seen or heard from again. Ruth Wilson was born on January 31, 1979, to parents Ian and Nesta Wilson. The family resided in a charming 17th-century cottage situated on Wanham Lane in Betchworth, Surrey. Her mother was born in Wellingborough on May 1, 1948, and was named Nesta Landegg by her adoptive parents. Ian and Nesta wed in 1976 in Newport, Wales. When Wilson was 3 years old and her sister Jenny was several months old, Nesta perished under horrible circumstances. Ruth was informed that her mother's death resulted from an accident due to a fall down the stairs on December 4, 1982. However, the true cause of her passing was that she took her own life. The end of 1983 saw Ian G. Wilson, Ruth's father, remarry Karen Bowerman. Ian and Karen were educators, with Ian additionally holding the position of a local parish councillor. Ruth loved to read, ride her bike, and play the piano and electric guitar. She furthermore held a Saturday position at a music shop and served as a babysitter in her local vicinity. She was regarded as clever, but not cool by those around her. Ruth was an ordinary adolescent with numerous interests and a tight circle of eccentric yet similar pals. She was pursuing A-levels in biology and chemistry at the Ashcombe School sixth form in Dorking, and she frequented her local church, St. Michael's in Betchworth. She was a choir member, played the organ, and engaged in bell ringing. In October 1995, Ruth, as reported by her friend Catherine Mayer, came to believe that the circumstances surrounding her birth mother's passing were not as she had been informed. Ruth had asked Catherine Mayer if she might accompany her to Sheffield, South Yorkshire, where she was scheduled to relocate. However, she never had the opportunity, since she disappeared a few weeks after Catherine relocated. Wilson had stayed over shortly before Catherine vanished, according to her mother, who was convinced that she didn't want to go back home. Ruth failed to provide an explanation. Ruth Wilson's parents have denied allegations of a difficult home life, and acquaintances assert that she was level-headed. The Saturday prior to her disappearance, Ruth worked at her regular job in a Dorking music store before joining her ex-boyfriend Will Kennedy and another friend, Neil Phillipson, for an Indian dinner. Kennedy and Phillipson reported that Wilson financed the supper and remarked it would be something to remember her by. Ruth and Will remained friends during their separation, and it is believed that Ruth may have indicated her desire to depart from home. Ruth thereafter attended handbell practice at the local church on Sunday, participated in a youth group in Dorking, and returned to Will Kennedy's for dinner. When she vanished, Ruth's parents departed early for work, leaving her and her sister Jenny to board the school bus. In his capacity as head of science at the secondary school where he taught, Ian Wilson was getting ready for an Ofsted government inspection. Karen, the deputy head of a small primary school at that time, had considerable preparation to undertake. Ian recalls hastening and manoeuvring past Ruth, who was engrossed in her Walkman. Ian remarked that he lives with regret, saying that the last words he spoke to her were, "Move out of my way, I'm in a hurry." Ruth abruptly informed her sister that she would not be attending school, even though the two sisters were accustomed to riding the bus together. Will showed up in his car and offered to give Ruth a drive shortly after Jenny departed for school. She refused and subsequently informed Will that she would meet him later. Will presumed that this indicated she would go to school following lunch. Ruth was not one to deliberately skip school, hence he anticipated her arrival at Ashcombe School later in the day. Nevertheless, Ruth did not arrive. She took a taxi from Betchworth to Dorking at around 11:30 in the morning, and around noon she placed an order for flowers for her stepmother from Thistle's Florists on Dorking High Street. She requested that they be delivered the subsequent Wednesday. Ruth thereafter spent the afternoon at Dorking Library, and at approximately 4:15 in the afternoon, she hailed a taxi from Dorking railway station to the scenic location of Box Hill. Following a 10-minute ascent along a winding road to the summit of the hill, she was dropped off on a bridleway near a pub known as the Hand in Hand. Ruth exhibited peculiar behaviour, according to the cabbie, as he watched her in his mirror, and she remained motionless in the rain as he drove away. The cab driver was the final individual to observe her at 4:30 in the afternoon, and during this time it would have been dark. At the moment of her disappearance, Ruth was dressed in a red knitted pullover, black velvet slacks, black pixie boots, and a petite lady's watch on her left wrist. She has a compact blue duffel bag containing a personal stereo and cassettes. Liam Macaulay, a 58-year-old retired police officer conducting an investigation into the disappearance, said that Wilson was dressed to get into another car, suggesting the potential involvement of a third party and indicating that fleeing was more probable than anything else. Later that night, Ian and Karen grew concerned that Ruth had neither attended school nor come home, prompting them to contact the police. The prospect of Ruth being a runaway was suggested, prompting the police to initiate a missing person investigation. Following the timely report from the taxi driver who dropped Ruth off at Box Hill, police conducted a search of around 100 acres in the surrounding vicinity. The search employed sniffer dogs, aircraft, a substantial contingent of police and volunteers, and heat-seeking technology. However, investigators discovered no evidence regarding Ruth's location. It was then revealed that Ruth regularly visited Box Hill after school to socialize with friends. She was apprehensive about her academic achievement and had retained a school report from her parents the weekend prior to her disappearance. Ruth purchased flowers in Dorking, and they were delivered to her stepmother Karen on November 29th, 2 days after she vanished. In later reports, Ian Wilson characterized the flowers as a costly arrangement. Nevertheless, no note was included. Mayer, Wilson's friend, perceived this action as a defiant insult towards her stepmother. 4 days after the disappearance, on Friday, December 1st, police discovered 3 messages buried in the brush at the upper border of Box Hill's Betchworth quarry. Adjacent were discovered vacant packages of paracetamol tablets, and a partially filled bottle of vermouth. The authorities have never disclosed the contents of the messages to the public, but they are thought to be farewells to her parents, her best friend, and a teenage male. The handwriting has been verified as belonging to Ruth. Yet, this remains speculative. The discovery of alcohol and paracetamol tablets led the authorities to consider the possibility that she had done something to herself. Nevertheless, Ruth was not located in the vicinity despite a thorough search. The police were unable to ascertain if the notes were placed on the day of her disappearance or prior to that date. Some have even speculated that she may have left these messages here on purpose in order to mislead the police. On Saturday, December 2, 1995, 5 days following her disappearance, a comprehensive search was conducted by Surrey Police in conjunction with the fire and rescue team. The inquiry this time focused on the Betchworth Quarry section of Box Hill. 60 volunteers, including local residents, school acquaintances, colleagues, National Trust wardens, and employees of the quarry's business participated. Ruth was not found, and no other leads emerged from this search. Betchworth Quarry is a remarkable chalk downland location within the Surrey Hills area of outstanding natural beauty and is situated in the North Downs. Mark Williams Thomas, the family liaison officer for Ruth's case, asserted that comprehensive searches around Box Hill produced no evidence indicating that she was harmed. He asserted his certainty that a stranger did not take Wilson. The mysterious disappearance of Carly Guse. On October 13, 2018, the quiet town of Chalfant Valley in Mono County, California, became the center of a heartbreaking mystery when 16-year-old Carly Lane Guse vanished. Her disappearance has left family, friends, and investigators grasping for answers. Despite extensive searches, numerous theories, and widespread media attention, the case remains unsolved, adding to the growing list of missing person cases that continue to baffle authorities. The events leading up to Carly's disappearance began on the evening of October 12, 2018. Reports indicate that Carly had spent time with her boyfriend and friends. Her stepmother, Melissa Guse, later picked her up and brought her home. Upon returning, Carly exhibited unusual behavior, reportedly paranoid and anxious. Since then, no one has seen her. Regarding the ongoing case, FBI Special Agent in charge Sean Reagan stated that they will not give up on her. According to a 2019 story, her classmates at Bishop Union High School characterized her as sweet and quiet. To the majority of those who knew her, she was highly loved in school and showed no overt indications of any problems. However, looking back, there were a few potentially troubling aspects of Carly Guse's life in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. To begin with, Carly reportedly displayed paranoid symptoms by confiding in friends that she was concerned about being tracked on her phone. On the evening of October 12, 2018, everything appeared to be as usual. She then went to a small party with her boyfriend, Donald Arrowood III. However, things took a worrying turn about 8 in the evening. Carly Guse called her stepmother in a panic and requested to be fetched up from the party on the final night she was spotted alive. Carly had already left the party when Melissa arrived to pick up her stepdaughter. Even after Melissa got her into the car, the 16-year-old was acting nervous. She changed seats in the car several times, told Melissa she was afraid, and worried that the car would take her life. Carly appeared so suspicious when she got home that her father thought the pot she had smoked had been tainted with something else. In an attempt to demonstrate to Carly the following day the potential risks associated with what she had done, he and Melissa filmed their chat. Carly was quite paranoid that evening, as seen by the 8-minute, 45-second taped chat. At one point, Carly admits that she really messed up, to which Melissa replies, "We all do things in life that we regret." Carly later claims that her stepmother wants to take her life. Carly tears in response, saying that she thinks of demonic stuff all the time. Melissa initially informed the reporters that she had visited Carly at 5:45 in the morning. However, she was gone by the time she got back at 7:15. Melissa later changed her story to claim that she actually stayed in Carly's room the whole night. Carly wasn't in her bed when she woke up at around 7 in the morning. Zachary and Melissa immediately checked their house and the neighborhood after learning that Carly Guse was missing. Zachary informed his ex-wife of the situation after 2 hours of searching and reported the missing individual to the Mono County Sheriff's Office. As soon as they got there, investigators started searching for her, and at the time, they discovered a few witnesses who had seen her that morning, which was encouraging. She was walking with a piece of paper in her hand, gazing up into the sky, according to the first witness, who lived close to the Guses. Another person saw her heading towards Highway 6 and saw that she was holding a piece of paper. Her scent was lost by search dogs when the third and last witness saw her standing close to some sagebrush beside the roadway. She might have died in the desert, where it can get extremely hot during the day and frigid in the morning. When Carly vanished, she was dressed in jeans or sweatpants, Vans and a white t-shirt, and researchers have said that it's possible that she drifted far into the desert, where no one could find her, and perished from exposure. According to some ideas, she might have been picked up as she was walking down the street. As of right now, nobody is certain about Carly Guse's fate. It appears that on that October morning, overcome with terror, she left her house and disappeared. The mystery of Ames Glover. Ames Glover vanished at the age of 5 months on February 5, 1990. Ames's parents were divorced, and he was with his father, Paul Glover, on that Monday evening in Southall, London. Glover informed the police that he had left his youngster in his secured vehicle while he retrieved cash and purchased meals. Upon his return 15 minutes later, Ames had vanished. The police encountered difficulties in corroborating Paul's account, as the vehicle exhibited no indications of forced entry, and no eyewitnesses observed Ames being taken or even in the car at any time. Paul Glover was the primary suspect of the police. However, he was freed without charges following his arrest and has consistently denied any participation. Ames's mother, Shanika Ondaatje, contends that her ex-husband is culpable and has made further pleas in 2012 and 2020 for any new information regarding the disappearance. Police suggest that Ames may have been illicitly transported to Ghana, however no evidence of his whereabouts has been discovered. Unsolved mysteries involving mysterious individuals have a unique and enduring fascination that captures our collective imagination. These enigmatic figures, whether real or the stuff of legends, possess an irresistible allure that compels us to delve into the unknown. 2 mysterious individuals visit a hotel. A video capturing the entrance of 2 individuals believed to be men in black into the Sheraton Hotel lobby on the Canadian side of the Niagara Falls has fascinated people for years. The footage was uploaded to YouTube, and this incident, which took place on May 15, 2009, has been thoroughly investigated by those who are interested in the unknown. It was found that these alleged men in black specifically sought out the general manager of the hotel, who, along with a fellow employee working security at the time, had an encounter with a triangular-shaped unidentified object 7 months prior to this incident. The sighting occurred on the night of October 14, 2008, as the unidentified object glided slowly and silently over the hotel premises. The presence of this surveillance video has stirred great interest and curiosity among UFO enthusiasts and researchers alike. The 2 hotel employees provided a detailed account of the extraordinary aerial phenomenon they encountered. They described the unidentified flying object as an impressive sight, measuring approximately 240 feet in length, and stated that the aircraft boasted a unique configuration with 3 white lights prominently displayed on all 3 sides, while a pulsating red light adorned its central section, adding to its mystique. Their observation of the object lasted for nearly 10 minutes, during which it traversed the skies in a slow and noiseless manner at an estimated altitude of 500 feet. Its flight path extended from over Niagara's majestic Horseshoe Falls toward the direction of their hotel, leaving the witnesses in awe and disbelief. What further captivated their attention was the craft's fascinating behavior. As it gracefully hovered above the water, the object emitted a brilliant beam of shimmering white light. This radiant display was directed downward, seemingly illuminating the surface of the water with a mesmerizing glow. However, as the 2 individuals continued to observe this extraordinary phenomenon, their astonishment quickly turned to trepidation. About a week later, the hotel manager was alone in the hotel parking lot at 1 in the morning when he noticed another black triangle flying in the same direction but at a much higher altitude. Approximately 7 months following the occurrence of the 2 aforementioned sightings, a rather unsettling incident took place on May 15th. It involved the hotel staff, who found themselves at the center of an eerie encounter. Two individuals, bearing an uncanny resemblance to one another, were observed entering the hotel lobby. These men were attired in matching black trench coats and hats, which only added to the mystique of the situation. Curiosity piqued, they approached the front desk and requested to speak with the hotel manager. Upon encountering the hotel's bellman, the two individuals, who were described as having an unusually distinctive appearance, were informed by the bellman that the manager was absent for the day. Although the bellman perceived a sense of disbelief from the two men, they proceeded to explore various areas of the hotel in search of the manager. After the bellman completed his assigned tasks and returned, he discovered that the two individuals had departed from the premises. This incident showcases an intriguing encounter between the bellman and these enigmatic men, raising questions about their motives and intentions within the hotel. The following day, when the hotel manager resumed his duties, the bellman approached him discreetly. He proceeded to recount the unsettling incident involving two individuals who had left him feeling unnerved. According to the bellman, these two men had strikingly similar appearances, characterized by an eerie pallor, towering height, and identical attire, right down to the matching hats and trench coats they were wearing. This encounter had left the bellman thoroughly shaken, their presence and uncanny resemblance haunting his thoughts. With a mixture of skepticism and concern, the manager proceeded to the hotel security office and meticulously analyzed the surveillance footage from the preceding day. His objective was to locate any footage capturing the entry of the two individuals into the hotel lobby. Taking a comprehensive approach, the manager delved into the details of the surveillance tapes, carefully examining each frame to ascertain the precise time in which the two individuals entered the hotel. The following day, an additional employee from the hotel approached the manager confidentially and recounted her encounter with the two individuals. During their conversation, they inquired about the manager while delving into topics that seemed completely nonsensical to her, such as discussions about governments and mysterious aircrafts. A sense of fear washed over her when she observed a peculiar detail about them, their complete lack of facial hair, including eyebrows. It appeared as though they were wearing hats with attached wigs, giving them an unnatural and unsettling appearance. This bizarre encounter left her perplexed and unsettled, raising questions about the true nature and intentions of these individuals. The woman recounted to her boss the striking appearance of the two men, with their large and captivating blue eyes that seemed to hold a hypnotic power. As she delved further into her experience, her emotions overwhelmed her, resulting in tears as she tried to convey the strong impression that these individuals had the ability to delve into her thoughts, particularly regarding the manager. She even felt compelled to actively block any thoughts related to him due to the unsettling sensation. What troubled her further was the fact that these men never blinked, not even once, which added to the overall eerie atmosphere of the encounter. The information surrounding the Men in Black incident is primarily based on the testimony of the manager. However, despite this limitation, those who have investigated this case have said that the witness was trustworthy and reliable. Additionally, the video capturing the Men in Black's entry into the lobby was provided by the hotel manager, adding an extra layer of evidence to the case. As of right now, the footage is believed to be one of the few genuine pieces of evidence that we have of the Men in Black. Dr. Herbert Hopkins and the missing coin. Many people regard the Men in Black as being nothing more than the appearance of government agents dressed in perfect black suits that attempt to cover up or use scare tactics to prevent the public at large from understanding the true occurrence of mysterious activity. However, the Men in Black could also be something else entirely, something not human. This appears to be the case when reviewing the reports made by a Dr. Herbert Hopkins and his strange encounter with an individual who suddenly showed up at his house while he was conducting a private investigation. Dr. Herbert Hopkins was working as a consultant on a case involving a sighting of an unidentified flying object, as well as various other claims that had occurred in the state of Maine. One night, as Dr. Hopkins was poring over further details of the case he had recovered, he received an eerie phone call from someone who claimed to be an activist, who then further stated that not only did he wish to visit Hopkins, but he had additional evidence regarding the case. Dr. Hopkins was thrilled to hear this, as any additional witness testimony and proof brought forward would certainly help him to better understand the situation that had occurred, and so he gave the man the details of his address and directions on how to reach him. Oddly enough, it only took a few minutes before he heard the ring of his doorbell. The man that showed up to his house was described by Dr. Hopkins as wearing a perfectly pressed black suit and black tie. But this was far from the most noticeable thing about the man. According to Dr. Hopkins, the man in black had incredibly unusual facial features. The man had no hair of any kind, including a bald head, completely shaved eyebrows and no eyelashes. He was also so unbelievably pale to the point that it looked unhealthy and completely unnatural. Not wanting to be rude, Dr. Hopkins invited the strange man into the home to discuss the details of the case. When the strange man entered, Dr. Hopkins' dog began barking at the man erratically and demonstrated incredible uneasiness around him. The only thing out of the man's mouth were direct questions being asked about the details of the case, involving information that no one other than the current investigators were made aware of. After Dr. Hopkins answered his questions and told the man everything he had learned about the case, the conversation became a whole lot weirder. The man in black told Dr. Herbert Hopkins that there were 2 coins in his pocket and for the doctor to make sure he was correct. When the doctor checked his pockets, he found 2 coins and immediately became disturbed by this. The man in black then instructed the doctor to remove one of the coins in his pockets and to hold it in his hand. As the coin sat in the palm of the doctor's hands, he began to see what he described as the coin taking on a silvery appearance and then appeared as if it was going out of focus. After a few more seconds, the coin disappeared completely and was nowhere to be seen. The man in black then explained to Hopkins that the coin will never be seen on this plane again, implying that perhaps it's in a different plane of existence altogether. The man in black then asked the doctor if he was aware of the case of Barney Hill. For those that are not aware of Barney Hill, he was a famous collaborator in the unidentified object community with interesting experiences and witness accounts. He and his wife worked tirelessly to develop the legitimate study of advanced life before his untimely passing that was already shrouded in mystery. The man in black then told Dr. Hopkins that the reason Barney had passed away was due to them using the same tactic as they did with the coin on Barney's hand. The man in black clarified by saying, "Just like you no longer have a coin, Barney didn't have a heart." The man in black then told Dr. Hopkins to destroy any material he had related to the UFO case and to no longer participate in any further study. Extremely disturbed by this event, Dr. Hopkins immediately burned all the files he had relative to the case. Dan Aykroyd's mysterious encounter. Most notably known for his comedic movies and popular celebrity entourage, Dan Aykroyd began work on a paranormal TV show that worked to ask experts for their opinions, consult on investigations, and treat the world of the paranormal as a legitimate field of study. According to Mr. Aykroyd, during one of his filming shoots, he stepped outside to take a private call without anyone listening in. As he was standing outside taking the call, he noticed a black Ford parked across the street and a strange, tall man that stepped out of the car. This strange man then began staring at Mr. Aykroyd angrily. After feeling a little awkward, Mr. Aykroyd turned away for a moment before looking back and noticing the car and the strange, tall man had completely vanished. After he finished his phone call and returned to the shoot, he was immediately told by the producers that the show had been cancelled and he was ordered to stop filming immediately. Though many people doubt his claims, to this day, Dan Aykroyd swears by what he saw and believes the cancelling of his show to be connected with these strange men in black. The mysterious disappearance of Ronald Ohm in the enigmatic Cascades. Over 250,000 individuals are reported missing every year, with estimates of actual missing persons cases that are left unreported, pushing that total to more than an expected 300,000 cases annually. With that many reports, it is no wonder that a vast majority of these cases are left unsolved. However, every now and then there are a series of missing cases that emerge that are so peculiar they become the subject of impossible to explain theories. Known as the Missing 411, there appears to be a substantial number of missing persons cases relating to the disappearances of individuals from national parks. Reported among the awe-inspiring landscape of the Cascades, experienced outdoorsman Ronald Ohm and his bizarre disappearance near Russell Lake in the Mount Jefferson Wilderness area has left investigators and the public perplexed. Ronald, an experienced hiker and photographer, went missing while exploring the rugged terrain of this scenic region. Despite extensive search efforts, including the deployment of helicopters and planes, no trace of Ronald or his belongings was ever found. The Cascades, a majestic mountain range stretching through Oregon and Washington, is renowned for its stunning natural beauty and challenging terrain. Mount Jefferson, standing proudly at 10,497 feet, serves as the centerpiece of the Mount Jefferson Wilderness area. Situated approximately 20 miles north of the Three Sisters Wilderness, this rugged expanse of wilderness offers adventurers a captivating experience. With its high-altitude setting, exposed boulders, and numerous lakes, including the enigmatic Russell Lake, the area presents both breathtaking vistas and potential hazards. The absence of dense vegetation above the timberline reveals a landscape that can be unforgiving, yet its allure draws hikers, photographers, and nature enthusiasts seeking solitude and serenity. Accompanied by two of his close friends from the Portland area, Ronald Ohm embarked on a hiking expedition in the Mount Jefferson Wilderness and had planned to stay in the area for only a few days. Armed with his tent, sleeping bag, photography equipment, and supplies, Ronald's intention was to capture the beauty of the region through his lens and then return home before the end of the week. Unfortunately for Ronald and his friends, strategy would strike halfway through their expedition in the area. On the day of his disappearance, Ronald's friends decided to hike down to Russell Lake and set up camp, while Ohm opted to stay on a ridge above the lake to take more photographs, separating his two closest friends while he stayed on the ridge alone throughout the night. As darkness fell, Ronald's friends had grown worried as to where Ohm had gone, as he was expected to have returned to their camp before nightfall. And when Ronald failed to rejoin his friends at the lake, the friends took his absence as a sign that something far more nefarious had occurred. Concerned, his companions initiated a small search, retracing their path from the ridge and back down while calling out to Ronald, but were unable to locate him. The following day, the United States Forest Service and the Marion County Sheriff's Department were alerted, prompting a formal search operation. The search for Ronald Ohm involved a collaborative effort between the Marion County Sheriff's Department, the United States Forest Service, and additional support from the Oregon National Guard and Civil Air Patrol. Helicopters and planes were deployed, scouring the rugged landscape in an attempt to locate Ronald from the air. Meanwhile, over 200 ground searchers meticulously combed the area, employing a grid pattern to cover vast stretches of land. Despite their exhaustive efforts, no trace of Ronald or any of his belongings, including his equipment, backpack, hat, camera, or sleeping bag, was found. Ronald Ohm's vanishing near Russell Lake adds to the disturbing pattern of disappearances in the Cascades. Curiously, there have been reports of individuals going missing in this particular corridor during the summer months of 2012. Notably, the last two cases involved individuals over 50 years old who disappeared within a 25-mile radius of each other while venturing alone in the wilderness. This uncanny similarity raises questions about the circumstances surrounding these events and the potential underlying factors at play. The unexplained disappearances in the Cascades have sparked numerous theories and speculations. Some have questioned whether the volcanic nature of the region, with its active and inactive volcanoes, could have any connection to these vanishing cases. Others have pondered the role of the rugged landscape, characterized by boulders, rocks, and exposed granite, which features prominently in the vicinity where people have gone missing. Drawing comparisons with folklore from other regions, such as Iceland, where large rocks and boulders are believed to hold mystical significance, adds an intriguing layer to the discussion. The Cascades, while alluring, also hold an air of mystery and danger. As David Paulides, an investigator of missing persons cases, emphasizes, these disappearances cannot be attributed to mere coincidence. The sheer number of documented cases, along with the bizarre circumstances under which individuals have vanished or been found, points to something inexplicable happening in this captivating wilderness. While the precise causes remain elusive, it is crucial to raise awareness about these incidents and offer support to the families affected. The vanishing of Ronald Ohm near Russell Lake in the Cascades serves as a haunting reminder of the enigmatic nature of this breathtaking region. Despite extensive search efforts and the deployment of resources, Ronald's disappearance remains unsolved, leaving investigators and loved ones searching for answers. As we reflect on his case and the broader pattern of disappearances in the Cascades, we are reminded of the need for continued vigilance, research, and awareness. The search for truth and closure persists as we strive to understand the mysterious forces that have claimed the lives and presence of those who ventured into the captivating yet treacherous wilderness of the Cascades. The mystery of Nicholas Flamel. Performing a Google search for the name Nicholas Flamel will generate an overwhelming number of search results. However, the majority of these results predominantly spotlight books or information related to the fictional character Nicholas Flamel. If one seeks information about the historical figure, the renowned alchemist, the task becomes considerably more challenging. Nicholas Flamel gained particular prominence due to J.K. Rowling's portrayal of him in the widely popular book Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. In this narrative, Flamel is portrayed as the creator of the mythical Philosopher's Stone, capable of producing the elixir of life and transforming base metals into gold. While the factual existence of Flamel is not synonymous with immortality, his narrative possesses an air of enigmatic allure that continues to captivate and intrigue. Nicholas Flamel, born in 1330 in the vicinity of Paris, France, remains an enigmatic figure when it comes to his early years. However, as he reached adulthood, Flamel found work as a bookseller and formed a union with Perenelle, a widow slightly older than himself. Evidence suggests that Flamel's success as a bookseller manifested through generous donations to the Holy Innocents Cemetery and the presentation of a valuable manuscript to the royal court. Moreover, Flamel gained wide recognition for his mastery in the realm of alchemy. The field of alchemy had gained remarkable popularity throughout Europe during this period, notably with a focus on the transmutation of substances, particularly the ambitious pursuit of converting base metals into precious gold. Delving deeper into Flamel's life, his involvement as an alchemist extended beyond mere fascination. He passionately engaged in the study and practice of alchemical principles, seeking to unlock the mysteries of transmutation. The allure of turning base metals into gold fascinated Flamel, drawing him into a world of intricate experimentation and profound exploration of the natural world. Nicholas Flamel would gain widespread recognition and acclaim due to his remarkable achievement in developing the legendary Philosopher's Stone. This renowned artifact was believed to possess the extraordinary ability to transmute ordinary mercury into precious gold. There is significant skepticism surrounding the claims that Flamel's stone had the power to transform mercury into gold, especially considering that his wife was the only person who claimed to have witnessed such a transmutation. However, during the 14th century, Flamel's story was widely believed, leading Europe's royalty and nobility to actively seek out alchemists who could assist them in acquiring wealth and maintaining good health. The enigmatic aspect of Nicholas Flamel's tale lies in how he acquired the knowledge required to create the Philosopher's Stone. As recounted by the famous alchemist himself, a celestial being appeared to him in a dream, presenting a perplexing book that defied comprehension. This angelic entity prophesied that with time, the mysterious contents of the book would be unveiled to him. Mirroring this celestial encounter, Flamel's path crossed with an individual who possessed the exact same book from his dream, a book penned by none other than Abraham the Jew. Fascinated and driven by curiosity, Flamel wasted no time in acquiring this precious book. Over the course of 21 years, he tirelessly immersed himself in its cryptic symbols, gradually unlocking the profound secrets of transmutation concealed within its pages. Regrettably, the Book of Abramelin the Mage, which played such a pivotal role in Flamel's extraordinary journey, has tragically vanished from existence. Lost amidst the annals of history during the 17th century, this unfortunate circumstance renders the verification of Flamel's remarkable account impossible. Nicholas Flamel, renowned for his contributions to alchemy, dedicated the remainder of his life to France. During this period, he not only authored manuscripts on the subject, some of which can still be admired today at the renowned Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, but he also indulged in regular visits to local cemeteries. Despite these intriguing aspects, Flamel's later years were seemingly unremarkable, characterized by an ordinary existence. Eventually, at the age of 80, he succumbed to the natural course of life and found his final resting place at the church of Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie. Nevertheless, Flamel's legacy endured beyond his mortality. Although there is no concrete evidence from his own lifetime that suggests he had discovered the elixir of life, by the 17th century, the tale surrounding him had acquired grandeur. It became widely believed that Flamel had achieved immortality, fueled in part by the testimonies of would-be thieves who audaciously trespassed into his tomb with the hope of discovering the fabled philosopher's stone, rumored to be interred alongside its creator. However, their hopes were dashed when these intruders, upon opening Flamel's coffin, were greeted with an astounding revelation. No physical remains were found within. This unexpected circumstance further perpetuated the notion that Flamel had indeed achieved everlasting life, thereby adding another layer to the enigmatic saga of this alchemical figure. And thus, the legend surrounding Nicolas Flamel continued to grow and captivate the imagination of many. In present times, a significant number of individuals perceive Flamel as a mere fictional character, but there exists undeniable evidence that he did, in fact, exist. A deep dive into the French archives would unveil his marriage certificate to Perenelle, records documenting the gifts he bestowed upon others, and copies of his meticulously crafted manuscripts. These artifacts serve as a testament to the life of an ordinary man, albeit one fortunate enough to possess the ability to read and write during the 14th century in France. The Pollock Twins. The story of the Pollock Twins is a fascinating and enigmatic tale that has intrigued both believers in reincarnation and skeptics alike. This case revolves around two young girls, Joanna and Jacqueline Pollock, who were born in Hexham, England in 1958, and their purported memories of a past life as their deceased sisters, Joanna and Jacqueline Pollock, who had tragically passed away in a car accident just 1 year before the new twins were born. The Pollock twins' story has captivated the imagination of many and has sparked debates about the possibility of reincarnation and the nature of human consciousness. The Pollock twins' background. To fully appreciate the complexity of this case, it is essential to understand the background. The original Joanna and Jacqueline Pollock were born in 1946 and 1947 respectively. Tragically, their lives were cut short when they were involved in a car accident on May 5, 1957, at the ages of 11 and 6, along with a family friend, Anthony Leyden. Just 1 year later, on October 4, 1958, their mother, Florence Pollock, gave birth to twins, Gillian and Jennifer Pollock, who would soon become the center of a paranormal mystery. The story of the Pollock twins' reincarnation memories began when they were around 3 years old. Both Gillian and Jennifer started displaying strange behavior and making statements that perplexed their parents. They claimed to remember the accident that took the lives of their older sisters, Joanna and Jacqueline, despite never having been told about it by their parents. Their alleged memories included details about the car crash, the color of the car, and the presence of a man in the car with them, which corresponded with the actual circumstances of the accident. Florence Pollock and her husband, John Pollock, initially dismissed these claims as mere childhood fantasies. However, the girls' insistence on their past lives became increasingly detailed and accurate. They could even recall the layout of their previous home and the toys they had played with, which had never been described to them. Dr. Ian Stevenson's investigation. The case of the Pollock twins caught the attention of Dr. Ian Stevenson, a respected psychiatrist and researcher in the field of reincarnation studies. Stevenson had dedicated his career to investigating cases of children who claimed to remember past lives, and he saw the Pollock twins case as a unique opportunity to study the phenomenon. In 1963, he traveled to Hexham to interview the Pollock family and conduct an extensive investigation. Dr. Stevenson's research yielded several remarkable findings. He documented over 100 specific and accurate statements made by Gillian and Jennifer about their alleged past lives, many of which were later confirmed to be true. For instance, the girls accurately described the layout of the house where their deceased sisters had lived, the location of the bedrooms, and even details about the family's pet dog. They also displayed behaviors and preferences that were consistent with those of their deceased sisters, such as having the same favorite foods and showing a fondness for the same toys. While Dr. Stevenson's research seemed to support the idea of reincarnation, skeptics offered alternative explanations for the Pollock twins' memories. One argument was that the girls had overheard conversations about the accident and their deceased sisters, either from their parents or other family members, which could have influenced their beliefs and memories. However, the Pollock parents vehemently denied ever discussing the accident in front of the twins, and there was no evidence to suggest otherwise. Another skeptical explanation focused on the possibility of the twins having had access to photographs or other personal items belonging to their deceased sisters. Critics argued that this exposure could have led the girls to form vivid memories of their past lives. However, the Pollock family claimed to have kept such items locked away, and Dr. Stevenson's investigation did not uncover any evidence of the twins having accessed them. As of right now, the case of the Pollock twins remains a perplexing and controversial topic in the realm of paranormal phenomena and reincarnation studies. While Dr. Ian Stevenson's research provided substantial evidence in support of the twins' alleged memories, skeptics continue to propose alternative explanations. The mystery of the Pollock twins raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness, memory, and the possibility of life after death. The mystery of Eric Robinson. In the sprawling outskirts of Melbourne, Australia, Eric Robinson and his girlfriend Marilyn Coulsett lived contrasting lives. While Marilyn Coulsett dedicated her days to the education of young minds, working as the principal of the Valkstone Primary School, located in East Bentley, Eric embraced a life of exploration and adventure and would often go on long trips out in the middle of nowhere, often leaving behind a worried girlfriend. Despite Marilyn's worries, Eric Robinson was an incredibly experienced outdoorsman and hiker, holding years of experience traversing numerous trails throughout his home country, as well as mastering some of the most difficult trails across New Zealand, Scotland, California, and Utah. Eric Robinson was no stranger to national parks and month-long trips. With an unyielding passion for the great outdoors, Eric meticulously planned each and every one of his outdoor excursions, immersing himself in extensive research about each region he ventured into. However, despite his expertise and careful preparations, Eric's disappearance on the Highline Trail in the Winters Wilderness, Utah, remains a perplexing enigma and is a telling sign of the strange nature of the Winters Mountains and their unexplainable cluster of missing persons reports. Equipped with a red backpack, a sturdy tent, a personal sleeping bag, some bear spray, an expensive and well-tested personal transponder, his cell phone, and a sufficient 14-day food supply for his 10-day, 60-mile hike, Eric embarked on his anticipated adventure sometime in late July. According to Eric's girlfriend, Marilyn would last see Eric Robinson when she dropped him off at the Melbourne airport and said her goodbyes as he began his trip to the United States. According to close friends of Eric, he was picked up after arriving at Salt Lake City Airport and would stay his first night at his friend's house and enjoy an afternoon and evening together. It would be during this time, while at his friend's house, that Eric Robinson would go over the details surrounding his upcoming trek and inform the group that he had expected to arrive at his first rendezvous point during the afternoon of the 7th of August near Mirror Lake, and to expect to hear from him and see him at around that time. Interestingly enough, friends would also claim that Eric Robinson had talked about how his vast amount of experience traveling across harsher terrains would make this short hike a breeze. On the following morning of the 28th of July, Eric Robinson would be dropped off by his friends at the Highline trailhead, ready to immerse himself in the vast surrounding wilderness. According to his friends, Eric was last seen in high spirits and had done one last preliminary check of his supplies to ensure that everything was in good quality and sufficient for his trip. It would be on the 2nd of August that Eric Robinson would last be seen before being reported missing. According to investigators, it would be sometime in the afternoon that a troop of Boy Scouts and their scout leaders would happen to coincidentally cross paths with Eric Robinson while the group was near the Yellowstone Creek drainage area, a few miles away from the Highline Trail that Eric had supposedly originally been scheduled to use. The leaders would later tell investigators that at the time of the sighting, Eric Robinson appeared to have had an upbeat demeanor and was in excellent physical condition, telling the troop about his plans to use the Highline Trail to his advantage. After hearing Eric's claim that he planned to stay on the Highline Trail, Though the troop was nowhere near the trail, the troop's leader decided to pull out their maps and make some comparisons. After about an hour, Eric Robinson was reoriented and redirected back to the correct trail after realizing that he had been off of the trail for a little over an hour. It would be during this time, in the late afternoon, that Eric Robinson would bid the group farewell and walk in the direction designated by the troop leader in the right direction. As the appointed day of Eric's expected arrival at Mirror Lake on the 7th of August came and went without any sign of the experienced outdoorsman, his close friends grew increasingly concerned and believed that something terrible may have happened to Eric, as it was unlike him completely to not stick rigidly to his trail itinerary. Fearing the worst, the group of friends contacted the United States Forest Service and the local Duchesne County Sheriff's Department to help organize a search and rescue effort for their missing friend. Local newspapers would claim that an experienced sheriff by the name of Travis Mitchell was assigned to the case and would organize the search and rescue operation, getting volunteers and trained men in the areas along the Highline Trail within the hour of being contacted. The search efforts involved a comprehensive array of resources, including helicopters, equestrians, all-terrain vehicles, a team of experienced bloodhounds, and local campers and hikers who decided to volunteer. Sheriff Mitchell also contacted Marilyn, who attested to Eric's excellent health and unwavering passion for hiking and exploration, and gathered all of the information he needed about Eric's expected travels and itinerary. Eric's extensive preparations, including carrying extra supplies for unforeseen circumstances, showcased his competence and dedication to safety and helped put the search and rescue volunteers at ease, allowing them to do a more thorough examination of each gridded area before moving on to the next. Unfortunately for investigators, despite 15 days of relentless searching, the rescue teams found no trace of Eric Robinson. Based on the Boy Scouts sighting on August 2nd, the search area was somewhat confined, yet their efforts yielded no breakthroughs. Recognizing that the search operations were nearing their conclusion, Marilyn made the difficult decision to travel to Utah. As the 22nd of August marked the official termination date of all search operations, Marilyn valiantly continued her quest to find Eric by distributing posters and photographs at various trailheads throughout the area. Regrettably, all endeavors to locate Eric proved fruitless, and the equipment he carried has never been found. Oddly enough, Eric's tragic hike and disappearance was reported just 1 mile west of Cuberant Lake, the same location where 12-year-old Garrett Bardsley had vanished without a trace back on the 20th of August in 2004, leaving behind an enduring mystery. Eric's disappearance further deepens the eerie connection between hikers and the enigmatic Winters Wilderness, as both he and Garrett were last seen by Boy Scouts, raising unsettling questions about the region's inexplicable nature. Eric Robinson's disappearance on the Highline Trail has baffled investigators and outdoor enthusiasts alike. Despite his thorough preparations and adherence to safety measures, he vanished into the vast expanse of the Winters Wilderness, leaving no clues to his whereabouts. Celsa Lucero. Within the breathtaking scenic landscape of the U.S. state of New Mexico lies the captivating Manzano mountain range, a cluster of large mountains and valleys that stretch out southwards, running parallel to the city of Albuquerque. These mountains, unlike the typical image of the state, host some of the densest lush greenery of New Mexico, coupled with overgrown and towering trees that line the mountain range throughout the area. Unfortunately for the Lucero family, it would be within this mesmerizing backdrop that a puzzling incident would suddenly unfold on the 9th of November, back in 1940, shrouding the region in dark and terrifying mystery. Celsa Lucero, a resilient 51-year-old woman who suffered from hearing loss, embarked on a journey with her family from Los Duranes to the Manzano Mountains. The goal of the trip, according to the family, was to continue their annual tradition of traveling to the mountain range to gather clusters of wild piñon seeds, also known as pine nuts, which flourished abundantly in the area. Preparing for the outing, Celsa took great care to equip herself with adequate protection, fashioning herself with a thick mitten that would cover her left hand to help shield it from the prickly pine needles on the piñon plants. Celsa Lucero's family would also later tell investigators that Celsa was also believed to have been dressed in thick, warm attire and even carried matches to combat any unforeseen chill in the event that the wind would get worse at higher altitudes. As the day progressed, the Lucero group, composed of Celsa's close sisters, her nephews, and other family members, would leave their campsite sometime around 10:30 in the morning, agreeing to all reconvene and meet back up at the campsite by 3:30 in the afternoon. The last known person to have seen Celsa shortly before her sudden disappearance would claim to have seen the 51-year-old woman preparing her equipment before beginning her hike away from the camp at around 11 in the morning. It would be at around that time that Celsa was believed to have briefly accompanied another camper, who was not a member of their family or a member of their camping group, before venturing out on her own to pursue piñón gathering. Despite Celsa's disability, suffering from an estimated 90% hearing loss, the Lucero family was unconcerned when Celsa left the campsite to travel on her own, as she was often considered the most experienced hiker among the entire family. Celsa's brother would later tell investigators that Celsa was one of the most capable hikers he had ever known and was in excellent physical shape for her age. Even more reassuring, the campsite location was surrounded by some of the easiest amateur hiking trails of the range and had been a spot frequented by the family countless times in the past. Oddly enough, however, as the clock struck 3:30 in the afternoon, a terrible sense of unease began to settle among the campers and the Lucero group when Celsa was nowhere to be found. Roughly 30 minutes later, their worry grew exponentially as Celsa had yet to return. Faced with the harsh realities of their predicament, the family decided to build a large fire to stave off the chilling temperatures and provide a beacon for Celsa to find her way back. Unfortunately for the family, they all understood that shouting for Celsa would have been in vain due to her deafness, and so decided to establish a grid-like search pattern, starting the direction that Celsa had believed to have wandered off to. Throughout the night, the Lucero family tirelessly scoured the area in search of their missing loved one, but were unable to find any sign of the missing 51-year-old. On the following day, on November 10th, an estimated 16 hours after Celsa was considered to be missing, the Lucero family would contact the United States Forest Service, seeking assistance and hope in their quest to find Celsa Lucero nearby. The formal search and rescue operation for Celsa Lucero spanned a period of 2 weeks, but it was a task fraught with challenges. The newspapers of the time reported that the search efforts had to be repeatedly halted due to the sudden unprecedented cold weather that swept through the mountains. For reasons not entirely understood, the expected cold weather of the mountain range would suddenly shift into a dramatic freeze that would see temperatures throughout the area plummet by more than 20 degrees at a time. Despite initial weather forecasts expecting warmer temperatures for the next month, the sudden freeze would come and go sporadically throughout the search and rescue time frame. Despite Celsa's warm clothing and possession of matches, teams of pilots across several different aircraft, trained search and rescue horsemen, a group of volunteer hikers, and even an experienced team of bloodhounds were unable to find any sign of the missing 51-year-old woman. According to search and rescue volunteers and missing person investigators, more than 20 miles radiating out from where Celsa was last seen had been thoroughly checked, and then checked again, but there seemed to be no indication where Celsa had disappeared off to. Even more peculiar, despite having several different sources of Celsa's scent to track, the K9 team was unable to pick up any trail of Celsa after following several hundred feet from the campsite. Among the searchers, one person stood out, a man by the name of Elcia Lucero, Celsa Lucero's devoted brother. Even after others had given up hope, Elcia continued to search for Celsa, determined to find his beloved sister. In a November 10, 1941, article published in the Albuquerque Journal, Elcia expressed his ongoing concern, revealing the following: "We have found no trace of her since she left camp. Not even the coffee can she carried to put her piñons in, or her mitten." Celsa had ventured away from her camp in El Cañón de la Carolina, situated on the western slope of the Manzano Mountains. Over 350 searchers, comprising the New Mexico State Police Department, sheriff's deputies, police officers, forest rangers, Navajo Indian trackers, and over a couple hundred volunteers, scoured the mountains in a desperate bid to locate the missing woman. However, their efforts proved fruitless, and the whereabouts of Celsa Lucero remained elusive, her fate a haunting mystery. To this day, her ultimate fate remains unknown, forever etched into the enigmatic nature of the Manzano Mountains. The disappearance of Amy Jackson in Sequoia National Park. In the realm of perplexing vanishings, The enigma surrounding the disappearance of Amy Jackson stands as a haunting testament to the mysteries that shroud the Sequoia National Park, located in the state of California. According to one of the strangest missing persons reports ever made, it would be on a fateful evening of August 13th, back in 1966, that Amy Jackson, a mere 18 months old, would suddenly disappear while embarked on a short camping adventure with her parents. The nature of Amy Jackson's disappearance would leave investigators puzzled, as the young girl appeared to vanish in the middle of the night while lying alongside her two parents. According to the report, the Jackson family would journey from their cozy residence, located in the small town of Upland, California, to the idyllic sanctuary of Pier Creek Campgrounds, where they would decide to camp for the night. Eager to bask in the serenity of large sequoia trees and in the safe camping spot often frequented by other experienced hikers and campers, the family promptly set up camp upon their arrival, ready to immerse themselves in the ethereal beauty that surrounded them. As night soon fell upon the wild landscape, the Jackson family, satiated after a delightful meal and a short hike throughout the surrounding area, finally decided to return back to their tent, which zipped up completely, and lay down for the night. According to Amy's parents, all three were sleeping inside the enclosed tent, with Amy sleeping in the middle of both of her parents when they last saw their 18-month-old daughter. Oddly enough, in the middle of the night, Mrs. Jackson would wake up to find that Amy Jackson was nowhere to be found, with the tent zipper still closed and no sign of Amy ever having woken up or walking away from their campsite. Panicked at the sight of their missing daughter, Mr. and Mrs. Jackson would immediately reach out to the national park officials to begin a search for their missing 18-month-old daughter. At first, the parents believed that Amy had been kidnapped, as it seems unlikely that the 18-month-old could have unzipped and zipped the tent back up and wandered off into the night very far. Despite this suspicion, however, the National Park Police swiftly mobilized their forces and established a search and rescue operation within an hour of being notified of the girl's disappearance, unleashing a formidable arsenal of bloodhounds and aerial support in a relentless quest to locate the missing toddler. However, the conclusion of the first day's search left the commanding officers concerned and confused, grappling with the absence of any tangible evidence regarding Amy's whereabouts. To the utter dismay of investigators and national park officials, even the highly trained bloodhounds failed to catch a whiff of Amy Jackson's scent, with the dogs displaying strange behavior and refusing to leave the tent, as if Amy had never left the tent to begin with. The lack of cooperation from the bloodhounds and trouble with finding any evidence or sign of the toddler, despite searching the area within a 3-mile radius, would force the National Park Service to reach out for assistance beyond their jurisdiction. In a remarkable turn of events, the revered Federal Bureau of Investigation was summoned to lend their expertise, amplifying the search efforts with additional helicopters, ground searchers, equestrians, and a fervent corps of dedicated volunteers, all united in their tireless pursuit of locating the missing girl. With the focus of the search efforts centered approximately 25 miles east of Porterville, at a dizzying elevation of 7,000 feet, the search and rescue operation continued over the course of 4 days with unwavering resolve. Yet, despite these best efforts, little to no sign of the missing girl was ever uncovered. Although tragic for the Jackson family, investigators felt that the gravity of the situation prompted a response from the FBI to investigate the Jackson parents, with the Tulare County Sheriff's Department claiming that the account of events told by the parents seemed not only implausible but completely impossible, suspecting instead that foul play on the part of the parents had taken place. By the 3rd day of the search, the collective might of nearly 400 searchers, meticulously scouring every inch of the campsite and its surrounding environs, fervently hoping for a trace of the 18-month-old girl, was unable to make any new major discoveries. The disheartening reality of the situation was further underscored by the bloodhounds' baffling failure to detect Amy's scent, and the fact that the 18-month-old girl should not have been able to have traveled very far from the camp in the middle of the night, given her size and the time of her disappearance, adding yet another layer of intrigue to an already confounding puzzle. However, on the 4th day of the relentless search, a tragic resolution soon emerged as the Kern County Special Rescue Team made a chilling discovery. An August 18, 1966 article in the esteemed Arizona Republic recounts the harrowing moment a crack Kern County Special Rescue Team found her nestled at the base of a colossal rock, perched precariously uphill from the Deer Creek campground. This account vividly illustrates why the Kern County Sheriff felt compelled to involve the FBI, grappling with the nightmarish scenario of how she vanished from a tent, defying logical explanation while evading the search efforts of both humans and hounds. The assumption arising from this discovery suggested the possibility of a fatal fall from a towering boulder, hinting at the heartbreaking prospect that Amy may have traversed even greater distances before meeting her demise, or succumbed to the unforgiving elements of exposure. Reports also alluded to the fact that a 3-mile radius encompassing the campsite had been meticulously scoured prior to the discovery, yielding no trace of anything strange or any sign of the girl's passing. As the notion of filing a Freedom of Information Act request with the FBI remains futile, considering their steadfast refusal to release any information on ongoing investigations, the incident surrounding Amy Jackson's disappearance remains steeped in suspicion, even in the modern day. Masters of meticulous documentation and the subsequent classification of files, the FBI safeguards a repository of accounts pertaining to the peculiar disappearances of missing children. As we delve deeper into the recesses of this disconcerting narrative, the looming question persists. What hidden forces conspire behind these baffling occurrences, and what truths lie shrouded within the vaults of the unknown? The disappearance of Paula Jean Weldon. On December 1, 1946, Paula Jean Weldon, an 18-year-old sophomore at Bennington College, informed her roommate, Elizabeth Parker, that she intended to embark on an extensive walk. However, she never returned to their shared living quarters. It was later discovered that several eyewitnesses had spotted her along Vermont's Long Trail, a 270-mile hiking route that traverses the picturesque landscapes of Vermont and extends all the way to the Canadian border. Concerned about her safety, a search party was promptly organized, but unfortunately, no significant clues could be gleaned from the trail itself. This mysterious disappearance sparked widespread speculation and prompted fervent efforts to uncover the truth behind Paula Jean Weldon's fate. Shortly after, an article published by the Bennington Banner revealed the emergence of tantalizing and undoubtedly peculiar leads in the investigation. Among these leads, one stood out. A Massachusetts waitress reported serving a visibly anxious young woman who bore a striking resemblance to Paula. This lead sent shockwaves through Paula's father, who disappeared for a staggering 36 hours, purportedly in relentless pursuit of this crucial information. However, the authorities found his behavior peculiar, ultimately resulting in him becoming a prime suspect in Paula's baffling disappearance. Whispers started circulating, shattering the illusion of Paula's perfect family life portrayed initially to the police. It came to light that Paula had not returned home during the week leading up to Thanksgiving, raising suspicions and fueling speculation about a potential disagreement with her father. While vehemently asserting his innocence, Paula's father put forth a theory that his daughter's emotional turmoil may be rooted in an unrequited affection for a boy at school, suggesting that this boy possibly warranted consideration as a suspect. This comprehensive retelling of events delves into the intricate details surrounding Paula's disappearance, shedding light on the chain of events and expanding upon the evolving narrative. During the 10-year period following Paula's disappearance, a resident of Bennington local community boasted on 2 separate occasions to his acquaintances that he possessed knowledge about the exact location where Paula's remains were concealed. Despite his claims, he failed to provide the police with any substantial leads. Regrettably, due to the absence of concrete evidence, the lack of a body, and the scarcity of forensic clues, the case gradually turned into a cold investigation, leaving the fate of Paula Jean Weldon forever shrouded in mystery. The mystery of Cynthia Anderson. Cynthia Anderson, a young woman of 20, grew up in a highly religious family that adhered to a meticulously structured lifestyle governed by their church. This religious household was known for its strict routine, which encompassed a plethora of activities, such as prayer gatherings, swimming competitions, camping expeditions, festive celebrations, and weekly Sunday worship. These events were meticulously organized by the church that Cynthia and her family faithfully attended. In describing his daughter, Michael Anderson, Cynthia's father, portrayed her as a quiet and compliant individual who preferred to keep a low profile but was still able to cultivate numerous friendships within her social circle. Cynthia, a young and appealing woman, managed to captivate others with her charm, despite being raised in a household with strict rules. Despite adhering to her parents' regulations, she found companionship in a boyfriend who shared her religious beliefs within the same church community. As the summer unfolded, Cynthia's father expressed concern about her increasingly investing time in her appearance, seemingly embracing a debutante-like persona. Although she worked diligently as a legal secretary in Toledo, Ohio, Cynthia had made the decision to leave her job behind to pursue her education at the Bible College, the very same institution attended by her boyfriend. The anticipation of her final day at work grew, as her dedication to preparing for this new chapter in her life left her yearning for a fresh start. Last year, in a peculiar twist of events, a striking display caught Cynthia's attention from her desk. Positioned on a wall opposite her window, which was easily visible from the outside, was an intriguing graffiti that read, "I love you, Cindy," in bold, imposing letters, accompanied by a modest GW in the corner. Of notable importance was the fact that Cynthia was the solitary Cindy in the entire strip mall vicinity where this graffiti emerged. Its placement seemed intentionally orchestrated, designed to exclusively capture Cynthia's gaze. Nevertheless, a perplexing mystery remained as Cynthia found herself utterly clueless about the identity of the enigmatic GW. For 6 long months, this heartfelt inscription lingered on the wall, an enigmatic and thought-provoking tribute. Eventually, time took its toll, and the message was begrudgingly concealed. However, fate had other plans in store for Cynthia. As if scripted in a morose twist of fate, the message resurfaced, now boasting even larger and bolder letters. An ominous foreboding permeated the air, as if to suggest that the haunting graffiti was the mere tip of the iceberg for Cynthia's mounting troubles. In the summer of 1981, Cynthia found herself subjected to a distressing situation whereby she received a multitude of menacing phone calls from unidentified individuals. The explicit content of these messages instilled great fear within her, leading to a series of recurring nightmares where she envisioned herself being violently assaulted by an unknown man. The intensity of her anxiety grew to such an extent that her workplace took proactive measures to ensure her safety, including the installation of an emergency buzzer at her desk and the enforcement of strict office security protocols, such as keeping her doors locked at all times. Regrettably, despite these precautions, the ongoing harassment and intimidation persisted, leaving Cynthia in a constant state of vulnerability. On the morning of August 4th, 1981, Cynthia deviated from her usual routine by skipping breakfast and departing from her parents' house around 8:30 in the morning with the intention of heading to work. Arriving at the office, she was spotted as late as 9:45 in the morning, which suggests that she had indeed made it to her workplace. However, by the time her employer, James Rabbit, arrived at the office around lunchtime, an unsettling scene unfolded before his eyes. Despite the lights being on and the radio playing, there was no trace of Cynthia. The atmosphere was tinged with the pungent scent of nail polish remover, permeating the air. No note had been left behind, and incessant ringing from the phones echoed through the stillness. There were no apparent signs of a struggle, adding to the mystery of Cynthia's sudden disappearance. Intriguingly, the office door remained locked from the inside, which only deepened the perplexity surrounding her absence. Interestingly, although her car was parked in its usual spot in the parking lot, her purse and keys were nowhere to be found. This peculiar circumstance intensified the intrigue surrounding Cynthia's vanishing act. Adding an eerie twist to the perplexing situation, a romance novel that Cynthia had been engrossed in lay open on her desk, revealing a page where the protagonist meets a harrowing fate. This comprehensive and in-depth expansion of the original text sheds further light on the perplexing circumstances of Cynthia. Despite exhaustive efforts, Cynthia Anderson has eluded discovery, leaving her disappearance as an unresolved mystery. Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance. Since his vanishing on July 30th, 1975, the enigma encompassing the events surrounding Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance has attained an almost legendary status, surpassing all other aspects of his life, a remarkable accomplishment in itself. Even now, The demise of Jimmy Hoffa continues to cast a shadow over the entirety of his illustrious existence. The perplexity of what transpired on that fateful day has captured the collective imagination, fostering a sense of intrigue and fascination that transcends time. Jimmy Hoffa, the former leader of the influential and morally compromised Teamsters Union, had gained widespread recognition even before his mysterious disappearance. The fact that he seemingly vanished without a trace was utterly unbelievable, highlighting the ease with which his existence was seemingly wiped from history. This astonishing situation has captivated the public's interest for decades, leaving them perplexed and demanding answers. Jimmy Hoffa, determined not to be overshadowed by anyone in terms of significance, even in his mysterious disappearance, it seems fitting that he would continue to be remembered as one of America's most renowned individuals who went missing. He ultimately became the symbol of those who crossed paths with organized crime during the 1970s, at least in the eyes of the public. Even after several decades have passed, we still find ourselves unable to resist the urge to speculate about the circumstances surrounding Jimmy Hoffa's demise and the truth behind his vanishing all those years ago. Through this enduring fascination, Hoffa's legacy continues to captivate our collective imagination. James Riddle Hoffa, who was born on February 14, 1913, was brought up in Detroit and considered it his lifelong home. During his teenage years, while working at a Kroger grocery store warehouse, Hoffa's exposure to low wages, oppressive supervisors, and the absence of job stability fueled a deep resentment among the employees. This was the catalyst for his foray into union organizing at a young age. In his quest to address these issues, Hoffa embarked on a path that would shape his future and cement his role as a prominent figure in the labor movement. Hoffa's early experiences laid the groundwork for his unwavering determination to fight for fair wages and improved working conditions. James R. Hoffa, a person with an approachable and courageous demeanor, showcased his exceptional leadership potential at an early stage of his career during a tumultuous wildcat strike involving warehouse workers. This strike not only brought about improved pay and working conditions for the workers, but also served as a defining moment for Hoffa. Recognizing his abilities, the Teamsters local swiftly recruited him as an organizer in 1932. Henceforth, Hoffa's life became intricately intertwined with the Teamsters, lasting for more than 5 decades. This enduring association became a substantial and defining aspect of Hoffa's personal and professional journey, outlining his unwavering dedication to the labor movement. Throughout his extensive tenure in the Teamsters, James R. Hoffa emerged as an iconic figure, serving as the organization's most prominent public representative. With a fervent and combative approach, Hoffa passionately advocated for the rights of American trade unions. His captivating televised clashes with Senator Robert Kennedy during a Senate committee inquiry into corruption within the nation's labor unions propelled Hoffa into the spotlight and etched his name into the consciousness of everyday Americans. In doing so, he garnered the unwavering support and admiration of millions of hard-working individuals who viewed him as an unwavering champion, dedicated to advancing their collective interests and ideals. Throughout his life, there were extensive records and widespread coverage of Jimmy Hoffa's connections to criminal figures. These associations played a significant role in his ability to enhance and fortify the Teamsters Union, ultimately transforming it into one of the nation's most influential labor unions, if not the outright most dominant. The depth and breadth of Hoffa's relationship with organized crime enabled him to amass considerable power and influence within the Teamsters, shaping the course of union affairs and exerting a formidable presence in the labor landscape of the United States. The pact that Hoffa made with the mob eventually proved to have dire consequences for him. As the 1970s unfolded, a discord arose between the interests of the Teamsters members and those aligned with the mafia, leading Hoffa and the mob to find themselves in conflict with each other. This conflict stemmed from the fact that their goals and purposes had diverged over time. The repercussions of this clash were far-reaching and had a profound impact on the trajectory of Hoffa's life and the dynamics between the Teamsters and the mafia. Given the stubborn stance of both sides, neither showing any willingness to compromise, the prospect of widespread violence erupting across the nation among rival mob factions became a genuine and imminent concern. The escalating tensions and unresolved conflict between these groups created a precarious situation where a violent confrontation seemed almost inevitable. It never actually reached that point, as Jimmy Hoffa mysteriously vanished on July 30th, 1975, leaving no trace or communication thereafter. This puzzling disappearance has remained an enduring enigma, captivating the public's curiosity for decades. The information available suggests that on July 30th, 1975, the last known sighting of Jimmy Hoffa took place in the parking lot of the Machus Red Fox restaurant in Bloomfield Township, Michigan. It is noteworthy that Hoffa had agreed to meet with a select group of influential individuals associated with organized crime, specifically the mafia families who were at the center of the ongoing disagreement between himself and the Teamsters locals across the nation. These families had been gradually gaining control over numerous Teamsters locals, creating a significant conflict of interest. The ostensible purpose of the meeting appeared to be a resolution of the leadership and control dispute within the Teamsters Union. However, upon closer examination, it becomes evident that the meeting was orchestrated as a clever trap, aimed at perpetrating the heinous crime of assassinating the influential labor leader. Despite the prevailing belief that Jimmy Hoffa met his demise at the hands of a mob assassin, his remains have eluded discovery thus far. In addition, law enforcement could not gather sufficient evidence to bring charges against the prominent individuals connected to organized crime who were likely complicit in the assassination. Consequently, this case has remained an unsolved investigation over the years, even though Jimmy Hoffa was officially declared deceased in 1982. The mystery surrounding his disappearance continues to intrigue the public, leading to countless theories and speculations about his ultimate fate. The truth of the matter remains elusive when it comes to the fate of the notorious labor leader, and despite numerous attempts at forensic investigation, a definitive explanation of what truly befell him has yet to surface. Nevertheless, speculations surrounding the demise of Jimmy Hoffa are numerous, some of which are widely recognized and filled with macabre details that never fail to captivate the public's enduring fascination. One of the most widely recognized and long-standing theories surrounding the mysterious disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa suggests that he was subjected to a brutal fate. According to this theory, he was allegedly fired at, and his remains were then frozen. To conceal the evidence, it is believed that his body was buried within the cement foundation of Giants Stadium. The account of Jimmy Hoffa's demise initially became widely known in 1989, when Donald Frankos granted an interview. In this interview, Frankos alleged that Hoffa met his untimely end at the hands of Jimmy Coonan, a prominent figure in the Irish Mafia of New York. According to Frankos, Coonan orchestrated Hoffa's murder and concealed his remains at the home field utilized by the New York Giants and New York Jets football teams. This revelation shed new light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding Hoffa's disappearance and offered a compelling twist to the narrative. As per Frankos's account, it is stated that following Coonan's action of taking out Hoffa with a suppressed .22 caliber handgun inside a residence in Mount Clemens, Michigan, he, along with John Sullivan, a hitman associated with the New York Mafia, proceeded to take apart Hoffa using a combination of a power saw and meat cleaver. Afterward, the bags containing Jimmy Hoffa's remains were transported to the expansive construction site of Giant Stadium, which eventually opened its doors the following year. The bags were intentionally blended into the concrete foundation beneath what would later become Section 107. This specific section happened to be situated in close proximity to the end zone of the stadium's football field. In fact, a detailed map of the stadium was even created, highlighting the precise location where Hoffa's body was clandestinely interred. This intriguing revelation was prominently featured in a news article, accompanied by the striking headline, "Hoffa Goes Deep." According to Frankos, Coonan, and an accomplice, they provided him with details of how the murder of Jimmy Hoffa was executed after it had already occurred. Frankos asserted that he disclosed this information to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in 1986. However, the FBI didn't find substantial evidence to substantiate Frankos's claim, despite taking the allegations seriously in 1989. It is worth noting that Frankos, who was under the protection of the Federal Witness Program in preparation for testifying against notorious New York crime boss John Gotti, faced challenges in supporting his statement. Furthermore, Investigators associated with the Jimmy Hoffa case have contradicted Francos's assertion that he informed the FBI about these details back in 1986. The theory surrounding Jimmy Hoffa's passing lacked tangible evidence, leading to its dismissal as another anecdotal account in the extensive collection of Hoffa-related stories. As an indication of the diminishing significance given to this theory, when Giant Stadium was demolished in 2010, the FBI chose not to participate in any search efforts at the site. This lack of action can be attributed to the absence of substantial proof or leads that would warrant further investigation. The mystery of the Gardner Museum heist. On the fateful day of March 18, 1990, the distinguished Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, situated in the lively city of Boston, tragically became the target of an audacious and unparalleled art heist, forever etching its name in the annals of history. This nefarious act of criminality resulted in the disappearance of a relatively small number of prized artworks, a mere 13 in total. During the fateful night of the heist, it was observed that there were 2 guards assigned to the premises, both of whom had limited experience in their roles. One of these guards, who goes by the name Richard E. Abath, had an interesting background that involved dropping out of music school and being a member of a rock band. He openly admitted that on numerous occasions, after performing with his band, he would arrive at work under the influence. However, he vehemently insisted that on the night of the robbery, he was completely sober and free from any impairments. In the early hours of the morning, precisely at 12:54, an unexpected occurrence disrupted the tranquility of the museum as a fire alarm abruptly rang out, originating from the 3rd floor. Acting promptly, Abath, the vigilant security personnel, promptly went to investigate the situation, only to discover that there was no sign of any fire hazard or smoke. The nature of this incident, and its potential connections to the nefarious intentions of the thieves, remain shrouded in uncertainty. Approximately half an hour later, precisely at 1:24 in the morning, a peculiar incident unfolded that further intensified the intrigue surrounding the museum. 2 individuals, skillfully disguising themselves as Boston police officers, appeared at the security desk where Abath was diligently stationed, buzzing for attention. Claiming to be responding to a disturbance call, they forcefully demanded entry into the premises. The security guard at the museum, against museum protocol, allowed the 2 men to enter through the employee entrance. As they approached Abath, who was stationed behind the desk, one of them recognized him and falsely claimed that there was a warrant out for his arrest. Deceived by this information, Abath was coerced to step away from his control desk, which held the vital silent alarm button. Subsequently, he was instructed to face the wall and subsequently handcuffed. Another guard appeared and was similarly apprehended. When the perplexed second guard questioned the reason for his arrest, one of the men clarified that this was not an arrest, but a planned robbery. They explicitly warned both guards against causing any trouble, assuring that their cooperation would guarantee their safety. Approximately 81 minutes elapsed before the culprits successfully absconded with a collection of 13 invaluable masterpieces. Not stopping there, they cunningly acquired a petite yet significant self-portrait etching by Rembrandt, which had been discreetly affixed to the side of a chest. Today, the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum bears witness to empty frames, purposefully left as a poignant reminder of the stolen artistic treasures. As of now, the elusive thieves have managed to evade capture, and the whereabouts of these exceptional masterpieces remain shrouded in mystery. Eager to recover their invaluable possessions, the museum has offered an astounding $10 million reward to anyone who can provide credible information leading to their retrieval. Why were medieval knights depicted fighting snails? The hand-drawn illustrations discovered in the borders of ancient texts can be just as captivating as the texts themselves. A notable instance of this is the bizarre and recurrent depiction of knights engaging in battles against snails. During the period spanning from the late 13th century to the 15th century, depictions of knights engaging in combat with snails can be found in various unexpected contexts throughout medieval literature. These images provide intriguing glimpses into the perceptions and beliefs of medieval society regarding the world they inhabited. During the late 13th century, around 1290, depictions of knights battling snails began to appear in illuminated manuscripts from North France. Subsequently, these illustrations also surfaced in Flemish and English manuscripts, albeit with slightly less frequency. Surprisingly, these drawings of snails often seem to have no connection to the nearby illustrations or written content. In various French folktale manuscripts, doodles frequently portrayed a knight armed and facing off against a snail, whose horns were elongated and resembled arrows. The illustrations depicted the knights wielding a range of weapons, such as sticks, maces, flails, axes, swords, and even forks. Snail attackers are predominantly male warriors, but there is a solitary recorded case of a female challenging a snail armed with a spear and shield. As these sketches depicting snail battles gained popularity in manuscripts, they became an established feature of medieval imagery. Subsequently, they extended their influence to various aspects of medieval society. The decorative carvings found on Lyon Cathedral's main entrance in France, dating back to around 1310, provide an intriguing glimpse into medieval art. Among these carvings, there is a depiction of a knight facing off against a snail, as well as another scene featuring a man brandishing an axe at a snail-like creature with a human head. These intricate panels serve as a testament to the artistic intricacy and creativity prevalent during that time period. Throughout their journeys across different countries, the motif of knights fighting against snails remained relatively consistent, indicating the possibility of a deeper underlying significance. During the medieval era, the reasons behind the widespread popularity of depictions featuring battles between snails and knights remain uncertain. However, one hypothesis suggests that these illustrations serve to inject humor into otherwise monotonous and serious texts. Numerous doodles depict knights relinquishing their swords or humbly kneeling before their small-shelled adversaries, thereby enhancing the satirical undertones. Additionally, there are several illustrations featuring women imploring knights to refrain from engaging the formidable creatures. Snails were acknowledged during the medieval era for their exceptional strength, as they possessed the ability to transport their dwellings on their backs. Consequently, encountering a snail could serve as a trial to assess an individual's physical resilience and psychological toughness. The snail, which was once seen as a symbol of false bravery, now faces the threat of being pursued and eliminated as a way to demonstrate power and valor. During the 1300s, just like other subjects depicted in illuminated manuscripts, the representation of the snail and knight gradually declined and became less popular over time. Interestingly, there was a temporary resurgence of interest in the snail and knight duo towards the late 15th century in medieval manuscripts.
A discovered 1.8 billion-year-old nuclear reactor. Back in 1972, when a large amount of uranium ore was mined from the Oklo mine located out in the country of Gabon, a small nation found in Central Africa, scientists began to test the uranium deposits to catalogue the amount of recovered uranium-235 that was gathered from the site and could be used for ongoing efforts of nuclear fission and nuclear reactors. Unfortunately, they quickly realised that a substantial amount of uranium-235 was missing from the ore deposits, as uranium-235 naturally forms a solid concentration of 0.072%, but found a significant amount lacking from the mined minerals. As they investigated the situation, believing that perhaps more than 200 kilograms had been stolen, they quickly realised that located near the mined location was the perfect conditions to form a believed to be naturally forming nuclear reactor that is dated to be roughly 1.8 billion years old. Scientists claim that the uranium ore was used up when a naturally formed cavern using groundwater to help stabilise the nuclear reaction was discovered underground. Theorists, however, have an alternative explanation. Given the fact that the specifications required to form a naturally made nuclear reactor require specific storage of the uranium-235, the continued influx of water and a number of steps to prevent the compounds from becoming superheated, it is believed that the location is not naturally formed and rather the use of a primitive nuclear reactor by time-travelling humans needed to create a substantial amount of energy. Today, the claim is widely debated as one of the key pieces of evidence of time-travelling humans and their influence on the past.
Andrew Basiago claims the US sent him on time travels. Our next mysterious individual is none other than an attorney who claims he was part of a time travel program as a child. Andrew Basiago has been publicly claiming that he participated in Project Pegasus from the ages of 7 to 12. The secret project was said to be run by the government and it worked on teleportation and time travel. Basiago explains that they were training children among adults to test the mental and physical effects of time travel on both children and adults. He claims that children were at an advantage to adults because they could adapt to the moving between the past, present and future much more easily than adults could. Ever since publicly announcing his so-called experience with time travel, there have been many skeptics. Many physicists, such as Hong Kong's Sheng Wang Du, had stated that time travel is impossible at this time because nothing can move faster than the speed of light. With that being said, there have been some claims that support Basiago's story, such as that of Alfred Webre, who is a lawyer that specializes in exopolitics. Exopolitics consists of the political implications of the extraterrestrial presence on Earth. He strongly believes that time travel has been around for over 40 years, but the Defense Department is hoarding the technology instead of putting it to good use. Webre further explains that this mode of transportation is inexpensive and environmentally friendly, which leaves us questioning why it would not be used if the technology was available. He claims that it was used years ago to send troops to battle, but no one has yet to prove that theory. Returning to the life of Basiago, he apparently experienced 8 different time travel technologies during the program. The main device he used was a teleporter that was based on the drawings found by Nikola Tesla after he passed away in 1943. He describes the machine as 2 grey elliptical booms about 8 feet tall that were separated by 10 feet. In between, there was a shimmering curtain of radiant energy. Radiant energy is a form of energy that Tesla discovered and used to bend the properties of time and space. By jumping through the field of radiant energy, participants would enter a tunnel, and when they felt the tunnel close, they would be at their destination. He said it felt as if they were moving very quickly, or not at all. With so much to say about time travel, Basiago must have had some proof to go along with it. However, he claims that he can be seen in a photograph of Abraham Lincoln in 1863 and speaks to his experience being there. When asked about returning back to present day, he says that if he were a hologram for 15 minutes or less, the hologram would collapse, and he'd find himself back in the present about a minute later. Does this mean that he truly time-travelled, or was it all a figment of his imagination? With apparently about 100 people working on this secret project, no one else has yet to step forward and confirm what Basiago is saying to be true. It appears as if we may never know the truth, but maybe one day that will change. Sewil, possible uncontacted tribe. Sewil are considered to be a race of wild humanoids, a species that closely resembles humankind but with notable significant differences. Thought to be similar to known humanoid species in Indonesia, Sewil lives in the jungles of Java, also in Indonesia, mostly surrounding Meru Batiri National Park. Sewil is derived from the Japanese word meaning little, so it should come as no surprise that the distinctive differences between the human race and Sewil tribe is size. A physical account of the Sewil tribe describes them as reaching less than a meter in height, travelling unclothed and in groups, with a fair amount of body hair and hair that reaches to their shoulders. These humanoids often frequent areas surrounding water in order to access seafood such as fish, crab and shrimp, which we believe composes the main basis of their diet. Fishing often takes place using handcrafted tools such as spears, as well as small bags in order to carry their food and supplies. While us humans appear keen to interact and increase our sightings, the Sewil tribe have been known, so far, to run from humans or jump in order to flee from us. These humanoids have a reputation for their agility, being able to jump to both impressive heights and lengths when you consider their relative height. What makes these humanoids unique is how advanced they appear to be. The tribe seems to be remarkably close to human life, like ourselves. Sewil live and function as part of a community, and their relatively advanced tools indicate a higher intelligence than other known humanoid tribes. For example, the Orang Pendek tribe is referred to as being similar to small gorillas, and the Ibu Gogo having a close resemblance to orangutans. Heri Budi Ermawan, a municipal council member, explored the jungles of Java to aim to find the Sibyl. He saw them, but, in keeping with expectations, the men ran. Strangely, when Ermawan took some covert photos from a distance, the photos were developed to reveal only background, with the Sibyl tribe members being absent from the frame. Anang Retano ventured with the mysterious tracks team in order to find the Sibyl people in 2011, and they saw tracks they had left. Retano discovered some tracks along the estuary of the Nangalang River, with the length from toe to ankle reaching just 9.2 centimeters and only 2 centimeters in width. Video footage was retrieved in which 3 men can be seen to run into the jungle. The video suggested the Sibyl tribe make a phonetic sound likened to a monkey. For now, we remain unable to contact this tribe, though hopefully this can change in the near future. Plenty of animals, humanoids, and monsters live on the brink of discovery, and while for now we watch from a distance, reporting encounters and taking photos, perhaps one day we can truly understand the other life that lives amongst us on Earth. The Black-Eyed Children of Cannock Chase. The Black-Eyed Children are contemporary legends, first referenced in American folklore. If you've never heard of them, you would probably be wondering what and who they are. However, this eerie entity seems to be anything but human. Some think that black-eyed children are creatures of the supernatural, and it's reported that they are often found hitchhiking or in strange places alone. In 2014, residents of a small area of green countryside and quaint villages in Staffordshire, England, allegedly had an experience with these strange beings. Lee Brickley, a paranormal investigator from the local area, received a letter from a resident of the area who believed she'd seen a black-eyed girl in Cannock Chase. The investigator took one look at the description and immediately realised that this specific sighting had occurred before in the area. However, this was 30 years earlier. Lee released a description which his own aunt provided of the girl she'd seen in the 1980s, and locals immediately drew comparisons between the two figures. He described his aunt's encounter. My aunt was only 18 years old at the time. In the summer of 1982, herself and a friend would frequently meet on Cannock Chase in the evenings. An evening, just before the darkness approached, we heard a small child hysterically yelling. We couldn't work out whether she was in danger or not. Nevertheless, rushing to find the yells, we stumbled upon a footpath and caught sight of a girl about 6 years old sprinting in the opposite direction. When they caught up, the girl turned around and stared into my aunt's eyes, then proceeded to run off into the pitch-dark woodland. She described her eyes as being entirely black with no trace of white. A police search was conducted but was unsuccessful. At the time, no one had any reason to believe anything paranormal was going on. The girl certainly appeared to be of flesh and blood. The latest description of the black-eyed girl of Cannock Chase was provided by a woman under the name of Mrs. Kelly. My daughter and I were walking through the Birches Valley, an area well known for its impressive sightings. However, we stopped in our tracks when we heard the screams of a young girl. Unsure if the noise was a boy or a girl, they undoubtedly gave the impression they were in a state of turmoil. However, they sounded close, therefore we immediately started to run towards the noise. Unsure of the whereabouts of the child, we stopped to catch our breath and tried to relocate where the noise was. That's when I turned around and saw a girl stood behind me, no older than 10 years old. She had her hands over her eyes, like she was scared or hiding something. I asked if she had been the one shouting. She then put her arms by her sides and opened her eyes. That's when I saw they were completely black. It was like looking into the state of nothingness. I jumped back and grabbed my daughter. I blinked and the child was gone. It was strange and bizarre. Lee Brickley, the investigator, believes that black-eyed children, like those found in Cannock Chase, are actually demonic beings and exist for evil purposes. He also recognizes that, of many of the sightings of black-eyed children, it seems as if the creatures are leading others towards some sort of danger. One thing has been recognized. The Cannock Chase sightings are the only sightings that occur during the daytime. Whether these sightings are false or actually credible, we do not know. However, you definitely wouldn't want to stumble across a black-eyed child at any time of day. The disappearance of George Smith. George Allen Smith was on board the Royal Caribbean International cruise ship Brilliance of the Seas with his wife Jennifer, both celebrating their honeymoon, having married in Connecticut just 10 days previously. They were a young couple in their 20s and adamant their marriage would get off to a luxurious start, and one where they could continue to party and celebrate their marriage vows. The newlyweds boarded at Barcelona on Wednesday the 29th of June 2005, and the cruise was due to stop in Greece, France, Turkey and Italy, amongst other stunning locations along the way. By all accounts, George and Jennifer appeared to be having a wonderful time in those first few days of their honeymoon. After dinner on the evening of July the 4th, the couple continued their night with drinks at the ship's disco. George noticed his wife flirting with a man on the dance floor and attempted to intervene. The couple were last seen together when a fiery argument broke out between them, culminating in Jennifer kicking her new husband in the groin and storming out of the disco. The next day, a 16-year-old girl stepped onto her balcony looking to take photos of the spectacular sunrise. Instead, she was greeted with something far more sinister on the overhang of the lifeboats: a huge blood stain on the lifeboat canopy. Security quickly determined that the only people unaccounted for were the Smiths, and moved to find out where they were. Jennifer was found having a massage. She had no memory of what had happened after the casino and awoke in their cabin with no sign of George. She assumed he had gone to sleep in another room, something he had done before. Further searches of the ship revealed no clues as to George's whereabouts. However, bloodstains were found in his cabin as well as on the side of the ship. Foul play was suspected, and the FBI were brought on board to start their own investigations. The matter was referred to the Mafia Division of the FBI with an initial theory that this was a robbery gone bad, with the unfortunate newlywed subsequently thrown from his room over the side of the ship and into the watery depths below. Indeed, Smith's family, citing accounts of other men with him in his cabin and the sounds of arguing before a thud was heard between 4 and 5 a.m., when detectives believed Jennifer had returned to their room, said they believe he was murdered. The FBI investigated for 10 years before telling the family they couldn't prove his death was a homicide and not an accident, a decision that outraged and disgusted Smith's relatives. His body was never found. Cindy Song. Hyung-Yong Cindy Song was a senior college student at Pennsylvania State University when she went missing. On Halloween of 2001, she attended a costume party with 2 of her friends dressed as a bunny. The 3 stayed at the party until 2 a.m., stopping at a friend's house to play video games before going home. At 4 a.m., Cindy's friends dropped her off at her apartment. She was never seen again after that. Upon conducting a search of her apartment, it was confirmed that there was no sign of forced entry or struggle. Her school backpack and mobile phone were all found in the apartment. Her purse, containing credit cards and her driver's license, however, was missing. Police believed Song was still wearing her costume when she left the apartment because it, too, was not found. A phone analysis was conducted, revealing no inbound or outbound calls, messages or emails, adding to the confusion and lack of evidence leading to any suspects. Tickets to a concert and a printed receipt for a computer were both found in her apartment, providing evidence that she was making future plans that did not involve running away or disappearing. According to her friends and family, there was no evidence that Song was depressed, unhappy, or intending to run away. She was always considered upbeat, friendly, and outgoing, including on the night that she vanished. The surrounding wooded areas were also searched but revealed nothing linked to the case. It is thought that while on her way to a 24-hour supermarket, Song was abducted either on the way or at the location. Others believe that she may have left her apartment with someone close to her that she trusted, and her life was taken. Adding to the mystery and confusion, a woman of a similar description was later seen being forced into a car by a man in Philadelphia, 200 miles away from her apartment. It was reported that she was screaming and resisting, crying for help, but finding none. The man remains a possible suspect, although police do not know who he is. The man has still not been found. A few more suspects were discovered about 2 years later in 2003, including Hugo Selensky. A co-defendant in his case told police that he and an accomplice, Michael Kukowski, had abducted and taken the life of a woman from Pennsylvania State College that matched Song's description, although nothing was ever confirmed. The report led authorities to 5 bodies, which were all DNA tested for identification. None of them, however, were found to be Song. Even recently, in 2014, 7 more bodies were discovered on Selensky's property. Again, authorities hoped that perhaps Song's body would be found and the case would be solved. However, her body was not one of those, and has still never been found. This case remains unsolved, as no new evidence has surfaced regarding what may have happened to Song after that Halloween night. The Willis Tower Sighting. Back in Chicago, our final humanoid sighting story comes from the Willis Tower, a breathtaking skyscraper standing at 527 meters tall. In 2017, a man was innocently going about his day in the city until he looked up at the Willis Tower. As the man cast his gaze to the very top of the tower, he spotted something utterly bizarre and utterly fascinating, as well as a bit disconcerting. A creature which looked about 6 feet tall, and attached to its human-like body, it had a huge pair of wings that propelled it into the sky. It swooped low before soaring back off into the distance, leaving the witness understandably shaken. Unsure of what to do, the man contacted a local paranormal sighting researcher named Lon Strickler. He explained to Strickler that the creature reminded him of a mantis and was dark green in color. The being apparently mutated in flight, changing in its form and appearance. Strickler himself was well aware of humanoid sightings in the area and is one of the most prominent researchers in this field, but even he admitted it was unusual to see a humanoid of this type. They apparently tend to be black or grey and more bat-like in shape. This was the 22nd sighting in Chicago in 2017 alone, and it's been noted that humanoids tend to appear at dusk or during the night, especially in the Lake Michigan area. But despite the flurry of activity in 2017, Chicago's flying humanoid sightings seem to have gone a little quiet. Whatever paranormal goings-on are occurring near Lake Michigan, they sure make terrifying stories. 3 rather strange but somewhat intriguing and mysterious flying creature stories. These so-called humanoids might seem ridiculous for the majority of us, but for a handful of people out there, they're simply all too real. Yet, all of those who have witnessed these somewhat incredible creatures will agree on one thing. They definitely aren't the product of somebody's imagination. And given the number of sightings in one area over the course of a year, it's understandable why interest in humanoids grew. Adam's Bridge. Structures made by early humans are understandably uncommon. Years of wear and tear, as well as intentional damage over the centuries, means that many of our ancestors' humble buildings have been lost to time. Because of this, you might be surprised to learn of a supposedly man-made structure that you very well may never have heard of. Pamban Island, a small island situated in the peninsula of India. Nearby is Manor Island, which belongs to Sri Lanka. You've likely never heard of these islands, let alone spotted them on a map, but in these islands lies one of the most fascinating pieces of local geography in all of Asia, and possibly the entire world. Between Pamban and Manor Island is a series of shoals made out of limestone. These shoals extend the length of ocean between Pamban Island and Manor Island, and geological evidence strongly suggests that the area was once a land bridge connecting India and Sri Lanka. These shoals have come to be known as Adam's Bridge or Rama's Bridge, but many believe that the strange geological feature is not as natural as we might think and may actually be the result of someone or something putting it there. Stories of Adam's Bridge not being a natural occurrence are not anything new. In ancient Indian tradition, the demon Ramayana, the ruler of now Sri Lanka, captured Rama's wife in an act of revenge. The story goes that in order to cross the great expanse of water to Sri Lanka, a bridge was made through the help of Vanaras, which are intelligent monkey warriors. But recent claims have pointed towards less mystical origins, and some suggest that the strange limestone bridge could be a structure laid by human hands. One scientist in particular, Dr. S. Badrina Rayanan, the former director of the Geological Survey of India, as well as the former coordinator of the Survey Division of the National Institute of Ocean Technology, believes in this theory. Dr. Badrina Rayanan reportedly made an investigation on Rama's Bridge and now believes with certainty that the location is not a natural formation, but one made with human intervention. Alongside his team, Badrina Rayanan surveyed the bridge with the use of boreholes, drilling a total of 10 along its length. The findings of the investigation have led Dr. Badrina Rayanan, amongst others, to believe that a natural formation of the bridge is impossible. This is due to the claim that the team found a consistent layer of materials roughly 6 meters below the surface. This layer was made of sandstone, corals, and boulder formations. Surprised by the find, a group of divers later went to examine the underwater conditions of the bridge. The boulders observed from above were found to be atypical to that which is normally found in ocean waters, and were later found to have originated on either the Indian or Sri Lankan side of the large causeway. This, along with signs that ancient quarrying took place in the area, brought Dr. Badrina Rayanan to the conclusion that the materials were moved intentionally on the sand of the shallow waters. On the discovery, Dr. Badrina Rayanan said, "It is not a natural formation. The top portion of it appears to be a man-made structure. What is known as Adam's Bridge is originally a natural grade divide separating the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean to the south, so the geological aspects are different on either side." Dr. Badrina Rayanan added, "We found marine sands on top and below that was a mixed assemblage of corals, calcareous sandstone and boulder-like materials. Surprisingly, below that, up to 4.5 meters, again we found loose sand, and after that, hard formations were there. Below the corals and boulders, we are getting loose sand, which means it is not natural." Of course, scientists are in disagreement with Dr. Badrina Rayanan's findings, and the origins of the bridge more generally. Savrat Kher, a geology expert with a focus in marine geological formations, firmly disagrees with the man-made hypothesis. In his own words, "During the Pleistocene Ice Age period, glacial buildup and melting forced fluctuations in sea level by tens of meters, setting up the conditions for several episodes of coral reef and sand shoal formation. During periods of large sea level drops in the Pleistocene, there would have been a land connection between India and Sri Lanka." What do you think? Could this land bridge simply be a natural phenomenon, or is the evidence for human intervention just too much to ignore? The Firefighter and the Ghost. From the native Indians who settled on the plains to the unstoppable machine that was westward expansion, states such as Indiana have a rich history. Whilst aesthetically stunning, some consider Indiana rightly or wrongly to be a little, forgotten. Although this assumption is not exactly true, something that is undisputable is that the state has had its fair share of terrifying supernatural encounters. Much of the superstition in Indiana is based on folklore, and in the town of Gary, a belief in the paranormal perhaps now runs a little deeper after a spine-chilling event that took place in 2015. An abandoned and dilapidated town, Gary's population is small and crime rates are high. As such, old buildings are prone to setting ablaze, and the city's fire brigade are often busy. But one call-out to battle a small wooden shack that had caught fire was one that the firefighter in question will likely never forget. After taking a few photographs of the blaze for training purposes before posting the pictures on Facebook, the firefighter's family spotted something strange in the window of the fiery abode. Standing in the flames was the horrifying figure of a man dressed in black. The bizarre thing was that the house was known to be long empty, and the firefighters had not heard any signs of distress coming from the building as they put out the fire. As such, residents of Gary came to the only conclusion that they thought fitted the strange event, that the malevolent man in black could only be something from another world, namely a ghost or spirit of some sort. Of course, this cannot be verified, but in a town that has been largely abandoned, even the strangest things are not out of the realms of possibility. Eerie note mother of 3 scrawled after seeing heaven. Tina Hines awoke after passing away for 27 minutes and immediately reached for a notepad to scrawl a shocking message to her loved ones. It's real. The mother of 3 had always been healthy and was preparing for a hike with her husband Brian near her home in Phoenix, Arizona, just moments before suffering a sudden cardiac arrest. Brian saw his wife drop to the ground and watched her in sheer panic as she turned a gruesome purple. He immediately called for emergency personnel and started giving her CPR, he stated. The mother of 3 was momentarily revived twice by Brian before paramedics arrived and took over. In the harrowing ambulance ride and at the emergency room, Tina continued to flutter between losing her life and being alive. She was resuscitated 6 times before stabilizing in the hospital. When she finally returned to consciousness, she was intubated and unable to speak. However, she had a message to tell, and it was not going to wait. As soon as she could, Tina gestured for something to write with so she could scribble a telling message. It's real. When her loved ones read this message, they asked her what was real. The still intubated Tina simply nodded upward. She says that she saw heaven that day. It was so real, the colours were so vibrant, Tina said. She described seeing Jesus standing before black gates on the backdrop of a bright, glowing yellow light. Tina is grateful to be alive today to share her story. About 90% of people who suffer sudden cardiac arrest do not live to tell the story. But her husband's quick reactions and immediate CPR truly made the difference. Survival rates for cardiac arrest increase dramatically when a bystander can quickly administer CPR. This boosts rates of survival from a grim 10% to nearly 45%. Tina is the perfect example of this unpredictability as someone with no history of heart or other serious health problems. Anyone can experience an unexpected glitch in the electrical system that keeps the heart's rhythm, stopping it in its tracks. This brutal fate takes over 356,000 lives a year in the United States. The vast majority of victims have no memory of their technical passing over, but 10 to 20% have a visual or sensory near passing over experience, according to various studies on this. This phenomenon has been the focus of study for many scientists, and research has begun to unveil the explanation of what is happening in the brain when the heart stops. Once the heart stops beating, blood will eventually stop flowing to the brain. But in the immediate aftermath of sudden cardiac arrest, something unique seems to happen, according to a small 2013 University of Michigan study on rats. When researchers induced cardiac arrest in 9 animals, they observed an unexplained burst in brain activity in the moments that would normally precede their passover. This was not just any activity either. It was observed that in a dying brain they saw a widespread, transient surge of highly synchronized brain activity that had features associated with a highly aroused brain. In other words, the final moments of life, the brain becomes hyperactive and behaves as if it is very much alive, with deeply complex thoughts. They suspect that this burst of surprisingly organized, likely conscious brain activity may be the root cause as to how people experience visions just before they depart from life. Furthermore, religious people are more likely to see heaven during these NDEs than non-religious people. For Tina and her family, the evidence is clear. Heaven is a real place. Tina's niece, Maddie Johnson, even got her aunt's message tattooed on her wrist to remind her of this life-changing moment. Canadian police investigate after 14th human foot washes up on coastline. If you are familiar with unsolved mysteries and true crime stories, you might just have heard of the strange phenomenon of human feet washing up on coastlines around Canada's British Columbia. To make the story even stranger, these feet were all wearing running shoes, and some of the bodies have never, ever been found. This instance is actually the 14th such occurrence of feet washing ashore. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police made the discovery of the 14th foot, but the pattern first emerged in 2007 and has yet to be solved. This particular foot was discovered on Gabriola Island in the Strait of Georgia. According to the report by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, a man was walking on the island's beach before noticing a strange object. It looked like a foot inside a hiking boot, which had become stuck inside a log jam, which is where a large number of logs blocks a flow of water. Some theorists have suggested that the feet are the result of accidents at sea, such as shipwrecks or plane crashes. Another explanation is natural disasters, such as tsunamis. Another, more sinister theory is that it could be the work of organized crime groups or even the plot of a serial attacker. Some people have attempted to play pranks on law enforcement by adding phony shoes with fake human bones. "We've had people put dog-foot skeletons in runners and leave them on the beach," said Barb McClintock of the province's coroner's office, and somebody even used some old chicken bones. McClintock suggested that the reason why all of the feet are wearing running shoes is because the light, buoyant nature of the shoes allows the feet to float on the water's surface. It also acts as a layer of protection from decomposition. A previous foot was found in a similar fashion on Vancouver Island. In December 2017, a dog walker found a shoe tangled in seaweed after his dog led him to it. That specific foot was identified as belonging to a 79-year-old man from Washington State, United States. That particular man was listed as missing but later found washed up. There is still no explanation for his passing of life. Despite the spooky circumstances, the British Columbia Coroner's Office does not believe the feet are related to anything untoward. A number of the feet have been identified, and the coroner states that the individuals who the feet belong to either passed away accidentally or ended their lives themselves. The feet then separate from the body due to decomposition, but their shoes protect the feet until they eventually wash ashore. Still, the story is yet to be solved, as are the identities of multiple owners of the washed-up remains. Scientists suggest that octopus could be aliens. When talk turns to potential extraterrestrial life on Earth, most minds immediately jump to conspiracy theorists and science fiction plots. Few expect to read findings from the scientific community hinting at alien life. Yet that is exactly what has recently come to light, and not in the way that you would think. A scientific paper published in 2018 in the journal Progress in Biophysics and Molecular Biology attempts to explain the origins of life on Earth, and makes some startling hypotheses about the octopus, suggesting that the unusual creature possesses a genome that may have gotten its start from somewhere outside of Earth. When studying the development of species, the octopus presents a unique set of problems, which is what has prompted scientists to look beyond Earth for answers. For most species, distinctive and especially unusual features evolved slowly over millions of years, and this progression can be more or less tracked through the species. However, the striking features of cephalopods, such as their large brains and sophisticated color and shape-changing abilities, arrived relatively suddenly in the evolutionary gene pool. A huge leap such as this is especially unlikely in the more advanced characteristics of a highly developed species. These traits burst onto the scene hundreds of millions of years ago in what is known as the Cambrian explosion, where several modern-day animal groups suddenly began to exist in a form recognizable today. Nobody knows what exactly led to this event, although there are several theories. One possible explanation, specifically mentioned in the paper with regards to cephalopods, revolves around the cryopreserving ability of space and suggests that a piece of space rock or comet hurtling towards Earth could have contained viable specimens of an early form of fertilized squid or octopus eggs and released its contents as it crashed into our atmosphere, effectively merging extraterrestrial genes with the genomes on Earth. Another hypothesizes that alien viruses crashed to Earth in a similar manner and infected the genomes of a primitive version of the squid and caused the strange evolution into what we know as octopus today. This is not the first time such a theory has been suggested with regards to the evolution of life on Earth, as it is occasionally brought up as a potential explanation for the currently genetically unexplainable. However, such a theory rests entirely upon the assumption that life does exist elsewhere in the cosmos and that these life forms could have been transported across the vastness of space on a comet until they reached Earth. Understandably, hypotheses of this nature are impossible to prove, and will likely remain just a hypothesis for the years to come. But the idea that we could be sharing our planet with creatures evolved from extraterrestrials is fascinating. Sightings of the Zimbabwe merfolk. Unlike the cute, animated portrayals of the mythical creature, the mermaids of Zimbabwe have been a recurring problem for those living nearby large waterways in the country, as the humanoid creatures have reportedly been at the centre of a variety of random attacks, terrifying vandalism, and delays in construction efforts. Back in 2012, while working on the Gokwe and Osborne dams, the Zimbabwe construction company claimed that nearly every employee had left the construction site in fear for their lives after having been attacked by a strange humanoid river monster known as the Mamba Muntu. It was believed that the Mambu Muntu used the rivers as natural outlets to the ocean, and that they had become terribly angered by the construction efforts. Debates were made on whether or not construction should continue before a full report on the environmental impact was made. However, under pressure of contracts and health standards, construction continued regardless. This forced the local council to hire entirely new workers from out of the country to work on the dam, as the locals refused to continue working on the construction of the project due to their superstitions. Oddly enough, after several weeks, even the foreign workers resigned after claiming to have been attacked by humanoid sea creatures and regarded the entire river as being cursed. In an effort to appease these strange creatures, the council was forced to perform cleansing rituals and make offerings to the creatures before construction began again with no further issues. Although most do not make the connection, Zambia, the closest country to Zimbabwe, built the Kariba Dam in the same waterways within their borders. The project was determined to be a necessity in the region, as the water from the river would not only be able to power all of the electrical requirements for that region, but it would also prove to be a major work program that would allow a number of locals to generate income while working on the projects to be used to help spur the local economy of the region. Unfortunately, many of the religious figures already suffering under the oppressive hand of the government felt that the construction of the dam was a violation of the principles of their god, known as Nyaminyami. Nyaminyami was, more specifically, the god of the river Zambezi, and was believed to reside within the river. Religious figures argued that if the dam was built, then Nyaminyami would curse them for messing with the natural ecosystem and bring on a terrible tragedy, urging the locals to defy the government and refuse construction. Despite this sentiment from the religious leaders, many of the locals would still go on to work on the construction of the dam, assisting in the government's tactic to force the native Batonga people to move from their homes and live elsewhere. Almost as if directly predicted by the religious leaders, shortly after the Batonga people were moved, a devastating flood tore through the region, and due to the half-construction of the dam blocking the only direction for water to flow, it led to the entire dam becoming destroyed, killing every single worker that was working on the construction of the project. Oddly enough, however, not a single body has been recovered. Given the fact that the majority of those who died were locals, this led to many of the relatives begging the religious leaders to help lift the curse and allow the dam to be constructed without any future problems. Religious leaders then gave instructions to the people for the only way that the curse would be lifted. They must sacrifice a calf and offer it to the river. For some inexplicable reason, after the ceremony was completed, the bodies of the workers appeared where the calf was placed in the river, allowing the souls to finally be put to rest. New details emerge. The Shroud of Turin's authenticity has been hotly debated since its first appearance in 1390, while also holding firm the position as one of the most well-known relics of the Catholic Church. Finally, in 1988, a team of scientists were given permission to cut small samples of the cloth and sent it out to 3 different laboratories, all of whom independently dated the cloth to 1260 to 1390 AD. However, even these seemingly definitive results were contested, as critics claimed that the test swatches were from relatively more recent areas where the shroud had been patched, contaminated by a fire in the 16th century, or delivered inaccurate results due to the number of people who have handled the cloth over the centuries. There is vast amounts of evidence for both sides. Firstly, the shroud depicts the full body image of a man lying with his hands crossed over himself as though for burial, with markings on his wrists. In the Middle Ages, Jesus Christ was also depicted with crucifixion marks over his palms, although in biblical days they would in fact have driven the stakes through the wrists. Additionally, experts remain mystified as to what could have created such an accurate negative image of a man on the cloth. Tests analysing the cloth have found no evidence of pigments, paints, dyes or stains on the fibre, while also confirming that at some point in its past the cloth had been in direct contact with a body. However, some experts believe that the Middle Ages date of the shroud points to its use as a burial shroud for a crucifixion victim of the day, centuries after Jesus was crucified. Adding to speculation, in 2018, a bloodstain pattern analysis was performed on the shroud and concluded that the faint blood flow stains came from different angles and were not produced by one body as it was being laid out for burial. Believers in the shroud have also pointed out that the Middle Ages radiocarbon date could have been based on years of the shroud being on public display for believers to touch, kiss and pray over after its reveal in the 14th century. As well as possible carbon monoxide contamination, both instances which could conceivably cause a 1st century artifact to be inaccurately dated as Middle Ages. The Devil's Pool haunted. The Devil's Pool is one of the most haunted places in all of Australia. It's located just outside of Cairns in the state of Queensland and has been a popular tourist destination for some time now. The Devil's Pool can be found amid an untouched rainforest near large boulders in the town of Babinda. To those who are unaware of the Devil's Pool's dark history, they may find the crystal clear water and streams to be a majestic spot to enjoy and take in the natural beauty. Unfortunately, it has been deemed by the Australian Aborigines as a dark and dangerous place where only bad things happen. The Aboriginal legend explains that a beautiful woman that came from the Yidinji tribe was married to a tribal elder. At some point during their marriage, the woman fell in love with a younger man and they began an affair. They ran off into the woods to start a life together in the hopes that no one would find them. However, the tribal elder was in a powerful position in their tribe and he sent search parties to look for them. Eventually caught and surrounded by the Babinda boulders, the woman threw herself into the water below and took her own life. She couldn't bear a life without her true love and saw no other way out. The Aborigines don't believe she ever left those waters and still remains there, looking for young men she can lure down below the water with her. What was first seen as a harmless legend or tale has gained some traction over time, due to the number of young men that have gone missing and mysteriously passed away at the Devil's Pool. All but one of the missing or deceased have been men. It's also believed that the pool is more aggressive towards men that disrespect the area. One young man kicked a sign that was placed to warn tourists and he slipped, falling into the pool and lost his life. While the number of deaths is still debated, there have been at least 17 young men that have gone mysteriously missing or lost their lives since 1959. But what does that mean? How could they have mysteriously lost their lives? For starters, onlookers have witnessed victims being pulled forcefully and held underwater. There have been other mysterious ways these men have lost their lives. A 24-year-old man named Peter McGann climbed up the boulder and jumped through a small gap into the water below. Police divers were only able to uncover his body after 5 weeks of searching through the murky water of the bottom of the pool. Another young couple was also taken by the Devil's Pool during a flash flood. The woman ended up surviving, but the man was never heard from after that. One of the most recent disappearances was a 37-year-old man, Mr. Hoffman, whose body was found in October 2020, 48 hours after he was last seen. The man was there with another young man who successfully escaped the pool unharmed. A strong current ran through and swept Hoffman away. With so many horrible incidents, the area has been boarded up with railings and large signs have been placed around the Devil's Pool to warn people from swimming or getting too close. So why do people continue to explore the Devil's Pool, despite its large sum of disastrous events? Maybe some find the risk exciting.
The disappearance of Fariba Amani. The mysterious disappearance of Fariba Amani has gripped the hearts and minds of people around the world, leaving a trail of unanswered questions and speculation in its wake. Fariba Amani, an Iranian-American woman, vanished without a trace on December 24, 2009, under circumstances that continue to baffle investigators and haunt her loved ones to this day. Fariba Amani was concerned about going on a cruise with Ramiz Golshani, her partner. Her family claims that the 47-year-old only wanted to travel since the trip was paid for in advance. After the pair got home, it's claimed that Amani was having second thoughts about the relationship. Somewhere between the Bahamas and Florida on February 29, 2012, the Canadian woman vanished from the ship. According to her boyfriend, nothing about their cruise trip looked out of the ordinary. He said to detectives that he spotted his girlfriend outside a duty-free store at around 1 in the morning. Golshani says that after going to bed, he was startled to see that Amani had not come back to their room. Golshani informed the crew after roughly an hour of searching. Charles Kinnear, president of Celebration Cruise Lines, told news outlets that he returned to the room, went to bed, and claimed that she wasn't there when he woke up. And before deciding to come and tell them, he took some time to stroll around the ship. However, Amani's family is adamant that she wouldn't have fallen overboard by mistake. Her sister said during an interview that she doesn't think her disappearance was accidental, adding that she couldn't have just stumbled and fallen off board. Her sister also pointed out that she didn't drink. Furthermore, Amani's relatives disclosed to the public that she was considering ending the relationship with Golshani. Her sister said to news outlets that she believed Golshani was unfaithful to her and that he had a tendency to be quite controlling. Fariba Amani's family continues to hold out hope for her safe return, but as time passes, the likelihood of finding answers grows increasingly slim. The disappearance of Fariba Amani remains a haunting mystery, one that has left her loved ones grappling with uncertainty and anguish. Until concrete evidence or information comes to light, the fate of Fariba Amani will continue to be one of the many unsolved mysteries of our time. The disappearance of Hugh Pham and Hugh Tran. The children of Hugh Pham and Hugh Tran gifted them a cruise for Mother's Day. In May 2005, they sailed on the Carnival cruise ship Destiny, and they disappeared midway between Barbados and Aruba. According to news outlets, they claim that the 49-year married couple had previously triumphed against significant adversity. In the final stages of the Vietnam War, they managed to escape their home country of Vietnam, drift aimlessly for 2 weeks in the South China Sea, and eventually make their way to the United States, where they started a new life. As their son, Michael Pham, told news outlets, they worked very hard since they came to the United States 30 years ago, retired, and lived happily in Southern California, adding that his parents deserved the cruise ship present. However, Hugh Pham, aged 71, and Hugh Tran, aged 67, disappeared off the ship on May 12, 2005. As the ship headed towards Aruba, son Michael Pham told news outlets that his parents vanished from sight, and they left very little trace. He clarified that although there was no sign of the missing pair, searchers had discovered Hugh's handbag, the book she was reading, and the sandals of both the parents. The children of the missing spouses wrote for international cruise victims, accusing Carnival Cruise Lines of being more concentrated on preparing the next day's shore activities than safeguarding important data and proof related to 2 of their missing passengers. In addition, son Michael Pham asserted that the cruise line was unhelpful, and he has recently testified before Congress over the inadequate safety procedures on cruise ships. He told news outlets that they were 2 American citizens living the happiest time of their lives, adding that neither of them had any major health issues nor any personal or financial problems, and they both vanished without a trace or witness. The mysterious disappearance of John Halford. Based on a recent ruling by the High Court, it is now presumed that a man in his 60s, who is a father of 3 and went missing after enjoying drinks on a cruise ship in Egypt, met his demise. John Halford, a resident of Milton Keynes in Buckinghamshire, found himself embarking on an unforeseen solo vacation following the challenges that arose in his 25-year-long marital relationship. High Court Judge Mr. Justice Hayden carefully examined the case during a hearing held in the Family Division of the High Court in London. This occurred when Ruth, the wife of Mr. Halford, requested a declaration of presumed demise in order to establish her legal status. The woman shed tears while presenting her case to the judge, sharing details of the challenges she faced in her marriage, particularly relating to financial issues. She explained how her husband had been planning to leave their home and seek temporary accommodation at a bed and breakfast, but mysteriously vanished before doing so. This heartbreaking situation was marked by turmoil. According to her, there was a sense of astonishment surrounding his choice to embark on the expensive expedition worth a significant £6,000 during the spring of 2011. According to the judge, there was evidence suggesting that Mr. Halford, who was known for his preference for beer, consumed 2 cocktails at a casino bar on the ship in the period leading up to midnight. This information sheds light on Mr. Halford's beverage choices and sets the context for his actions. Following his sudden departure, the individual in question mysteriously vanished, leaving behind a plethora of personal belongings within the confines of his cabin. As of right now, his whereabouts remains a mystery. The mysterious disappearance of Rebecca Coriam. The disappearance of Rebecca Coriam, a young British cruise ship staffer from the Disney Wonder on March 22, 2011, remains a mystery to the authorities. Rebecca Coriam, aged 24, vanished out of sight on March 22, 2011. The popularity and revenue of the cruise business have grown steadily since the 1980s, and travelers have been drawn to large, floating, self-sufficient cities that are bound to far-off places for several decades, and there are no signs that this attraction is going away. Rebecca Coriam was a care worker on the Disney Wonder cruise ship when she vanished. Coriam was last seen on CCTV footage. She was dressed in men's clothing, acting extremely agitated, and conversing on an internal phone line in the crew lounge. She was never seen or heard from again after the call ended. Disney employees were notified to search the ship for Coriam when she failed to show up for her morning shift, but they were unable to find her. Then, in an attempt to search the nearby waters, the Mexican Navy and the United States Coast Guard were contacted. However, they were likewise unable to locate Coriam. Rebecca's father, Mike Coriam, claims that Disney ignored protocol and didn't circle the ship to search for his daughter, and he also claims that the personnel from the Navy and Coast Guard were likely searching the wrong region of the sea since they were given the wrong coordinates. The nation where the ship was registered, in this case the tax haven of the Bahamas, was given jurisdiction over the matter under the Flags of Convenience system. Disney got in touch with the Royal Bahamas Police Force to launch an investigation 3 days after Coriam vanished. In response, the Royal Bahamas Police Force assigned Superintendent Paul Roll, one of its detectives, to the case, and Disney arranged for him to be flown out to Los Angeles on a private plane. When the Wonder came back into port, he spent a day on board questioning 6 of the 950 personnel, but none of the more than 2,000 passengers. Disney flew out Rebecca's parents, Mike and Ann Coriam, to meet with the detective and ship's captain in Los Angeles following several days of stalled communication. Regarding their daughter who went missing, the family received Disney-style treatment. Anne said that Disney staged everything, saying that passengers exited at the front of the boat and they were driven there in a car with blacked-out windows. They led them into a room where they played Rebecca's CCTV footage, which mostly showed her in good health. The captain of the ship gave the family his assessment of their daughter's destiny while they were on board, and he clarified that it was most likely a stray wave that had carried Rebecca off of Deck 5. Deck 5, which is right in front of the ship's bridge and is surrounded by walls that rise to a height of more than 6 feet, was shown to Mike and Anne. After that, they were shown a sandal that had reportedly belonged to Rebecca and been found on Deck 5 when they were brought to the crew quarters and Rebecca's cabin. The Coriams watched the Disney Wonder depart dock for its next cruise the following day from land. Disney thought the heartbreaking issue should be resolved, and at a ceremony attended by part of the ship's crew, flowers were placed on the spot of the alleged rogue wave mishap on Deck 5, despite the fact that the Royal Bahamas Police Force case is still under investigation. The Coriums recruited Scotland Yard specialist Roy Ram as a private investigator after being dissatisfied with Disney's explanation for their daughter's disappearance. They also enlisted the assistance of Chester MP Chris Matheson and former Deputy Prime Minister Lord Prescott. What they discovered outside of the formal investigation has unsettling ramifications for Rebecca Corium's potential future. According to Disney's official explanation, Rebecca was swept off Deck 5 by a rogue wave that happened on March 22nd, sometime between 6 and 9 in the morning. However, there are a lot of contradictions in this story. One is that, based on Ram's account, there is no indication of stormy weather in the weather or ocean conditions near Puerto Vallarta, where the ship was located, much less a rogue wave that would need to be about 100 feet high to sweep a person over the 6-foot walls surrounding Deck 5 and overboard. The CCTV footage of Rebecca conversing on an internal phone line at the time of her last known sighting is the main physical piece of evidence in Rebecca's disappearance. Ram's research revealed that the location and timing of the CCTV film had been chopped out. Disney claims that the CCTV film was taken indoors on Deck 5, not far from the location where Rebecca is said to have been swept overboard. After seeing the undoctored copy, Ram and the other investigators discovered that the tape was really shot on Deck 1, not near the location of Rebecca's purported accidental disappearance. The family has often been denied copies of this footage. A prominent tangible piece of evidence supplied by Disney involved a purportedly found sandal on Deck 5, allegedly belonging to Rebecca. However, family and crew members maintained that the sandal was the incorrect size and not in Rebecca's design, and it bore the name and cabin number of someone else entirely. Investigative writer John Ronson of The Guardian boarded the Wonder a few months after Rebecca vanished in an effort to unravel the events surrounding the Corium incident. Upon interviewing team members, he discovered dubious and possibly malevolent motives underlying Disney's justification for the Corium case. A crew member revealed that Disney is well aware of the events that transpired and said that everywhere you look, CCTV is installed. The tape is owned by Disney. Ronson was asked about Rebecca, and one of the crew members said that they don't know anything about it and that it did not occur, adding that they said this is the response they are forced to provide. Rebecca was characterized as happy-go-lucky and energetic by her English relatives and acquaintances. A staff member claimed that Disney wouldn't hire you if you weren't that sort of person, therefore working there required a generally upbeat outlook. However, Rebecca's close friends and fellow crew members on the ship present a more complex picture of her than her parents and the media do. When questioned about her, one of the crew members characterized Rebecca as a lovely girl with underlying sadness. Tracy Medley, a co-worker on the Wonder and Rebecca's partner, spoke forward about the events. Back in 2017, she stated that she and Rebecca had been involved romantically with Medley's boyfriend. She claims that in the weeks before, Rebecca had been inconsolable over their fiery and passionate night together. Rebecca's normally upbeat disposition may have been thrown off by the surprise of having to share her partner with a male friend, and looking back, Medley believes that Rebecca wanted to leave the ship and her life behind, and climbed over the 6-foot railings of Deck 5 to jump into the ocean. However, English friends and family have denied that Rebecca would have done this. Crew members, friends, family, and law enforcement officials all testified that Rebecca Corium's case involved a badly handled investigation. It is objectively difficult to be satisfied with the quality of police work done when there are just 6 officially documented interviews, suppressed evidence, and no forensic investigation. One of Rebecca's closest friends, and the last person on board to see her, gave the BBC his perspective. He said that he never talked to any security or police at all, and added that it is offensive to refer to this as an investigation. A torn pair of shorts was discovered by investigator Ram in 2016 among Rebecca's surviving cabin personal belongings, and this indicated to him and other law enforcement that there had been indications of a struggle prior to her disappearance. The Corium family discovered Rebecca had changed her Facebook login, and there had been action on her bank account some months after she vanished. MP Matheson stated that he believes there's sufficient evidence to indicate that something sinister may have taken place. Friends and relatives are still looking for answers. The disappearance of Annette Mizner. Annette Mizner invited her parents and daughter to go on a complimentary 9-day carnival cruise to the Mexican Riviera after winning a contest. However, on December 4, 2004, just before she was meant to meet her parents for bingo, Mizina vanished, and strange evidence was discovered by witnesses. According to news outlets, Mizina sang a Britney Spears song at karaoke with her kid before making her way to the ship's casino. Mizina intended to arrive before the bingo game began at 10 in the evening in order to secure a good seat. However, she did not appear. A crew member also stated over the intercom that they had located the Wisconsin woman's handbag next to a railing on the lower deck, just as her worried parents were beginning to look for her. When Mizina went outside, a fellow passenger reportedly saw her purse on the ground. He also saw, quite unsettlingly, that a piece of paper had been placed over the neighboring surveillance camera. The passenger remarked that a lot of people have been saying it's a rumor, but added that it's not hearsay. They personally witnessed it. According to news outlets, a Navy ship and a Coast Guard aircraft searched the seas for Mizina for 16 hours without finding the missing 37-year-old. Her spouse disagreed, speculating that Mizina may have been shoved or may have fallen from the ship unintentionally. Annette Mizina is still missing today. The mysterious disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley. 23-year-old Amy Lynn Bradley sailed on Royal Caribbean's Rhapsody of the Seas with her brother and parents on March 21, 1998. After a cold winter, they were excited about a tropical family holiday. However, Bradley disappeared a few days later as the ship made its way towards Curaçao, a Dutch Caribbean island. Bradley and her brother supposedly danced at the ship's club for most of the evening. Bradley and a few of the band members grabbed drinks after the performance. Alistair Douglas, one of them, spent some time having fun with Bradley before heading back to the staff cabins at around 1 in the morning. He claimed that it was the last time he had seen her. Then, Bradley and her brother went back to their family cabin, where she went out on the balcony to relax in a deck chair, and he went to bed. Around 5:30 in the morning, her father spotted her there. Nevertheless, she vanished 30 minutes later. Bradley appeared to have left behind nothing, not even her sandals. According to a later story, at around 6 in the morning, someone saw Bradley walking to the top deck of the ship. However, the family could find no sign of her when they searched that area, as well as other public spaces on the ship. The Bradley family pleaded with the cruise liner to postpone its scheduled docking, certain that something terrible had to have occurred. According to them, no one was to leave the ship until a thorough search could be conducted. The crew declined, as they didn't want to alert other travelers to a young woman's disappearance. They even declined to upload any pictures, asking people to look out for her. Thus, the ship docked on time, and Amy Lynn Bradley vanished from view. The most straightforward interpretation is that Bradley went overboard and disappeared under the waves. However, the ship was close to shore, and Bradley was not only a certified lifeguard, but also a superb swimmer. But as of right now, there is no proof that she had fallen into the water. There have been other reported sightings of Bradley throughout the Caribbean in the decades following her disappearance. Even a picture of a lady who appeared to be Bradley was supplied to her parents, and this caused some to suggest that she had been taken by someone who was on the ship. However, the photographs have not been proven to be Bradley. Even after more than 25 years, officials are still no closer to cracking this perplexing case than they were back in 1998. The disappearance of George Allen Smith IV. In the summer of 2005, the idyllic setting of a luxury cruise ship became the backdrop for a chilling mystery that would captivate the world's attention: the disappearance of George Allen Smith. What began as a dream vacation for the newlywed couple turned into a nightmare, as George vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and speculation that continues to haunt investigators and loved ones to this day. George Allen Smith, a charismatic and outgoing 26-year-old from Greenwich, Connecticut, embarked on a Mediterranean honeymoon cruise with his beautiful bride, Jennifer Hagel Smith, in July 2005. The couple, described as deeply in love and full of life, seemed destined for a future filled with happiness and adventure. However, fate had other plans in store for them. When he embarked on his honeymoon with Jennifer, the love of his life, on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship, George Allen Smith was just 26 years old. The newlywed groom vanished overboard as soon as their cruise, the the brilliance of the seas, was sailing in waters between Greece and Turkey. The captain thinks it was a harmless mishap. However, Smith's parents firmly feel that this was not an accident and that George Allen Smith's life was taken from him. They immediately put up a $100,000 prize for information leading to the identity of the culprit. However, before a formal announcement was made, further information and circumstances needed to be taken into account. It seems that there had been a lot of drinking and gambling going on in the casino the night before the disaster, and it was only part of the tale. That same evening, a guest who was staying next door to Smith claimed to have overheard heated arguments taking place on his balcony. A different traveller reported hearing furniture shifting. Jennifer was discovered unconscious in the corridor a short while later. Other passengers took pictures early in the morning of what they thought were mysterious stains on the lifeboat canopy below the balcony. However, until the Smith family attorney saw a tape including 4 guys, nothing was particularly worth incriminating. The men made comments about Smith's passing and flash signs as they moved the camera around. However, none of the men were ever prosecuted, and it is hardly unexpected that they deny any connection to the matter. To the family's dismay, the FBI in Connecticut abandoned the case, concluding that it was simply an unfortunate accident. The idea that Jennifer, who had remarried after the disaster, would be receiving all of Smith's goods infuriated the family even more. They vented their rage on Facebook, posting that she was attempting to prevent them from learning the truth about what had transpired that day and that no one knew where she was when he disappeared. Her accusations were never investigated. We are still in the dark about what transpired on that day, years after it happened. The vanishing of Marion Carver. Marion Carver, an investment banker and poet with red hair who was 40 years old, sailed on Royal Caribbean's celebrity cruise ship Mercury in August 2004. She set out on a 7-day trip to Alaska, departing from Seattle, Washington. Domingo Montero, her steward, observed that she was kind, carefree, and excited about the voyage. She informed him she didn't want to go to the dining room, but that she would be going upstairs later. The next night, when she expressed the same desire, he recommended getting room service, and upon her request, brought her 2 sandwiches. Marion's bed had not been made when Montero went to check on her cabin the next morning. All of her possessions, including her 1 pair of shoes, had been abandoned, along with a large gratuity and a manila envelope with unknown contents. He immediately filed a missing persons report and kept doing so for the next 5 days of the cruise, until his boss told him to do his job and forget it. Upon the conclusion of the voyage, Montero expressed his worries to his supervisor once more, and he was instructed to pack up Marion's personal items and bring them to his office. Her cabin was not guarded, and nobody gathered proof. With the exception of her clothes, which he immediately gave to a charity, the supervisor placed her possessions in his own locker. Nobody called the family or made a police report. After Marion went missing for 5 weeks, Royal Caribbean eventually did get in contact with the FBI. When Marion's 13-year-old daughter, who lived with her father, was unable to get in touch with her mother over the phone, she became worried. She decided to call Marion's father, Kendall Carver, who, upon realizing he was unable to reach his daughter, reported her missing to the Cambridge, Massachusetts police. The cops found credit card purchases for the round-trip airfare to Seattle and the Alaskan cruise when they looked through her bank records. Marion's cruise was unexpected, but neither her friends nor family knew that she had taken a vacation. Marion was self-sufficient, single, and had a history of taking separate vacations to clear her head without telling anyone. It took Carver 3 days to receive a response from Royal Caribbean when he inquired about whether his daughter had been on board. She had been absent for 26 days by now, and he was informed by a risk management manager for the cruise line that no alarm had been set out following his daughter's disappearance because it was normal for individuals to abruptly change their rooms without warning and for them to leave their stuff behind. In multiple testimony and media reports, the father expressed that he encountered obstacles in his quest for information regarding his daughter's whereabouts. He was informed that any video captured by the ship's security cameras is instantly deleted after just 3 days. The cruise operator declined to disclose Marion's steward's name and insisted they had received no reports regarding his daughter while on the trip. Carver became frustrated by this and decided to hire one of the biggest private detective agencies in the nation. but this just raised more questions than it did answers. The investigator was given permission to enter the ship, but they were not allowed to talk to any of the crew members or the security guard. He did mention that Merian's lodging was only a short stroll from an observation platform situated 100 feet above the waterline. She might have been pushed or even jumped off this deck with ease. After Carver engaged attorneys from Massachusetts and Florida to investigate the matter, 2 employees of the cruise line provided telephone depositions in January of 2005. Carver became even more upset upon learning that a cruise company supervisor had dismissed her steward's concerns, and this was the first time he had heard that someone had taken an interest in his daughter. Before the FBI could talk with the supervisor who had ignored the steward's concerns, he was sacked and escorted off the ship. Though many people think he got employment on a different ship, he has never been identified or discovered. Along with the money Merian had left in her room and the manila envelope, he vanished along with other personal items. Ultimately, feeling he had no other choice, Carver sued Royal Caribbean. He finally saw a copy of the security report before the matter went to trial in August 2005, and it was then that he realized there had been a cover-up. In addition, he discovered that he had been misled about the surveillance footage, which had been stored for a month rather than 3 days. When he first got in touch with them, there should have been video from when his daughter vanished. With reference to Merian's emotional problems, the cruise line made an official statement to the media during the trial. Carver eventually prevailed in his lawsuit, but it was a meaningless result. Despite spending $75,000 on detectives and attorneys, he was still unaware of his daughter's whereabouts and thought she had passed away. He passed away in December 2019 without ever learning Merian's fate. In order to save others the anguish and suffering he had experienced, Carver established International Cruise Victims, a support and advocacy organization, in 2006. The disappearance of Aaron Hu. After graduating from London's theatre school, the actor scored a lucrative role as a performer on a Royal Caribbean ship, where he was cast in the Grease production. However, Hu disappeared 267 miles off the coast of Puerto Rico on Christmas Day, 2018. News outlets have claimed that at around 4 a.m, Hu was last seen on CCTV entering Deck 5, which was home to several stores and bars. The cruise ship conducted a thorough search for him after he failed to arrive for work that day. However, the news outlets report that during a 2-day search that encompassed 3,700 square miles, no results were found. Despite the upbeat pictures he frequently shared, some people noticed that Hu's social media posts after his disappearance from the cruise ship hinted that he was internally struggling. A week before his disappearance, he posted something along the lines of, "People live fake lives on social media." Sadly, Aaron Hu's disappearance from this list of cruise ship disappearances was never solved. The mystery of the SS Waratah. The SS Waratah stands as one of the most enduring maritime mysteries of the 20th century, a tale that continues to captivate and perplex investigators and enthusiasts alike. Launched in 1908, the SS Waratah was a luxury passenger steamship built by the Blue Anchor Line, intended to serve the bustling trade routes between Europe and Australia. Back in September 1913, Australian explorer Douglas Mawson reported that he had made a strange discovery while in Antarctica. The Australian Antarctic Expedition's then leader reported seeing the masts and top funnel of a big steamer projecting from snow close to a narrow entrance that led to a bay on the southern continent in a jumbled telegraph message. The telegram stated that even though Mawson's group was unable to reach the damaged ship, they had found a lifebuoy encrusted in ice with the name Waratah on it. The newspapers of the time that had picked up on the story speculated that Mawson might have unraveled one of the most puzzling maritime mysteries of the early 20th century, the whereabouts of a passenger liner that vanished off the coast of South Africa at the end of July 1909, while on a voyage from Sydney to London. The message stated that not only had the Waratah been discovered undamaged, but also that some of her 2,011 passengers and crew might amazingly still be alive. According to Captain John Mackay, the discovery of the ship thousands of miles south of its last known location was completely plausible. However, Mawson said nothing more about this supposed discovery, and as it turned out, The telegram was a journalistic prank sent by editors at the Daily Mail to investigate the idea that their rival in Brisbane was stealing its news articles. Built in 1908 for the Danish shipping line Blue Anchor, the medium-sized passenger and cargo steamer SS Waratah was built by Clyde shipbuilders Barclay Curle. Built with 8 staterooms and space for up to 128 first-class passengers on her top decks, the ship was intended to transport a substantial load, mostly frozen meat, dairy goods, and metal ores. On her inaugural trip, the Waratah carried 689 steerage and 67 first-class passengers, sailing from London in November 1908 and arriving in Sydney in January 1909. The journey out and the journey back were uneventful, with the exception of a little but problematic fire in a coal bunker. She went missing during the second voyage's return leg. On June 26, 1909, she departed Sydney with the intention of travelling to Europe via stops in Melbourne, Adelaide, Durban, and Cape Town. She was carrying over 7,000 bars of bullion. Only 211 passengers and crew members were on board when she departed Durban on July 26 in the evening. The Wild Coast is the name given to the untamed and hazardous eastern coast of South Africa, which stretches between Durban and Cape Town. The SS Waratah vanished off the rugged Wild Coast more than a century ago, and since then, this vessel has been referred to as Australia's Titanic. The Titanic capsized far later than the SS Waratah. This 500-foot steamer ship, which weighed about 10,000 tons, vanished in July 1909 while returning from Australia via Cape Town. All 211 passengers and the crew perished along with her somewhere in the Indian Ocean. There were no survivors. One of the greatest maritime mysteries in history is the apparent complete disappearance of the ship, and there has never been a single piece of the ship found to this day. According to some theories, the ship may have been hit by an enormous freak wave, flipped over and submerged under the waters. Some claim it simply disappeared. Many theories have been put up in the more than a century since its disappearance to try and explain its tragic path. According to the communication reports from that day, on July 28, 1909, the ship made a halt in Durban before continuing on its way to London along the Transkei Wild Coast. This liner would have stopped at Cape Town en route before continuing on its journey. More correspondence from the archives was discovered in July 1971, and it stated that the Waratah vanished in what would become one of the most bewildering nautical mysteries of all time, after 2 people disembarked in Durban, one to look for work and the other because he had a dream the ship would sink. 2 other ships spotted it along the Transkei Wild Coast. The waters at Port St John's, between Durban and East London, can be a stormy and turbulent rocky coast with ocean surges reaching anywhere from 60 to 70 feet high in inclement weather. These conditions are common for the area and make for challenging rescue operations, hence the term Wild Coast. Since the sinking of the SS Waratah, other ships have been lost to choppy seas off the shore. According to experts, the surrounding waterways are considered hazardous and are indicated as such on shipping maps. Theories for this catastrophe range from the ship's heating system blowing up to her being swept away by the powerful current and the stormy weather leaving her drifting aimlessly. She might have finally drifted towards the Antarctic Circle from the southern African coastline for any of these reasons. The mysterious disappearance of Royal Marine Alan Addis. The disappearance of Royal Marine Alan Addis is a haunting mystery that has puzzled investigators and gripped the public's imagination for decades. Addis was one of 3 members of a team that had travelled to the isolated community of North Arm in Lafonia on East Falkland, some 90 miles, or 140 kilometres from Stanley, to retrieve the equipment for a Falkland Islands Defence Force unit in North Arm following a week-long training session. They were then scheduled to proceed to Fitzroy to train volunteers for the Falkland Islands Defence Force there. Addis and the other Marines went to an evening gathering with 40 villagers in the village hall, which served as a social club, on August 8th. Addis's co-workers said that they last saw him at around 1:30 in the morning. The Marines departed the gathering at separate times in groups of 1 or 2, heading to different nearby residences. The remainder of the team returned to Stanley on the steamer MV Forest early the next morning. Addis was reported missing 30 minutes after they sailed. At first, it was thought that Addis had either gone overboard or had unintentionally stepped off a jetty into the chilly South Atlantic seas in the Bay of Harbors. The word that Alan had gone from patrol reached his mother, Anne Addis, at her residence in England. Police came to see her the next day to tell her that her son had probably gone overboard in an accident. Other theories were floated over the next 3 weeks, one of which was that Addis had become lost and gone out into the hinterland of the Falklands, where he might have passed away due to the cold. The search for the missing Marine was eventually called off when it was unsuccessful in turning up any leads. The search was conducted by air, sea and divers underwater around the islands and surrounding waters. An open verdict on the Falklands was returned by an inquest later that year. Anne Addis took a military transport to the Falklands in November 1981 to conduct her own inquiries. She ordered the Ministry of Defence to launch a fresh inquiry, headed by the Special Inquiry Branch of the Royal Military Police, after growing increasingly certain that foul play was involved. She maintained that the island's meagre police force, which at the time consisted of 1 full-time constable and a few part-timers, was not up to the task of conducting an investigation of this nature compared to the Special Inquiry Branch's people, training and expertise. An Special Inquiry Branch officer was sent to the Falklands in response, but Mrs. Addis was not shown his final report because it was confidential. When the Argentine military invaded and took control of the islands in April of the following year, the situation became even more problematic. Following that, on June 14, 1982, the Argentines submitted and British forces retook the islands in what became known as the Falklands War between the United Kingdom and Argentina. The local police files pertaining to the Addis case were lost during the fight, and it's possible that the authorities in the Falklands deleted them on purpose to keep information regarding British military operations on the islands out of the hands of the Argentines. Mrs. Addis kept in touch with several Falklanders and persisted in pressuring British and Falklands officials to conduct a fresh investigation in the years after the conflict. She heard whispers in 1993 of an islander boasting of their role in Alan's disappearance during an overheard conversation in a Falklands pub. The now enlarged, renamed Royal Falkland Islands Police received this information. By then, the Royal Falkland Islands Police had reopened its inquiry so they could rule out that specific rumour. Nevertheless, they came to the conclusion that Addis had been taken out and named 4 islanders from the area as the main suspects. A team of detectives left the UK in 1995 after the Royal Falkland Islands Police entrusted the investigation to Devon and Cornwall Police due to an impasse. 4 Falklands men were apprehended by officials from the Devon and Cornwall Police and the Royal Falkland Islands Police in September of that year during an operation that used helicopters from the Royal Air Force installation at RAF Mount Pleasant. Later, the men were freed without facing any charges. A specialised UK team attempted to find Addis in 1997. Professor John Hunter, a forensic archaeologist from the University of Birmingham and the leader of the prestigious Forensic Search and Advisory Group, which was established to counsel and support law enforcement in locating human remains, was among the group members. Along with specialists in ground-penetrating radar, Sergeant Mick Swindles of Lancashire Police led a particularly trained sniffer dog on the squad. The team looked at over 54 places, but they were unable to locate Addis. The television production company Lion Films shot the inquiry for a 1998 British television documentary that was a part of the Channel 4 series Equinox. The series documented conversations with Addis's mother, his old comrades, and other Falklanders, in addition to tracking the team's efforts to locate his remains. Interviews with 2 of the men detained after the initial investigation in 1995 were part of it. Both individuals vehemently denied having anything to do with Addis's disappearance. A lot of persistent rumours that had been going around for a while were taken into consideration by the programme. The first of these said that Addis had been taken out because he had been discovered with a local landowner's wife. The landowner, who was questioned by the show's producers, denied the theory, even though he acknowledged having heard of such a tale. 2 weeks after Addis vanished, there was a second report about the passing of a local shepherd named Johnny Biggs, who was involved in a fire at a bunkhouse in the North Arm. Falklanders expressed their concerns in the broadcast that the man had been taken out and that the fire had been caused on purpose to hide his identity rather than genuinely passing away in the fire. There was talk of a possible connection between the Addis case and his passing, given that it happened just before he was supposed to testify before the Board of Inquiry and that the fire investigation had certain flaws. Local rumours, as reported by the British Broadcasting Company, said that the man had been removed to avoid his testifying as he knew Addis's whereabouts, maybe by listening in on a conversation that linked another islander to the disappearance. A team from the Metropolitan Police went to the Falklands in December 2010 to carry out additional searches. This came about as a result of a tip from a former Falklands resident who sent Anne Addis details about Alan's location. A follow-up expedition to the islands was planned, despite the fact that nothing was discovered. It was reported that additional clues had been discovered during the search, and there was additional evidence that the head of the Royal Falkland Islands Police had made the unprecedented move of providing police protection to anyone willing to come forward with intelligence. The mysterious disappearance of John Coxon. Pirate Captain John Coxon frightened the Spanish Main in the late 17th century. Among the loose group of pirates and privateers known as the Brethren of the Coast, Coxon was one of their most well-known members. Coxon was a living example of the buccaneering age of pirates. During a raid in June 1677, John Coxon and his group ransacked the town and captured the bishop and the governor, holding them for ransom. They were forced to flee to Port Royal when the 3 cruisers of Armada de Barlovento ambushed them with 500 men shortly after. On July 28, 1677, Coxon arrived at the harbour accompanied by a Spanish friar and bishop doctor Lucas Fernandez y Piedrahita, who he introduced to the colony's governor, Lord Vaughan. When English officers tried to take the prisoner from the pirates, they encountered a ship full of intoxicated people who would not comply. Nobody knows for certain what happened to John Coxon or his ship today, but a number of accounts, including his crews, state that it weighed around 80 tons. The mystery of the sunken city of Cuba. Just over 10 years ago, a team of explorers embarked on an exploration and survey mission along the western coast of Cuba. During their expedition, their advanced sonar equipment detected a perplexing array of stone structures situated approximately 650 meters beneath the ocean surface. These structures stood out amidst the otherwise barren ocean floor, exhibiting a symmetrical arrangement of stones reminiscent of an organized urban development. The discovery instantly captured the attention of the media, which quickly generated headlines like "Atlantis discovered in Cuba" and "Lost City of the Caribbean found." The significance of the finding prompted the involvement of the government, National Museum, and National Geographic, all of whom pledged to thoroughly investigate these intriguing sonar images. Despite the initial excitement surrounding the discovery, however, the story eventually faded into obscurity as the general public's attention shifted elsewhere. Now, after a decade has passed, the remarkable finding remains largely unexplored, with little follow-up investigation conducted. The fate of these enigmatic underwater structures and their potential historical significance remains a mystery awaiting further exploration and examination. In the year 2001, an intriguing discovery was brought to light by Pauline Zalitsky and her husband Paul Weinsweig, who were both esteemed marine engineers and the owners of the Canadian company Advanced Digital Communications. The couple was actively engaged in a survey mission, collaborating with the Cuban government near the Guanahaca-Bibes Peninsula in the Pinar del Rio province of Cuba. This particular undertaking stemmed from a joint venture between Advanced Digital Communications and 3 other firms, all operating under the supervision of President Fidel Castro's administration, with the objective of exploring the abundance of Spanish colonial-era ships laden with treasures within Cuban waters. Throughout their expedition, the team employed cutting-edge sonar equipment to meticulously scan an expansive 2-square-kilometer area on the ocean floor. While conducting these scans, their attention was immediately captured by a remarkable sight, a seemingly intricate assemblage of stone structures exhibiting symmetrical and geometric patterns resembling nothing less than a complex urban settlement. This enthralling discovery left the team awe-inspired, igniting a fervent desire to unravel the secrets encapsulated within these enigmatic formations. With unwavering dedication and meticulous attention to detail, the team set out to explore the depths of this submerged city, unearthing a treasure trove of knowledge and historical significance that would reshape our understanding of the region. After carefully examining the sonar images, Zalitsky made a fascinating discovery. He noticed the presence of extraordinary formations characterized by sleek blocks, majestic crests, and intricate geometric shapes. These formations held a sense of mystery and intrigue. Surprisingly, some of the blocks took the form of pyramids, meticulously constructed with precision and purpose. In July 2001, they revisited the location accompanied by geologist Manuel Iturralde, a senior researcher at Cuba's Natural History Museum. This time, they were equipped with a remotely operated vehicle to thoroughly investigate and document the intriguing structures. The captured footage unveiled the presence of sizable stone blocks, resembling finely crafted granite, with dimensions of approximately 8 feet by 10 feet. These blocks exhibited two distinct arrangements. Some were intentionally stacked upon one another, while others stood separately from the rest. Zalitsky cautiously speculated that these images possibly showcased the remnants of a sunken city. However, he refrained from drawing any definitive conclusions, emphasizing the need for further evidence to support such claims. This meticulous exploration, facilitated by advanced technology, provided a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the underwater formations and offered captivating insights into the potential existence of a submerged civilization. According to estimations, the submerged structures in question would have taken approximately 50,000 years to sink to the depth at which they were discovered. These findings have led Iturralde, an expert in the field, to suggest that there was no architectural capability among known cultures at that time to construct such complex buildings. A specialist in underwater archaeology from Florida State University further supports this notion, stating that it would be quite extraordinary if these structures were indeed built during that particular time frame, as they exhibit a level of advancement that surpasses anything typically observed in the New World. Therefore, it can be concluded that these structures seem to be anomalous, both in terms of their chronological placement and geographic location. In the aftermath of the groundbreaking discovery, the media frenzy surrounding it prompted various news outlets to draw connections between the find and the legendary lost city of Atlantis. However, the individuals spearheading the exploration, Zalitsky and Weinsweig, were hesitant to endorse such comparisons. Zalitsky categorically dismissed the notion, asserting that the uncovered remnants were more likely evidence of a local civilization that once thrived on a 100-mile land bridge connecting Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula and Cuba. Iturralde further contributed to this perspective by highlighting the existence of local legends among the Maya and native Yucatecos, which spoke of an island inhabited by their ancestors that had mysteriously vanished into the depths of the sea. Despite these accounts, Iturralde remained open to the possibility that the intriguing rock formations could simply be a product of the extraordinary forces of nature. Despite the widespread coverage by numerous media outlets discussing sunken cities, advanced civilizations, the mythical lost city of Atlantis, and submerged ruins, there exist individuals who remain skeptical about this perspective. These skeptics are hesitant to embrace the idea of submerged civilizations and question the validity of such claims. The hasty dismissal of the narrative has raised doubts about whether there was a deliberate suppression of information pertaining to the discovery. It remains uncertain whether the leads simply fizzled out naturally or if there was an intentional effort to conceal what we stumbled upon. Unfortunately, the truth behind this remains elusive, denying us the opportunity to ever truly grasp it. The Azores Pyramid. Pyramids, fascinating and enigmatic structures, have been erected in various locations around the globe. While their presence above ground is already intriguing, the mysteries that lie beneath the surface are even more captivating. Throughout history, civilizations across different continents have constructed these remarkable monuments, each with its own distinct characteristics and cultural significance. A remarkable discovery was recently made in the waters around the beautiful islands of São Miguel and Terceira in the Azores. This fascinating finding was brought to light by none other than Diocleciano Silva, an individual who happened to stumble upon a remarkable structure while enjoying a fishing expedition. Utilizing the highly advanced bathymetric equipment available on board the ship, Silva's attention was immediately captured by the presence of this extraordinary formation. This discovery has captivated the attention of researchers and experts who are now delving deep into its mysteries and significance. He was mesmerized by the sight of an impeccably designed structure, causing him to question the nature of his surroundings. To his amazement, the structure revealed itself as a flawless pyramid. The precision and orientation of this pyramid were truly remarkable, with its vertices aligned precisely along the north-south axis, reminiscent of the famed Guse pyramids in Egypt. In an interview with the Portuguese news website Terra, Silva expressed his awe, stating that it's truly remarkable how this structure forms a perfect pyramid. The resemblance to the orientation and deployment of the Guse pyramids is uncanny. This discovery left Silva in awe of the mysteries hidden beneath the surface, urging him to explore further and uncover the secrets that lay within. The pyramid, without a doubt, stands out as an unmistakably man-made structure, and its estimated age is believed to be around 12 to 20,000 years, dating back to the era of the last ice age. However, limited research has been conducted specifically on the pyramid itself, leaving many intriguing aspects unexplored. It is interesting to note that the Portuguese Navy has dismissed the pyramid as a mere seamount based on previous sonar readings in the vicinity. To delve deeper into the subject, we will examine various aspects of the pyramid's origins, construction techniques, and the possible reasons behind its existence. No investigative team has physically visited the location to examine the true nature of this phenomenon. According to Admiral Fernando Pires, an esteemed figure in the Navy and the commander of the maritime zone of Azores, the available information regarding the pyramid is insufficient to make a definite determination about its actual identity and purpose. This leaves us with lingering questions and a desire for a more thorough understanding of the subject. It is imperative to gather concrete evidence and conduct in-depth research to unravel the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic structure. According to Pires, during that period, the probes posed a potential threat to navigation, but their exploration yielded no significant findings. Pires further suggests that the possibility of a volcanic eruption cannot be completely ruled out as the cause of this entire structure, which would then classify it as a typical underwater land formation. However, no concrete investigation has been conducted in this regard, and subsequent expeditions have been terminated. It's worth noting that there are no known civilizations in proximity, either locally or remotely, that can be attributed to the construction of pyramids traditionally associated with such societies. During the excavation of the site, archaeologists had the fortunate opportunity to uncover a multitude of fascinating historical artifacts. These included an epigraph from the Roman era, remnants of Carthaginian sanctuaries, captivating cave art, and intriguing megalithic structures. Despite the fact that the government has made certain decisions regarding this site and the Navy has somewhat avoided the matter, it is advisable for researchers to acknowledge their explanation that it is simply a volcanic underwater structure. However, as pointed out by researchers, various submerged underwater civilizations have been found over the years, and despite the fact that humans have existed for almost 200,000 years, our understanding of underwater exploration is limited. While the exact figures may differ slightly depending on the data provided by different agencies, it is estimated that we have explored and mapped only approximately 20% of the vast ocean, and our direct physical encounters and visits have been limited to a mere 5%, meaning 95% of our oceans have not been explored by humans. Because of this, many researchers have put forward the idea that many ancient civilizations have been lost to the depths. United States fighter pilot Milton Torres was ordered to take down an unidentified object. On the evening of May 20, 1957, a young and courageous 25-year-old United States Air Force fighter pilot named Milton Torres was given a crucial mission while stationed at RAF Manston in the Serene County of Kent, England. His objective was to intercept an unknown aircraft that was exhibiting erratic flight patterns over the vast expanse of eastern England and the North Sea. The ground radar operators diligently tracked this mysterious object, observing its baffling behavior as it seemed to remain motionless for extended periods of time and suddenly accelerated to astonishing speeds exceeding 7,600 miles per hour. Given the tense climate of the Cold War era, the presence of an unidentified aircraft conducting unpredictable maneuvers in Western airspace naturally triggered a substantial concern amongst military personnel and authorities alike. This extraordinary incident undoubtedly demanded thorough investigation and analysis. Torres received a directive to intercept an unidentified flying object using a fully equipped F-86D Sabre aircraft while flying over the expansive North Sea at top speed, which is approximately 700 miles per hour. As the pilot approached the object at an altitude of 32,000 feet, an immense challenge arose due to the prevailing cloudy and pitch-black conditions, rendering visibility extremely poor. Consequently, Torres found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to perceive any objects, including the enigmatic UFO, which remained elusive. To address this predicament, he resorted to fumbling with a flashlight within the confines of his cockpit. However, it is crucial to note that during this episode, both ground radar and airborne radar were concurrently monitoring and tracking the movements of the mysterious object. Torres said the following about the encounter. "There it was exactly where I was told it would be at 30 degrees and at 15 miles. The blip was burning a hole in the radar with its incredible intensity. It was similar to a blip I had received from B-52s and seemed to be a magnet of light. These things I remember very clearly. I ran the range gate marker over the blip, and the jizzle band faded as the marker superimposed over the blip. I had a lock-on that had the proportions of a flying aircraft carrier. By that I mean the return on the radar was so strong that it could not be overlooked by the fire control system on the F-86D. The fighter not being a good return is very difficult, and on that type aircraft, a lock-on was only possible under 10 miles. The larger the airplane, the easier the lock-on. This blip almost locked itself. I cannot explain to the layperson exactly what I mean, save to say that it was the best target I could ever remember locking onto. I had locked on in just a few seconds, and I locked on exactly 15 miles, which was the maximum for a lock-on." End quote. Torres experienced an overwhelming sense of fear and anxiety as he found himself rapidly approaching the mysterious object, hurtling through the vastness of the sky at an astonishing velocity of 900 miles per hour. However, just when he thought he was getting closer, at a mere 10 seconds away from intercept, the unidentified flying object suddenly altered its trajectory, veering off in a different direction and effortlessly outpacing the capabilities of the radar system. Both the ground control and the airborne radar were in agreement, providing confirmation that the object had swiftly accelerated beyond the radar's measurement capabilities. As a result, the enigmatic craft vanished from sight, vanishing into the vast expanse over the North Sea. In another part of the country, Dave Robertson, a skilled pilot in the United States Air Force, found himself engaged in a routine training flight aboard the same aircraft. However, he was unexpectedly given instructions to land his plane at RAF Bentwaters, where preparations were being made to arm it with rockets. The purpose of this sudden change of plans was to enable Robertson to intercept an unidentified aircraft that had been detected in the area. Under the guidance of air traffic control, Robertson embarked on a pursuit of the mysterious aircraft, soaring over the picturesque region of East Anglia. However, he encountered considerable difficulty maintaining consistent radar contact with the object due to its astonishing speed and erratic maneuvers. Despite the prevailing clear weather conditions, Robertson was unable to visually spot the enigmatic craft throughout the entirety of the chase. Robert Perry Bissell's mysterious disappearance in the enigmatic Roaring River Wilderness. Nestled in the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, the Roaring River Wilderness area, located within the western state of Oregon, has become a hotspot for perplexing and unexplainable disappearances of hikers and campers visiting the region. One such impossible-to-explain disappearance case is that of an experienced outdoorsman by the name of Robert Perry Bissell, who was reported missing by his family sometime on the 24th of July, back in 2012. Known for its pristine natural beauty, the wilderness area is located on the western end of the Mount Hood National Forest, approximately 15 miles from downtown Portland. With its wilderness designation, the region prohibits motor vehicles and safeguards the old-growth trees from logging. Despite being an experienced backpacker and familiar with the area, Robert's disappearance has baffled search and rescue teams. This article delves into the mysterious circumstances surrounding Robert's vanishing, the intensive search efforts that followed, and the puzzling aspects of the Roaring River Wilderness. Situated on the western fringes of the Mount Hood National Forest, the Roaring River Wilderness area is a captivating natural landscape that encompasses dense forests, pristine lakes, and rugged terrain. Spanning approximately 15 miles south of the Washington state border and within proximity to Portland, this designated wilderness offers an escape from the bustling urban life. The absence of motor vehicles and logging activities has preserved the area's untouched beauty, allowing hikers and nature enthusiasts to immerse themselves in the serene surroundings. Aerial views reveal the contrasting sight of logging activities in the vicinity, emphasizing the significance of the protected old-growth trees within the Roaring River Wilderness, which made it the ideal location for experienced outdoorsman Robert Perry Bissell to travel to and enjoy during his free time. It would be on the 12th of July, back in 2010, that Robert Perry Bissell would set out from his personal residence located on 30th Avenue in the city of Portland, Oregon, a couple hours' drive away, and begin embarking on a fishing trip to Shell Rock Lake and the Rock Lakes Basin. Driving his distinctive 1989 white Nissan Sentra with chrome wheel fenders, he arrived at the trailhead near the wilderness area, less than a couple miles from where he would eventually be camped during his short fishing trip. Equipped with his backpack and fishing gear, Robert hiked to Middle Rock Lake, a tranquil spot situated between Upper and Lower Rock Lakes at elevations ranging from 4,200 to 4,400 feet. The South Fork of the Roaring River originates between Lower and Middle Rock Lakes, enhancing the allure of the picturesque setting. Choosing a peaceful grove of large trees, Robert pitched his tent, leaving behind other supplies while carrying only his fishing pole and tackle box. As the days passed, Robert's brother Michael grew worried when he failed to locate Robert at Middle Rock Lake on the 19th of July after venturing out to the area to find his missing brother. It would be at this time that Michael would discover Robert's tent, which appears to have been in a good condition and showed that Robert had only recently stepped away from his tent. After waiting at the tent for an hour and failing to see his brother return back to the tent, Michael would decide to head back home, as he was comforted that Robert's stuff appeared to have been fine and the condition of his tent appearing new. Leaving a note on Robert's Nissan at the trailhead, Michael urged Robert that when he returns to his vehicle and finds the note, he should immediately reach out to contact the family to let them know he's safe, as they were growing increasingly worried at his lack of contact. However, when Robert did not respond after another 5 days, Michael ventured back into the wilderness and discovered Robert's tent exactly as he had seen it 5 days earlier, undisturbed. Concerned for his brother's safety, Michael immediately contacted the United States Forest Service and the Clackamas County Sheriff, reporting Robert as a missing person. The authorities wasted no time and initiated a search operation on the 25th of July, focusing on the Middle Rock Lake area. With the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office leading the search efforts, an intense operation unfolded in the rugged terrain of the Roaring River Wilderness. The search commander recognized the challenges posed by the unforgiving landscape, with horses used in the search even encountering difficulties, necessitating their removal from the area due to thrown shoes. Nonetheless, the dedicated search teams persisted, undeterred by the arduous conditions. The Oregon National Guard was called upon to provide aerial support, deploying helicopters to conduct extensive reconnaissance flights over the lakes region. Despite hours spent scanning the area from the air, no unusual sights were observed. Ground search teams meticulously combed the rocky terrain, enduring countless hours of exhaustive efforts. Over 200 individuals from various organizations, including search and rescue teams, law enforcement agencies, and volunteers, joined forces to locate Robert Perry Bissell. Despite the extensive search operation spanning slightly more than 11 days, no substantial clues leading to Robert's whereabouts emerged. Searchers discovered Robert's tent, capturing a photograph of it, but curiously, his fishing pole and tackle box were conspicuously absent. Inside the tent, all the expected camping gear and supplies were intact, as one would anticipate from someone spending time in the wilderness. The absence of any signs of struggle or disturbance in the campsite perplexed investigators. Bloodhounds, renowned for their tracking abilities, failed to pick up Robert's scent, adding to the enigma surrounding his disappearance. The lack of footprints or any discernible tracks or evidence within the surrounding area compounded the mystery further. The baffling circumstances surrounding Robert Perry Bissell's disappearance and the subsequent search effort left investigators and the public grappling with unanswered questions. The absence of predatory animal attacks, and the lack of any significant leads deepened the intrigue of this case. As the search continued, comparisons were drawn to other perplexing disappearances in the nearby Larch Mountain region, just 10 miles north of Robert's last known location. The Cascade Mountain Range, stretching from Oregon to Washington, had become notorious for its unusual and unexplained vanishings, defying rational explanations. Despite the passage of time, Robert Perry Bissell's case remains an open investigation, with his name listed in the National Missing Persons Database. Flyers and information about his disappearance continue to circulate, and the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office diligently follows up on any tips or leads that may shed light on his whereabouts. The wilderness that claimed Robert's presence continues to captivate the imagination, reminding us of the elusive nature of certain mysteries. The mystery of Joshua Lewis Kern. Harriman State Park, a vast and enigmatic expanse of wilderness that rests nestled between the murky depths of several large bodies of water, stands shrouded in an eerie ambience. Situated an estimated 10 miles west of the Wyoming border and roughly 6 miles south of Island Park, this otherworldly reserve is imbued with a borderline supernatural aura, as a large number of strange disappearances appear to be centered around the area. Spanning a staggering 16,000 acres, the location is considered to be one of the least popular wildlife parks within the Yellowstone ecosystem, found just west of the renowned national park. Despite its lower popularity, the strange number of disappearances only continue to grow. According to one such report, it was on a fateful afternoon of the 13th of July, back in 1990, when Richard and Jackie Lewis, accompanied by their young son Joshua, ventured into the heart of this enigmatic realm and suffered a terrible tragedy. According to the couple, the group was visiting the area for a family reunion, which had often visited the location in the past and preferred the serenity of Yellowstone's less frequented spots. However, according to the family, it would be within the span of only a few minutes that their son, Joshua Lewis Kern, believed to be only 2 at the time, somehow vanished from their sight and was nowhere to be found, with no evidence where the child had disappeared off to. Investigators who questioned members of the family believed that it would be about an hour into the party that Joshua Lewis Kern was last seen by family members sitting on a camping bench. Less than a few minutes later, Kern's parents were unable to locate where he was and began their search for the boy. Initially, the parents called out to Joshua and walked around the open campgrounds, but when the entire family soon realized that the boy was nowhere to be found, they would spend another 30 minutes searching throughout the surrounding area and down nearby amateur trails. After an hour of their initial searching, Joshua's parents would contact the local authorities and ask for assistance sometime around 3 in the afternoon. Within the span of about 2 hours, an army of over 150 search and rescue volunteers descended upon the park, their desperate eyes scanning every inch of the vast wilderness. The Idaho National Engineering Laboratory was beseeched by the local sheriff's department to provide aid in the form of a forward-looking infrared-equipped helicopter alongside multiple canine search teams. Leading this relentless pursuit was the indomitable Fremont County Sheriff, resolute in their commitment to unravel the mystifying disappearance of Joshua. Oddly enough, despite the expected weather forecast predicting clear skies for the following weeks, the sky would unleash an unexpected torrential downpour, washing away any semblance of hope as the search and rescue operation first began. The deluge persisted relentlessly, casting an eerie pall over the proceedings, with search and rescue volunteers complaining of impossible ground conditions, including impassable mud, washed trails, and fallen debris. Undeterred by the tempestuous onslaught, however, parents Richard and Jackie Lewis clung to their vigil, searching through the day and the night, and sleeping within the rain-swept campgrounds through the night. It would be on the following day, on the 14th of July, that a flicker of hope showed for investigators who found a piece of evidence of Joshua Lewis Kern and used canine teams to follow his scent. Although the canine teams were initially unhelpful, as they were unable to pick up any scent of the missing child within the campgrounds, they would suddenly spring into action when search and rescue approached a connecting trail and seemed to pick up the boy's scent. The elation, however, was tempered by the bewildering circumstance that Joshua had managed to evade the keen senses of dogs, ground searchers, and even aerial reconnaissance. It was as if Joshua had completely disappeared from the region and suddenly reappeared elsewhere, completely eluding the clutches of those who sought him desperately. Unveiling further layers of intrigue, a report from the Dayton Daily News left an indelible mark on the nature of this perplexing case. According to the newspaper, investigators had questioned Joshua and were unable to get any answers from him on what exactly happened before and during his strange disappearance. Fremont County Sheriff Garrett, a man well acquainted with the bizarre number of strange disappearances within the area, said that it's uncertain whether officials will ever learn what happened to Joshua and how he spent the night. The fragments of this disturbing puzzle only deepened the aura of otherworldliness that hung over the mysterious disappearance of Joshua Lewis Kern. Canines and aircraft, equipped with the most advanced technology, proved futile in their pursuit and were unable to find any sign of him. Even more bizarre, search and rescue volunteers would scan the entire area over the course of 24 hours before discovering Joshua less than 1,000 yards from the spot where he had last been seen, in an open field that should have been easily spotted by passing aircraft. It was almost as if Joshua had completely vanished from the park and then returned, while avoiding experienced search and rescue teams. Investigators had originally theorized that maybe Joshua had been taken by a passing camper, but then returned as the search and rescue operation and investigation into his disappearance grew out of proportion. But this theory was quickly dispelled when it became apparent that all roads were blocked and search and rescue volunteers were already in and around the area, making it difficult for anyone to have returned Joshua without having been spotted. To this day, investigators are unable to explain what exactly happened to Joshua and the strange series of events during his search. In early 2021, in a small town in Brazil, residents were left terrified after multiple sightings of a werewolf-like creature were reported. The creature was described as a tall, muscular humanoid with a canine-like face, long claws, and fur covering its body. The sightings were so frequent and widespread that the local government decided to impose a nighttime curfew to protect the residents. The panic was triggered by a video that went viral on social media, showing what appeared to be a werewolf walking on two legs through the streets of the town. The video was reportedly shot by a group of teenagers who were out at night and came across the creature. The footage, although blurry and shaky, shows a dark, humanoid figure walking towards the camera before disappearing into the darkness. The werewolf sightings sparked a wave of fear and speculation among the residents, with many believing that the creature was a supernatural entity or a cursed human. Some even speculated that the werewolf was a product of a government experiment gone wrong or a result of the town's proximity to a nearby military base. The local authorities were quick to respond to the situation, dispatching a team of police officers and military personnel to investigate the sightings. Oddly enough, around this same time, residents throughout Brazil reported that they witnessed teams of military officials patrolling the street at night, with one resident saying that they created a curfew so that they could hunt this creature down without being seen. However, no evidence was found to support the claims, and the team concluded that the sightings were likely a hoax or a case of mass hysteria. Despite the lack of evidence, the werewolf sightings continued, and the local government decided to impose a nighttime curfew. The curfew required all residents to be indoors by 10 in the evening, and anyone caught violating the curfew would face fines and possible imprisonment. Although the curfew was soon lifted, residents who lived close to nearby military bases said that they were certain that they had some involvement, and questioned whether something was released from one of the nearby bases, and that military officials then had to lock everyone inside their homes so that they could hunt and track it down. After the military came into the area, residents said that the werewolf sightings decreased dramatically. Legends of the werewolf date back to some of the oldest known mythologies all around the world, with accounts of attacks from shape-shifting men into dogs even being recorded in the modern day. Many of these reported encounters often overlap with similar claims of large humanoid dog-like creatures with bright red eyes known for their vicious wolf-like savagery. The 1987 Northern Michigan encounter of Luther. Back in August of 1987, the owners of a small wooden cabin claimed that their cabin had been attacked in the night by a large animal they presumed to have been a bear. Unsure of what the animal was, and needing information surrounding the vandalism to provide to insurance companies, the owners then contacted the Department of Natural Resources from Baldwin, Michigan. After waiting around for some hours, several investigators from the field office arrived at the cabin and claimed that they were interested in examining the damage to the cabin to verify the animal attacks. Several investigators from the field office arrived at the cabin and claimed that they were interested in examining the damage to the cabin to verify the animal attacks. Although the owners originally believed the large animal to have been a bear, the gathered evidence from the game warden's investigation proved that the animal scratches were not from a typical bear vandalism and was most likely something else entirely. According to the Department of Natural Resources, the tracks and the claw marks left behind at the cabin more closely matched that of a very large dog. Surrounding the cabin and near the nearby muddy pathways were footprints of large dog tracks. On the windows of the cabin were prints of equally as large muddy paws that went as high as 7 feet, and different parts of the roof of the cabin appeared to have also had evidence of muddy footprints. Additionally, closer examination showed that the frames of the windows and the doorway appeared to have been chewed in an attempt of the animal to have gained entrance to the cabin in the night, a behavior uncommon of wolves in the region. Even more peculiar, areas of the footprints seemed to reach up on the wall past 7 feet in height, meaning that the animal would have had to walk on its hind legs and be at a height exceeding 7 feet when standing. An official quote on the event is recorded as the following. Upon closer scrutiny, it was determined that the damage to the cabin had been done by a very large dog. It appeared that the animal had chewed into the wood frames of the building and the door screening in an attempt to gain entrance to the cabin. Officers found huge dog tracks all around the cabin, paw prints on the windows, and deep grooves made by a dog's teeth in the wood around the door and window. The damage inflicted was found to not be the work of an average dog, but one which was very large and capable of standing up and reaching 7 feet up to the higher window levels. It didn't take long for the story of the cabin's destruction by a large dog to have reached the nearby town, with many of the locals soon making their way up to the cabin to see the evidence of the attack for themselves. Many of the local hunters and tour guides supported the claims that the prints and the attacks had to have been made by a large dog or wolf, and that the scratch marks were atypical of a standard bear attack. Several hunters offered to hunt down the creature for the owners of the cabin, whereas others believed that an ancient dire wolf could have been the culprit. This creature has been reported in various parts of the world, but mainly in North America. It is described as a creature that has the head and upper body of a wolf and the lower body of a human. The first recorded sighting of the dogman dates back to the 1700s, when French explorers reported seeing a creature with the head of a wolf and the body of a man in what is now known as Wisconsin. However, it wasn't until the late 1980s that the term dogman was coined by a radio host in Michigan who received reports of sightings from local residents. The dogman is often described as being around 7 feet tall and weighing up to 400 pounds. It is said to have sharp teeth, glowing eyes, and the ability to move quickly and silently. Many witnesses have reported feeling a sense of intense fear when encountering the creature, leading some to speculate that it may have supernatural origins. There have been several notable encounters with the dogman in recent times. In 1987, a man named Steve Cook claimed to have had a face-to-face encounter with the creature while walking his dog in a park in Michigan. He described the creature as being around 7 feet tall and having yellow eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. As of right now, people still report encountering the creatures, leaving them terrified and questioning what it was that they encountered. Padre Pio, also known as Saint Pio of Pietrelcina, was an Italian Catholic priest and mystic who lived from 1887 to 1968. He is known for his deep devotion to God, his piety, and his supernatural gifts, including stigmata, the ability to read souls, and the gift of bilocation. Padre Pio was born Francesco Forgione in the small town of Pietrelcina, Italy. As a child, he was deeply religious and often experienced visions of Jesus and the Virgin Mary. At the age of 15, he entered the Capuchin order and took the name Pio. He was ordained a priest in 1910. In 1918, Padre Pio received the stigmata, or wounds of Christ, on his hands, feet and side. He experienced intense pain and bleeding from these wounds for the rest of his life, but considered them a great honor and a sign of God's love. Padre Pio also had the gift of bilocation, which means he could be in two places at once. He was known to appear to people in need, both physically and spiritually, and offer them comfort and guidance. Padre Pio was also known for his ability to read souls. He could sense people's sins and offer them absolution and advice on how to live a more spiritual life. Throughout his life, Padre Pio performed many miracles, including healing the sick. He also founded the House for the Relief of Suffering, a hospital that still operates today. Padre Pio passed away in 1968 at the age of 81. He was canonized by Pope John Paul II in 2002 and is celebrated as a saint in the Catholic Church. His legacy continues to inspire people all over the world. Padre Pio was known to have had many mystical experiences and visions throughout his life. One of the most well-known visions occurred in 1918 while he was praying in his cell. According to accounts, he experienced a vision of Jesus Christ and received the stigmata, or wounds of Christ, in his hands, feet, and side. Padre Pio also reported experiencing many other visions and mystical encounters throughout his life, and was known for his gift of spiritual discernment and ability to read the hearts of others. One such vision came from Jesus himself, which would cause Padre Pio to write a letter in 1959 describing what Jesus had said to him. He said that Jesus revealed these 12 messages to him about the end of the world. The world is walking in ruins. Men have abandoned the right path to venture on roads that end in the desert of violence. If they do not drink from the source of humility, charity, and love, it will be a catastrophe. Terrible things will come. I can no longer intercede for men. Divine piety is about to end. Man had been created to love life and ended up destroying life. When the world was entrusted to man, it was a garden. Man has turned it into an atmosphere full of poisons. Nothing now serves to purify the house of man. A deep work is necessary, which can only come from heaven. Prepare to live 3 days in total darkness. These 3 days are very close, and in these days they will remain as dead without eating or drinking. Then the light will return, but many will be the men who will not see it anymore. Many people will escape scared. It will run without a goal. They will say that there is salvation to the east and people will run to the east, but it will fall on a cliff. They will say that to the west there is salvation and people will run to the west, but they will fall into a furnace. The earth will tremble and the panic will be great. The earth is sick. The earthquake will be like a snake. They will feel it crawling everywhere, and many stones will fall, and many men will perish. You are like ants, because the time will come when men will take their eyes off for a crumb of bread. Businesses will be looted. Warehouses will be taken in assault and destroyed. Poor will be one who in those dark days will be without a candle, without a jug of water, and without the necessary for 3 months. A land will disappear, a great land. A country will be erased forever from geographical maps, and with it history, wealth, and men will be dragged into the mud. The love of man for man has become an empty word. How can you expect Jesus to love you if you do not even love those who eat at your own table? Of the wrath of God, men of science will not be forgiven, but men of heart. I'm desperate. I do not know what to do for humanity to repent. If you continue on this path, the tremendous wrath of God will be unleashed like a tremendous thunderbolt. A meteorite will fall on the earth and everything will shine. It will be a disaster, much worse than a war. Many things will be cancelled, and this will be one of the signs. Men will live a tragic experience. Many will be overwhelmed by the river. Many will be burned by fire. Many will be buried by poisons. But I will stay close to the pure of heart. Jesus did speak about the need for humans to change their ways. In the Christian Bible, Jesus frequently preached about repentance and turning away from sin. Many people have said that some of these messages can be interpreted in different ways, but ultimately said that they can apply to various situations throughout the modern day. Interestingly, over the years there's been a variety of mysterious religious events that have been reported, many of which leave the eyewitnesses wondering if they experienced a divine encounter. Our Lady of Zeitoun. Referred to by believers as the Our Lady of Zeitoun event, it appears that within the Zeitoun district of Cairo in Egypt, there appears to have been a mass sighting of the Virgin Mary having manifested as a ghostly apparition above the Church of the Virgin Mary in the city of Cairo. There have often been claims of Marian apparitions, of which are mass sightings of a manifested and ghostly image of the Virgin Mary appearing above churches from around the world. However, the event of Our Lady of Zeitoun continues to be one that mystifies believers and skeptics alike. This is due to the fact of the mass witnesses, evidence and numerous apparitions seen over the course of 2 to 3 years in total. Each time the apparition manifested, witnesses claimed to see the shining image of the Virgin Mary, emanating like a pure white light, and standing as a woman on the roof of the church, looking out over the area. The first sighting occurred back on the 2nd of April, in 1968, when a Muslim bus mechanic working across the street ran to the church in the fear that he had spotted a woman about to jump from the roof. It wasn't long before the police were called, and a crowd had gathered to try to figure out what was going on. The woman then began to glow a bright, blinding white light, and the police had to restrain people and hold them back to prevent them from being trampled. As the sightings continued, more and more people began to gather around the church to also confirm what had been told, only to also bear witness to the strange apparition manifesting before them and seeming to bear the resemblance and likeness to that of the Virgin Mary. Reports claim that more than 250,000 people confirmed the sightings, with several pictures being taken of the event, showing a large, glowing apparition standing on the roof of the church. The Miracle of the Sun, also known as the Miracle of Fatima, was an event that occurred on October 13, 1917, in the small town of Fatima, Portugal. It is considered one of the most significant religious events of the 20th century and was witnessed by thousands of people. According to the accounts of witnesses, the Miracle of the Sun began after 3 shepherd children, Lucia dos Santos and her cousins Jacinta and Francisco Marto, reported seeing a vision of the Virgin Mary on 6 different occasions between May and October 1917. During the final apparition, which occurred on October 13, 1917, the Virgin Mary told the children that she would perform a miracle so that all people would believe in her apparitions and messages. As the crowds of onlookers gathered around the children, a sudden heavy rainstorm began. The rain stopped abruptly, and the clouds parted, revealing the sun. Witnesses reported that the sun appeared to change color and spin, moving erratically across the sky. Many people reported seeing visions, including the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, and other saints. Others reported seeing a dancing sun, and some claimed to have witnessed miraculous healings. The event was witnessed by an estimated 100,000 people, including reporters and photographers. The phenomenon has been the subject of much debate and speculation, with some attributing the event to a natural atmospheric phenomenon known as a sundog, while others believe it was a genuine miracle. Regardless of the cause, the Miracle of the Sun had a profound impact on the Catholic Church and the people of Portugal, with many believers taking it as a sign of the Virgin Mary's approval of the Fatima apparitions and message of prayer, penance and devotion to the Rosary. The controversial archaeological discovery of the Tel Dan Inscription. The Tel Dan Inscription is an ancient inscription discovered in 1993 during an archaeological excavation at Tel Dan in northern Israel. It is considered one of the most important and controversial archaeological discoveries in the region. The inscription consists of fragments of a stele, or stone monument, that dates back to the 9th century BCE. The stele contains an Aramaic inscription that mentions a king of Israel named House of David. This is the first known reference to the biblical King David outside of the Bible, and thus the Tel Dan inscription has significant historical and religious importance. The inscription mentions the victory of the king of Aram over the king of Israel and the king of the House of David, indicating that the kingdom of Israel was under threat from its neighbors. The Tel Dan inscription consists of 3 fragments, with the largest fragment containing 13 lines of text. The inscription is written in Aramaic, which was the language spoken in the region at the time. The text is difficult to decipher in places due to damage and missing letters, but the meaning of the inscription is generally clear. The discovery of the Tel Dan inscription has helped scholars to better understand the history of the region during the 9th century BCE, as well as the political and religious developments that were taking place at the time. The inscription provides important evidence for the existence of King David and the historical accuracy of the biblical account of his reign. Biblical archaeological discoveries are important for several reasons. Archaeological discoveries can provide evidence that supports the historical accuracy of the biblical narrative. These discoveries can help to confirm events, people, and places described in the Bible, and help to paint a more complete picture of life during biblical times. Archaeological discoveries can provide insight into the daily life, culture, and customs of ancient civilizations, including the Israelites and other peoples described in the Bible. These discoveries can help to give us a better understanding of the people and cultures that played a role in the development of biblical stories. They help to preserve our cultural heritage and history and provide physical evidence of ancient civilizations and help us to learn from the mistakes and successes of those who came before us. For many people, biblical archaeological discoveries have spiritual significance. They help to connect people to their religious roots and provide a tangible link to the stories, places, and people described in the Bible. Overall, biblical archaeological discoveries help us to better understand the history, culture, and religious significance of the Bible and the peoples it describes. Since the dawn of space exploration, numerous astronauts have claimed to have encountered unidentified objects while in space. Many of these sightings have been dismissed by skeptics as mere hallucinations or reflections of light, but others remain unexplained, and have left some wondering if there is more to the universe than we currently understand. One of the most famous of these encounters occurred during the Apollo 11 mission in 1969, when astronauts Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong reported seeing a strange glowing object following them as they made their way to the moon. The object appeared to be in a fixed position relative to the spacecraft, leading some to speculate that it may have been an advanced craft. Another notable encounter occurred when astronaut James McDivitt reported seeing a cylindrical object that he could not identify. The object appeared to be rotating and emitting a high-pitched sound, leading McDivitt to speculate that it may have been a spacecraft of some kind. Story Musgrave is a retired NASA astronaut who has made 6 spaceflights during his career. However, during one of those missions, he had a strange encounter that he could not explain. In 1996, Musgrave was on board the Space Shuttle Columbia on the STS-80 mission when he saw a mysterious object in space that he described as a snake. The incident occurred during a 15-day mission when Columbia was orbiting the Earth at an altitude of about 190 miles. Musgrave, who was a payload specialist on the mission, was operating a video camera to film a tether experiment, in which a 12-mile-long cable was extended from the shuttle to test the idea of using tethers to generate electricity in space. As Musgrave was filming the experiment, he noticed a strange object moving across the frame. At first, he thought it was a reflection or a lens flare, but as he zoomed in on the object, he realized it was a long, thin, serpentine object with what appeared to be lights on it. Musgrave estimated that the object was about 10 to 30 feet long and said that it appeared to be moving independently of the shuttle and the tether. He described the object as a giant, snake-like creature that was moving deliberately through space. The encounter lasted for about 10 minutes, during which time Musgrave and his crewmates tried to determine what the object was. They ruled out the possibility that it was a reflection or a lens flare, and also ruled out the possibility that it was a piece of debris or space junk, since it was moving too deliberately and too slowly. They also ruled out the possibility that it was an animal or a bird, since it was moving through the vacuum of space. The incident was captured on video, and the footage has been analyzed by researchers who have suggested that the object could be an advanced craft. However, NASA officials have said that the object was probably a piece of debris or space junk, and that Musgrave and his crewmates misidentified it. Regardless of what the object actually was, Musgrave's encounter has remained one of the most intriguing and mysterious sightings ever reported by an astronaut. It is a reminder that there are still many unexplained phenomena in space, and that the universe is full of mysteries that we have yet to unravel. In 2020, Russian cosmonaut Ivan Vagner captured footage of an unidentified object from the International Space Station. The video showed a fast-moving object with a distinct shape and glowing lights passing over the Earth's atmosphere. The footage quickly gained attention from enthusiasts and skeptics alike, sparking discussions about the existence of extraterrestrial life and the possibility of advanced technologies beyond human comprehension. The object spotted by Vagner is not the first reported sighting from space. NASA astronauts have also reported seeing objects that they could not explain while on missions. The subject of mysterious aircrafts in space has long been a topic of interest and debate among the scientific community and the general public. Despite the compelling nature of the Vagner footage, skeptics argue that the object could have been a satellite, a piece of space debris, or a natural phenomenon such as a meteor. However, some experts have pointed out that the object appears to have maneuvered in a way that suggests it was not simply a random piece of space debris, also noting that it hovered motionless for several minutes without moving. The Vagner sighting adds to the growing body of evidence that suggests the possibility of extraterrestrial life and advanced technologies beyond human understanding. While the scientific community has yet to provide definitive proof of such phenomena, the fascination and intrigue surrounding the topic continue to capture the public's imagination. As space exploration and technology continue to advance, it is likely that further sightings and evidence will emerge, fueling ongoing discussions and debates about the existence of extraterrestrial life and advanced civilizations. The United States National Aeronautics and Space Administration has long been a source of interest for enthusiasts. Many have wondered whether NASA has investigated sightings or encountered unexplained aerial phenomena in their missions. NASA has always maintained that it is a scientific organization focused on space exploration and has not made any formal statement on the existence of extraterrestrial life or mysterious aircrafts. However, there have been reports of NASA astronauts and officials discussing sightings of strange aircrafts and unexplained aerial phenomena. In more recent years, NASA astronauts have reported seeing unusual lights and objects while in space. In 2019, various strange objects were allegedly detected outside the International Space Station, with one user describing them as large, glowing objects that didn't match anything that was close by. Despite these reports, NASA has maintained that there is no evidence of extraterrestrial life or advanced aircrafts. While NASA has not made any formal statement on whether they have investigated sightings or unexplained aerial phenomena, some former NASA employees have spoken out about their experiences. In 2009, astronaut Dr. Edgar Mitchell, who was part of the Apollo 14 mission, spoke about his belief in extraterrestrial life and the existence of a government cover-up. He claimed that NASA had been covering up evidence of advanced beings visiting Earth and said that they have been doing this for decades. As of right now, while NASA has not made any official statements on mysterious aircrafts or unexplained aerial phenomena, there have been reports of sightings and experiences by astronauts and officials. The organization's focus on scientific research and space exploration may limit its willingness to publicly discuss such topics, but the public's interest in the possibility of advanced life and aircrafts continues to be a topic of debate and fascination. One of the most fascinating questions that have intrigued scientists, astronomers, and the general public for decades is the possibility of the existence of intelligent extraterrestrial life. With billions of galaxies, each containing billions of stars, many of which are sun-like, it seems statistically likely that some of them could host life. However, despite decades of searching and studying the universe, we have yet to find concrete evidence of the existence of aliens. So, why have we seen no sign of aliens? One possible answer is that the universe is too vast, and the distances between stars and planets are too great for us to make contact with aliens. The nearest star system to our own, Alpha Centauri, is more than 4 light-years away. This means that it would take us over 4 years to travel there at the speed of light. Furthermore, even if we did detect signals from an alien civilization, it would still take years for us to communicate with them, assuming they could receive and send signals at a similar speed. Another possibility is that we have not been looking in the right place. Our search for extraterrestrial life has primarily focused on planets that are similar to Earth, with the assumption that life could only exist in conditions that are similar to those on our planet. However, this assumption may be too narrow, and life could exist in environments that we have not considered, such as underground oceans, methane seas, or extreme temperatures. Additionally, it is possible that we have already received signals from extraterrestrial civilizations, but we have not recognized them. In 1977, the famous WOW signal was detected by astronomers at The Ohio State University, but it has not been detected since. While there are various theories about the origin of the signal, including that it was a transmission from aliens, it remains a mystery. Another possible reason why we have not seen any signs of aliens is that they are simply not interested in communicating with us. It is possible that they have evolved beyond the need for communication, or that they do not see us as a threat or a valuable enough civilization to interact with. Alternatively, it is possible that they are intentionally avoiding us to prevent interference in our development or to maintain the secrecy of their existence. As of right now, the absence of concrete evidence of the existence of aliens remains one of the greatest mysteries in science. While we have not found any definitive proof of the existence of extraterrestrial life, the possibility of its existence remains tantalizingly real. Whether we will ever make contact with aliens or not is still unknown, but the search for extraterrestrial life continues to captivate our imaginations and inspire scientists to explore the universe further. The universe is vast and has countless galaxies, each containing an enormous number of stars, planets, and other celestial objects. As a result, it is difficult to estimate the exact number of planets in the universe. However, scientists have been able to make rough estimates based on current knowledge and data. The Milky Way galaxy, which is the home of our solar system, is estimated to contain between 100 billion and 400 billion planets. Scientists have already discovered thousands of planets outside our solar system using telescopes and other detection methods. Beyond the Milky Way galaxy, there are billions of other galaxies, each containing an estimated number of stars and planets. This suggests that there are potentially trillions of planets in the observable universe. It is worth noting that while there may be an enormous number of planets in the universe, it is also important to consider the conditions required for life to exist. For example, a planet must be in the habitable zone of its star, which is the region where conditions are favorable for liquid water to exist. Additionally, the planet must have the right atmosphere, temperature, and other conditions that are necessary for life to exist. While we may not know the exact number of planets in the universe, it is clear that there are many possibilities for discovering new planets and expanding our understanding of the cosmos. With advances in technology and exploration, it is likely that we will continue to uncover new information about the planets in the universe and their potential for harboring life. The universe is vast, with countless stars, planets, and other celestial bodies. One of the most significant structures in the universe is the galaxy, which is a collection of billions of stars held together by gravity. Galaxies come in different shapes and sizes, and scientists estimate that there are billions of them in the universe. But just how many galaxies are there? In 2016, a study conducted by an international team of astronomers estimated that there are roughly 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe. The observable universe is the portion of the universe that we can see from Earth, which is limited by the speed of light and the age of the universe. This estimate was based on data collected by the Hubble Space Telescope and other observatories, which have been used to survey large portions of the sky and count the number of galaxies present. While the number of galaxies in the observable universe is staggering, it is important to note that this estimate only accounts for a small fraction of the entire universe. The universe is believed to be much larger than the observable universe, and it is likely that there are many more galaxies beyond our current reach. Despite the vast number of galaxies in the universe, many of them are too far away to be observed directly. Scientists have developed various techniques to study galaxies indirectly, such as analyzing their light spectra or studying the gravitational lensing effects they produce. By studying galaxies, scientists hope to better understand the formation and evolution of the universe, as well as the processes that drive the formation and evolution of individual galaxies. As of right now, while we may never know exactly how many galaxies exist in the universe, current estimates suggest that there are at least 2 trillion in the observable universe alone. As technology and techniques continue to improve, it is likely that we will continue to discover new galaxies and gain a better understanding of the vast and complex universe we live in. The disappearance of Orlando Longmire. As of today, very little is known about Orlando Longmire's mysterious disappearance. Orlando Longmire, a 62-year-old individual, was reported missing in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania on March 30, 2022. Detailed investigation reveals that he was last seen on March 22nd after departing from his residence while carrying his required medications. Orlando Longmire, a resident of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, came into this world on June 15, 1959. On the day of March 22nd, 2022, Orlando departed from his residence while carrying his necessary prescription medication containers. However, from that moment onwards, his family has not had any sight or knowledge of his whereabouts. On the evening of March 30th, 2022, Orlando was sighted for the final time at approximately 5 in the vicinity of North 27th Street in Philadelphia. Orlando's whereabouts remain unknown, as there have been no sightings or any communication from him recently. There is a notable familiarity attached to his presence in the vicinity of Fox Street and Hunting Park Avenue. The precise whereabouts of Orlando Longmire and the details surrounding his vanishing continue to be a mystery, leaving the investigation into his case unresolved. The disappearance of Melissa Lemoyne. Melissa Lemoyne, a 39-year-old woman, went missing in Tampa, Florida on July 14, 2023. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance are quite concerning, as she vanished soon after being dropped off at the Frontier Travel Park to meet an individual she had connected with online. During the period when Melissa went missing, she resided in Lutz, Florida, a town situated approximately 15 miles away from Tampa. Lutz, a peaceful community with its distinct charm, provided a serene backdrop. In the scorching afternoon of July 14, 2023, a close relative transported Melissa to the sprawling and bustling Frontier Travel Park, situated conveniently on Nebraska Avenue in the vibrant city of Tampa, Florida. Melissa had made plans to meet an unfamiliar person whom she had been engaging with on Facebook. The purpose of this meeting was to finally meet face-to-face and get to know each other better. After leaving her last known location, Melissa unfortunately never reached her destination, and there has been no communication or information about her whereabouts since. When she did not come back home, her family took the initiative to report her as missing to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, expressing their concern and seeking assistance in locating her whereabouts. The current whereabouts of Melissa Lemoyne, along with the details surrounding her disappearance, continue to be shrouded in mystery. Despite extensive efforts to find her, the case remains unresolved. The mystery of David Holtz. Over 250,000 individuals are reported missing every year, with estimates of actual missing persons cases that are left unreported, pushing that total to more than an expected 300,000 cases annually. With that many reports, it is no wonder that a vast majority of these cases are left unsolved. However, every now and then there are a series of missing cases that emerge that are so peculiar they become the subject of internet theories and impossible to explain theories. Known as the Missing 411, there appears to be a substantial number of missing persons cases relating to the disappearances of individuals from national parks. In fact, many of these cases are believed to not be investigated too deeply, as some form of supernatural or paranormal cover-up takes place in these undisturbed locations. The Sequoia National Park, nestled just south of the renowned Yosemite National Park, boasts breathtaking views of pristine wilderness that, despite its splendor, is often overshadowed by its more popular neighbor. With its magnificent peaks made of predominantly granite, including the towering Mount Whitney, the tallest mountain in the contiguous United States, at a staggering elevation of 14,500 feet, Sequoia National Park holds a mesmerizing allure for adventurers seeking unspoiled natural beauty. Unfortunately for one family, this beauty would be tainted by one of the most tragic events to have occurred in the park during this time. According to the Missing Persons Report, on the 13th of July, back in 1971, a young 9-year-old by the name of David Holtz would suddenly vanish while walking with his family through the Sequoia National Park, leaving behind a haunting mystery for investigators to uncover. Colonel Edward Holtz, a distinguished commanding officer from the Los Angeles Armed Forces Examining and Instruction Center, embarked on a memorable camping and fishing trip with his 3 sons in this picturesque setting. Choosing the idyllic Dorst Creek Campground, a location in close proximity to the popular Kings Canyon Visitors Center, and a mere 3 miles from the awe-inspiring giant General Sherman tree considered to be the tallest tree in the world, the Holtz family eagerly set out to establish their camp and indulge in their shared passion for fishing. Unfortunately, as the Holtz family returned from their fishing excursion in Dorst Creek, David became separated from his brother Mike after expressing his desire to take a different path. According to Mike, his brother David had been standing behind him a few feet as they talked and walked down the path following their father. Several times as they walked back to their campground together, David pleaded with Mike if they could go together to investigate other pathways and areas away from the main hiking trail. Worried for his brother's safety, Mike would tell David not to step away from the trail and to stay within sight of him as they continued back to the campground. Mike would later tell investigators that as the two brothers were close to the campground, Mike said something to David, but David didn't reply, causing Mike to turn around and realize that David was nowhere nearby. While David's father and brother safely reached the campsite, their hearts sank as they realized David was nowhere to be found. Frantic shouts echoed through the wilderness as they immediately turned back and followed the hiking trail to where they had come from while calling out to 9-year-old David. The anxious group tirelessly scoured the area where David was last seen, but their calls were met with an eerie silence. The newspapers of the time reported Colonel Edward Holtz's heart-wrenching statement that his son was mentally challenged, which further compounded the already challenging search efforts. Determined to leave no stone unturned, the National Park Service, local sheriffs, and dedicated armed forces personnel from Hamilton Air Force Base rallied together to comb through the vast expanses of Sequoia National Park in a valiant attempt to locate David. Days turned into a week as the search persisted, yielding no sign of David. However, a glimmer of hope emerged on the 8th day when a searcher, en route to the Dorst Creek campground, stumbled upon a small tackle box resting on the side of the road. The discovery sent a mix of encouragement and concern through the search party. Colonel Holtz identified the tackle box as belonging to David, intensifying the belief that it was a tangible clue in close proximity to the area he disappeared. The peculiar nature of its placement, along a road traversed daily during the search, seemed almost like a cryptic message, adding an air of mystery to an already perplexing ordeal. Refusing to surrender hope, search parties persisted in scouring the mountainous terrain, their determination unwavering. Curiously, the airborne searches conducted over the area failed to spot David's bright red and orange shirt, the very garment he had been wearing when he vanished. Despite their exhaustive efforts, the formal search for David Holtz was reluctantly concluded after 2 weeks of relentless pursuit. Nevertheless, Colonel Edward Holtz, driven by unwavering paternal love, could not bear to abandon the quest to find his beloved son. On July 31st, 18 days after David's disappearance, accompanied by a loyal friend, Edward Holtz ventured into an elevated region known as Colony Meadows, situated an estimated 8,000 feet above the point where David had last been seen. Amidst the pristine beauty of this lush, verdant meadow, adorned with majestic giant sequoias, a heartbreaking discovery unfolded. Edward and his companion stumbled upon David Holtz, but they were too late. Regrettably, the available records fail to provide any details regarding the condition of David and what caused him to pass away. And while the Park Service initially attributed his demise to exposure and exhaustion, it is essential to note that no autopsy had been conducted at that time. To unravel the enigma of how David ended up in Colony Meadows from Dorst Creek is a riveting aspect of this tragic tale. If we are to embrace the belief that David's tackle box was indeed discovered along the road leading to Dorst Creek campground, in a direction completely opposite to where he was eventually found, it implies that David, who was only 9 at the time, ventured further east, tracing the path upstream of the creek, ultimately leading him towards the captivating meadow directly through the path of active search and rescue volunteers. It appears that David, rather than retracing his steps along the road back to the campground, or even venturing towards the nearby major highway, embarked on a path that led him below Colony Meadows. There, he encountered a treacherously steep and rock-faced mountainside, an imposing obstacle that seemingly rose vertically for 700 to 900 feet, depending on the precise route he took, a height and steepness that would have been impossible for even experienced climbers to have pursued, and completely unfathomable for such a young individual. Adding another layer of intrigue to this haunting tale, it is disheartening to note that the case file which could potentially shed further light on the search for David, has been inexplicably destroyed. After the Sequoia National Park was petitioned with a Freedom of Information Act to force the release of any information the park had gathered on the David Holtz case, the national park officials would respond to the query with the claim that all information surrounding Holtz had been recently destroyed. While the fate of David remains shrouded in uncertainty, his story resonates deeply with the countless other missing persons cases that have plagued communities worldwide. The Mystery of Charles C. Morgan. In the early morning hours of March 22, 1977, Charles Morgan, an escrow agent residing in Phoenix, Arizona, mysteriously disappeared after leaving his home. However, after an agonizing 3 days, he finally returned to his wife, Ruth, with an unsettling revelation. It was around 2 a.m. when he made his way back, with noticeable restraints adorning his body, a plastic handcuff encircling one ankle and handcuffs tightly securing his hands. Unable to vocalize his distress, Charles pointed urgently to his throat, silently indicating his inability to speak. Recognizing his communication limitations, Ruth promptly offered him a pen and paper, to which he scribbled a haunting message. He had been subjected to the ingestion of a potent hallucinogenic medication that could potentially ravage his delicate nervous system. Fearful for her husband's well-being, Ruth expressed her desire to involve the authorities or seek medical attention. However, Charles, aware of the risks involved, implored her not to take any action that could jeopardize the safety of their family. During the time that Ruth cared for him and aided his recovery, he revealed a shocking revelation. He had been employed as a covert operative, working undercover for the U.S. Treasury Department for a period spanning 2 to 3 years. However, he did not elaborate further, mentioning only that his captors had forcibly taken away his Treasury identification. Disturbingly, 2 months subsequent to his initial disappearance, he once again vanished without a trace. It was after a hiatus of 9 days that Ruth found herself at the receiving end of an enigmatic phone call from a mysterious woman who conveyed the cryptic message, "Chuck is all right," and abruptly terminated the call. The inexplicable reference to Ecclesiastes 12, 1-8, added another layer of intrigue to an already perplexing situation. 2 days elapsed following the enigmatic phone call, precisely on June 18th, when Charles was finally discovered lifeless. The resting place lay 40 miles to the west of Tucson, adjacent to his abandoned vehicle. The discovery revealed that Charles had met a tragic fate, having suffered a pistol wound to the back of his head, inflicted by none other than his own firearm. What further perplexed investigators was the fact that he was found wearing a bulletproof vest, adorned with a belt buckle cunningly concealing a hidden knife and a holster that once housed his weapon. The intriguing twist in this already enigmatic tale unfolded with the presence of a pair of sunglasses at the scene, conspicuously not belonging to the deceased. As the investigation delved deeper, Charles's car became the focal point of scrutiny. By meticulously combing through its contents, authorities unearthed an assortment of weaponry and a substantial stockpile of ammunition, leaving little doubt as to his preparedness for unforeseen circumstances. However, the perplexities did not end there. The car itself had undergone modifications, ingeniously allowing it to be unlocked from the fender. This detail not only added to the mystique surrounding Charles's demise, but also hinted at a deliberate attempt to obfuscate his intentions or perhaps protect valuable possessions. Adding to the bizarre chain of events, a startling discovery was made on the rear seat of the vehicle, a tooth belonging to Morgan, neatly wrapped in a white handkerchief. The inexplicable nature of this find left investigators puzzled, as it presented more questions than answers. In a twist that seemed to border on the surreal, a peculiar item was also discovered, an elusive $2 bill. On its surface, several Spanish surnames were scrawled, capturing the attention of those engaged in the investigation. Attached to the bill was a meticulously pinned map of the border area, encompassing the regions between Tucson and Mexico, specifically leading to Robles Junction and Felicity. Notoriously known for their illicit activities during that era, these towns held a reputation for smuggling. Adding to the enigma were the words Ecclesiastes 12 etched above the surnames, accompanied by an arrow that pointed towards specific digits in the bill's serial number, cunningly highlighting the numbers 1 and 8. According to the medical examiners, Charles Morgan was reportedly deceased for a duration of approximately 12 hours prior to being discovered. It is particularly peculiar that no fingerprints were detected at the crime scene, not even on the firearm. However, gunpowder residue and traces were found on Morgan's hands. Due to these findings, the Sheriff's Department concluded that the cause of his passing was self-inflicted, thus closing the investigation into the Charles C. Morgan case. The absence of fingerprints on the scene, especially on the pistol, raises further questions about the circumstances surrounding Morgan's demise. The presence of gunpowder and residue on his hands provides a significant clue. Ruth Morgan adamantly refuted the theory and firmly maintains the belief that her late husband was not a victim of natural causes, but rather met with foul play. The mysterious disappearance of Bradley Strakener. Bradley Strakener, a 30-year-old individual, went missing on October 30, 2019, in Leesville, Louisiana. This incident occurred when he left his residence with the purpose of returning a vehicle to his girlfriend. Bradley Strakener, a distinguished individual, came into this world on the 29th of July, 1989. Being a proud member of the Four Winds tribe, he holds a significant position within the esteemed Louisiana Cherokee Confederacy. He has a deep fondness for nature and possesses exceptional skills in navigating the wilderness. His family and friends find it highly unusual that he has gone missing without maintaining any form of communication with them. On the 30th of October, in the year 2019, Bradley Strakener found himself in the charming and welcoming town of Sandy Hill. At approximately 1:45 in the afternoon, he departed from the apartment he cohabited with his roommate, embarking on a journey to return his girlfriend's car, which happened to be located around 10 miles away. Bradley, unfortunately, never arrived at his intended location and has remained completely unreachable ever since. On the morning of October 31st, 2019, precisely at 6:30 in the morning, the vehicle in which Bradley was last sighted was discovered deserted in close proximity to a hunting property that had been leased. This property is situated on Bundix Road, near Highway 10, at a distance of approximately 2 miles from the location where Bradley was last observed. Upon discovery, the vehicle was located in an unlocked state, and to further exacerbate the situation, the keys were left carelessly on the passenger seat. Despite this alarming discovery, authorities were perplexed to find an absence of any indications or traces of a struggle. Numerous diligent searches were extensively carried out across the designated vicinity, yet regrettably, no discernible traces or indications pertaining to his current location were unearthed. In a significant development, Bradley's mother, Toni, has assumed the prestigious role of Louisiana Director within Community United Effort, which is also known as the Esteemed Center for Missing Persons. In the month of May in the year 2022, the organization undertook an extensive search operation in the Sandy Hills region with the aim of locating Bradley. To aid in this search, highly trained cadaver dogs were employed, their expert noses meticulously scouring the area in hopes of finding any clues. The disappearance of Bradley is currently under investigation by authorities who believe that foul play may be involved. Despite their suspicions, no specific individuals or persons of interest have been identified as potential suspects. Despite ongoing efforts, his case remains unresolved. The disappearance of Lester Whitmire. Lester Whitmire, a 65-year-old individual, was last observed on June 18, 2021, in the vicinity of Oak Ridge, Oregon. An intriguing detail about his disappearance is that he mentioned his intention to visit the McCready Hot Springs, which subsequently led to his vanishing. Lester Whitmire's last known sighting occurred on June 18, 2021, as confirmed by a family member. During that period, he resided in the Oak Ridge region of Oregon. According to his statement, Whitmire declared his intention to visit the McCready Hot Springs. On July 2, 2021, his disappearance was formally documented to the Lane County Sheriff's Office. An official report was filed expressing concern over his whereabouts. Lester's automobile, along with his possessions securely stored within, was discovered in the vast expanse of the Willamette National Forest, positioned to the east of the town of Oak Ridge. The search and rescue team of Lane County Sheriff meticulously combed through the vicinity in which his vehicle was discovered, painstakingly searching for any traces or hints that could lead them to his exact location. Despite their extensive efforts, no supplementary clues or information regarding his whereabouts were uncovered. Lester is known to have connections with the Redmond area, but there is limited information regarding his case. The whereabouts of Lester Whitmire, along with the details surrounding his vanishing, continue to be a mystery that has yet to be unraveled. His case is categorized as a missing persons investigation and has remained unsolved, leaving many unanswered questions. The mysterious disappearance of Erica Frazier. Erica Frazier, a 17-year-old girl, went missing in Brooksville, Kentucky on October 21, 1997. This unfortunate event took place when she was heading home after enjoying a night out with her friends. Erica Frazier, a Kentucky native, came into this world on May 6, 1980, to her loving parents, Maggie Doherty and Kevin Frazier. In 1997, Erica found herself in her final year of high school at Bracken County High School. With her sights set on a future in accounting, she had already made plans to attend Northern Kentucky University upon graduating. Balancing her studies and ambitions, Erica also dedicated her time to working part-time at Carota's Pizza, a popular local pizza joint nestled in the heart of Augusta. In the evening of October 21, 1997, Erica was spotted socializing with her companions near the Video Tan establishment in Brooksville, Kentucky. This interaction occurred between the hours of 9 and 10 in the evening. Erica Frazier, a young woman who set out from her home, tragically never made it back. Erica's absence was brought to the attention of the Bracken County Sheriff's Office by her concerned mother as she failed to make it back home. On the 22nd of October in the year 1997, Erica's car, which was a 1988 Pontiac Bonneville, was discovered unlocked and deserted in a field situated off Franks Lane, right on the outskirts of Brooksville. During the investigation, law enforcement discovered that Erica's possessions, including her purse, wallet, checkbook, and money, were located inside her vehicle. However, the keys to the car were later found in a field across the road. Interestingly, upon examining the car, the police did not find any fingerprints, foreign hairs, or indications of any suspicious activity or wrongdoing. There is currently no evidence to suggest that Erica voluntarily departed on her own accord, and it should be noted that she did not collect the $100 paycheck that was awaiting her at Carota's Pizza. She chose not to share her intentions of embarking on a journey with her circle of friends, and there were no previous instances of her spontaneously leaving without notice. It is worth noting that she consistently demonstrated commendable academic performance, and there were no discernible signs of distress or turmoil in her personal life. On October 21, 1997, Erica Lee Frazier vanished under mysterious circumstances. She was last spotted in her vehicle, accompanied by Shane M. Simcox, a 20-year-old individual whom she had only known for less than 12 months. This puzzling disappearance raises numerous questions about the nature of their relationship. In a remarkably detailed account provided to the police, Simcox explained that he had been engaging in an evening of socializing with his companions, enjoying a series of visits to various bars. As the night progressed, and a moderate amount of alcohol had been consumed, Simcox found himself situated on a street corner in Brooksville, Kentucky. Based on Simcox's account, Erica extended an invitation to him to accompany her on a sightseeing trip around the city. This invitation was extended after one of Erica's friends left the vehicle, providing an opportunity for them to spend some quality time together. Their private ride lasted somewhere between 10 to 15 minutes, allowing them to engage in meaningful conversation and enjoy each other's company. The disappearance of Margaret Mary Kohler. On the 20th of February, back in 2011, a 53-year-old woman by the name of Margaret Kohler would suddenly vanish after planning a short daytime visit to the Cummins Creek Wilderness. Although investigators originally thought that Margaret's case was that of an inexperienced hiker traveling too deep within the national park forest, investigators would soon realize that Margaret Kohler would frequently travel to the Cummins Creek Wilderness to forage for wild mushrooms and truffles. According to Margaret's friend, Mrs. Kohler had become quite familiar with the region and would often take weekly trips to the area with her 5-year-old Labrador Border Collie mix, named Roscoe. Growing up in the seaside city of Waldport, Oregon, Margaret Kohler had become highly experienced with the outdoors, Cummins Creek Wilderness, and the surrounding trails, and was known by her friends and family as having been an avid hiker. Yet, Regardless of her vast amount of wilderness experience and her many safety precautions, Margaret Kohler would seemingly vanish with no trace of her left behind. The search for Margaret would begin on the day of her disappearance, after her friend contacted the local sheriff's department and claimed that she was unable to make contact with Mrs. Kohler at their scheduled time. Due to her frequently traveling alone, Margaret was worried that if she did not take the necessary precautions, she could end up injured and stranded out in the national park without anyone knowing she was gone. It was for this very reason that Margaret told her friend prior to her trip that she was planning on taking Roscoe for a walk near the Cape Perpetua area. Although the last time Margaret had been seen was on the 19th of February, after getting an expected time frame of Margaret's itinerary from her friend, detectives were able to put an accurate time to when Margaret Kohler had arrived in the area, believed to have been during the early morning. Within only 8 hours of her disappearance, the Lane and Lincoln County Sheriff's Department, alongside the United States Forest Service and the Oregon State Police, would begin their search and rescue efforts for Margaret and Roscoe. Oddly enough, after scouring several parking lots and common stops, the search and rescue teams were unable to locate Margaret Kohler's vehicle. Given the fact that the investigators were unsure which trail Margaret Kohler had followed, it made it increasingly difficult for search and rescue teams to efficiently check a tighter radius, forcing them to expand their search to a much larger area. Local volunteer groups had spent the better part of the first 2 days walking up and down the Cape Perpetua area, but were unable to find any tracks or signs of Margaret Kohler having visited anywhere in the region. With the lack of any sign of Margaret's vehicle or equipment anywhere near the region, investigators started to wonder whether or not the missing hiker was even within the park. For this reason, in conjunction with the search and rescue efforts, the local sheriff's department would keep out a missing persons file for any information relating to Margaret's disappearance, worried that she could have been the victim of foul play or could have gotten into a car accident in an isolated area. It would be due to these suspicions that the search and rescue efforts were temporarily reduced over the course of about 2 weeks. It would not be until the 3rd of March that proof of Margaret having arrived in the park was found. According to the United States Forest Service, one of the Forest Service law enforcement officers had found Margaret's van on the side of Forest Service Road in the Cummins Ridge Trail area. The Cummins Ridge Road was a far deeper major pathway that was only accessible after driving south through an area known as Neptune State Scenic Viewpoint, past a coastal area named the Devil's Churn due to its history of supernatural sightings. Inexperienced hikers would not have been able to see that the small trail opens up into a much larger pathway, and so investigators were certain that Margaret must have visited the area several times in the past to know exactly how much room there would be for her vehicle. The vehicle itself was completely unoccupied, and after having been searched, a park receipt would be located that would confirm that Margaret Kohler had reached the park sometime on the 20th of February. Immediately after the vehicle was discovered by the United States Forest Service law enforcement officer, a massive search would be conducted in the area for a 10-mile radius. Unfortunately, despite more than 50 volunteers involved in the search, no sign of Margaret or her dog Roscoe was uncovered. On the following day, a team of bloodhounds were brought to the abandoned vehicle to help find a trackable scent. However, due to the tremendous gap in time from Margaret's initial disappearance and the discovery of her vehicle, the experienced canine teams were unable to locate a scent they could track. Oddly enough, on the 5th of March, more than 2 weeks since Margaret had disappeared, roughly 2.2 miles south of where Margaret's abandoned vehicle was located, local search and rescue volunteers would find Roscoe casually walking along the area of 10 Mile Creek. Once investigators took a closer look at Roscoe, they were surprised to find that the dog appeared to have been in perfect health. Deputies with the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office would make several attempts to get Roscoe to lead them to where Margaret may have been, but the dog seemed too playful and easily distracted, making it impossible for search and rescuers to get the dog to lead them back to Margaret. To this day, no sign of Margaret Kohler has even been uncovered. Oddly enough, across many of the bizarre missing 411 disappearances, it is commonly reported that during a sudden vanishing, hikers who traveled with a dog will often have their canines show up several days after their disappearance, but with no sign of the hiker ever being uncovered. Even more peculiar, the returning canines will often seem to be in perfect condition, regardless of the weather conditions or the number of days missing, as if no time had passed for them in the interim.
Pope John Paul II personally performed 3 exorcisms during his reign. While the Vatican typically refuses to call an event an actual exorcism, they do, however, acknowledge the events which they are describing. The Pope might seem symbolic, as we usually only see ceremonious duties, but the Catholic head does perform papal exorcisms and other duties. Italian journalist Fabio Marchese Ragona has always maintained that he believes that demons are real and prowl about the earth looking for souls. He is a primary source for the history of Vatican exorcisms, John Paul II being no exception. Ragona stated that he has spoken to several exorcists who said the devil was terrified of John Paul II. He is said to have performed at least 3 exorcisms in his day, in 1982, 1984, and 2000. Before John Paul II, exorcism was considered a medieval practice, going away with the development of medicine and technology, but in 1998, the Pope actually approved an updated form of the rite of exorcism, nearly 400 years after the first rite was established and released. He himself had already performed 2 exorcisms at this point, and believed it was necessary to have this practice reinstated and, when necessary, used. On March 27, 1982, Francesca was with her family when they arrived in St. Peter's Square. Doctors were unable to solve the enigma, as the woman was under the care of a priest who was an exorcist, and of her parish priest at the time. Because her case was so unexplainable and unsolvable, Bishop Alberti of Spoleto brought the young woman before the Pope. This woman was completely emotionless. The Pope brought forth the rite of exorcism and began to read it in Latin. As the scripture was read aloud, she began to tremble and ultimately rolled around on the floor, shouting and shrieking. He was praying, and eventually the possession was pulled from her body and left her alone, finally. The woman, Francesca, is leading a normal life, married with 4 children. Gabriele Amorth was the exorcist for the Diocese of Rome. Francesca visited him afterwards and with his own eyes saw that the woman was completely fine and normal.
Demonic possession is a phenomenon deeply ingrained in the annals of human history, transcending cultures, religions, and time periods. The belief in supernatural entities inhabiting human bodies, often leading to erratic behavior and affliction, has shaped societies and religious doctrines for millennia. The concept of demonic possession can be traced back to ancient civilizations, where it played a central role in understanding the inexplicable. In Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh mentions spirits and malevolent forces that could possess humans. In ancient Egypt, various spells and rituals were developed to exorcise evil spirits believed to cause illnesses. In the Hebrew Bible, particularly the Old Testament, accounts of demonic possession are found. The Hebrew word shadim refers to evil spirits or demons that were believed to influence human behavior. Notable instances include King Saul's possession in the Book of Samuel and the story of the demon-possessed man in the New Testament's Gospel of Mark. Demonic possession also held significance in classical antiquity. Ancient Greeks believed in daimons, supernatural beings that could possess individuals, leading to madness or erratic behavior. Greek mythology featured tales of people being possessed by various gods and spirits, such as Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy. In Roman society, belief in spirits and possession persisted, with exorcisms and rituals aimed at banishing malevolent entities. The Roman historian Livy documented instances of demonic possession in his works, emphasizing the role of supernatural forces in human affairs. Demonic possession took on a new dimension with the rise of Christianity in the medieval period. The Church played a pivotal role in shaping beliefs about possession, with the emergence of exorcism as a formalized ritual. The Gospel's accounts of Jesus' exorcisms contributed to the Church's recognition of the phenomenon. The infamous Salem witch trials in the late 17th century are a dark chapter in the history of demonic possession. In Puritan America, fear of witches and possession led to the persecution and execution of numerous individuals accused of being possessed or practicing witchcraft. During the Renaissance and Enlightenment periods, there was a shift towards more rational and scientific explanations for behaviors previously attributed to demonic possession. The emergence of psychology and the understanding of illnesses marked a turning point in how society viewed cases of possession. Prominent figures like Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung began to interpret alleged possession as manifestations of psychological disorders, often influenced by suppressed traumas or personal conflicts. As a result, exorcisms and witch hunts gradually declined in favor of medical and psychiatric interventions. In contemporary times, the belief in demonic possession persists in certain religious and cultural contexts. While skepticism about possession as a supernatural phenomenon prevails in secular societies, it remains a potent force in many religious communities. The Roman Catholic Church, for example, continues to perform exorcisms under specific circumstances. Cultural expressions of demonic possession have also evolved. Horror films, literature, and popular culture often draw on the concept of possession to terrify and captivate audiences. A group of approximately 250 clergymen hailing from 50 different nations has gathered in the Eternal City of Rome. Their purpose: to deepen their understanding of the intricate and often mysterious phenomenon of demonic possession. This exceptional congregation of priests has come together to engage in an enlightening exploration, one that encompasses not only theoretical knowledge, but also first-hand experiences shared by their fellow brethren. Exorcism continues to be a topic of considerable controversy, primarily fueled by its portrayal in popular culture and horror movies. However, it is important to acknowledge that alongside this media representation, there have also been instances where the practice of exorcism has been associated with cases of misuse. The week-long educational program organized by the Vatican, known as the Exorcism and the Prayer of Liberation, is widely recognized as the sole international series of lectures dedicated to this particular subject matter. Commencing its inaugural session in the year 2005, this program has witnessed a remarkable increase in participant numbers, with the attendance of priests more than doubling since its inception. Catholic priests from various countries have recently shared with the media that there has been a noticeable rise in individuals coming forward and recounting experiences that they believe to be indicative of being possessed by demonic entities. In a significant pronouncement made last year, Pope Francis emphasized the importance of addressing the genuine spiritual disturbances that some parishioners may face. According to reports, the number of individuals seeking exorcisms in Italy reaches an astonishing 500,000 annually. This phenomenon is not exclusive to Italy alone, as a 2017 report by Christian think tank Theos indicated a growing trend in the United Kingdom as well. One contributing factor to this increase is believed to be the proliferation of Pentecostal churches. In response to the increasing demand, several dioceses have taken the initiative to create their own educational programs. This trend can be observed in regions such as Sicily in Italy and the bustling city of Chicago in the United States. According to Father Gary Thomas, an experienced American priest with over a decade of exorcism practice, there has been a notable rise in the demand for exorcisms. One contributing factor to this phenomenon, he suggests, is the growing reliance on social sciences in our society, resulting in fewer churches training priests as exorcists. This decline in exorcism training within the Christian Church has subsequently led to an increase in superstitious beliefs and practices. As society increasingly leans towards a more scientific and secular approach, the traditional role of exorcists has diminished. According to Italian priest Benigno Paglia, who shared his insights with Vatican News, the increasing popularity of practices like tarot card readings and sorcery has sparked a resurgence in the need for exorcisms. In the realm of exorcisms, it is important to note that only a small fraction of cases truly necessitate a significant exorcism procedure. In the year 1999, the Catholic Church embarked on a significant endeavor to revise and update the regulations governing exorcism, marking the first comprehensive revision since the year 1614. In the process of dealing with a possessed individual, the priest will employ a sequence of deliverance prayers to alleviate the presence of evil. According to information provided by Catholic officials, during a possession ritual, it is customary for the priest to wear a specific attire consisting of an intricately embroidered white tunic known as a surplice, accompanied by a stole in the color purple. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the ritual, the individual believed to be possessed is often physically restrained. Furthermore, the utilization of holy water is considered an essential element in this process. In a comprehensive and in-depth manner, the the priest invokes the intercession of saints, engages in prayer, and shares selected passages from the Bible that depict Jesus' powerful acts of exorcising demons from afflicted individuals. Through the invocation of Jesus' name, the priest beseeches the malevolent spirit that has possessed an individual to submit to the divine authority of God and to depart from the afflicted person's being. This entreaty, replete with unwavering determination, may be repeated as many times as necessary until the exorcism is deemed successful by the discerning priest. Once convinced of the spirit's departure, the priest then engages in prayer, fervently seeking divine intervention to ensure that the tormenting presence of the evil entity will no longer afflict the individual.
Christianity has been the origin of countless theological debates. Even today, the many enigmas of the faith continue to haunt the natural curiosity of humanity. For all its faults or virtues, it's impossible to deny Christianity's plentiful and intriguing history. So today, here at Unexplained Mysteries, we'll be taking a look at 3 Christian discoveries. Crypt believed to be Jesus' tomb opened for the first time in centuries. The story of Jesus' return from death is perhaps one of the most popular biblical stories, but the tomb that may have belonged to him has sat dark, dim, and unopened for centuries until now. Researchers investigating Old Jerusalem uncovered a tomb. Inside the tomb sat a limestone bed, just like the one rumoured to have been used for the body of Christ in those 3 days before he rose again. With the researchers was the Greek Orthodox father, Isidoros Fakitsis, who stated, "We saw where Jesus Christ was laid down. Before, nobody has. We have the history, the tradition. Now we saw with our own eyes the actual burial place of Jesus Christ." Researchers spent 60 hours investigating the tomb. Before they left it, they reinforced its supports to preserve it for the future, yet with little to no intention of returning for the foreseeable years. Before it was resealed, an estimated 50 scientists, researchers, and priests visited the site, and very well might be the only people to see it with their own eyes for decades, if not centuries to come. A shrine has long since been built around the tomb, a holy site known as the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Throughout its existence, many Christians have come to this church to lay their respects. The tomb was first discovered long before our time, when the first Christian Roman emperor, Constantine, ruled in the 4th century AD. In the 7th century, the region was ravaged by Persian forces following the fall of Jerusalem, and later again in the 11th century was destroyed during the conflict with the Muslim caliphs. It had a long, extensive history of being destroyed and rebuilt, though the tomb remained sealed all this time, or as far as we know. Various organizations were chosen to deal with the research of the tomb and its investigation, including the National Geographic Society, the National Technical University of Athens, and the National Geographic Channel. The project as a whole circles around the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. The researchers had no initial intention of heading into the tomb. The shrine had fallen into disrepair. The mortar, columns, and every aspect of the shrine needed to be disassembled and replaced or restored. The researchers worried that there could be a leak within the tomb that led them to unseal it. When the tomb was opened, it was done in a highly specific, careful manner, as archaeologists predicted lifting the entrance would fracture it. According to the assistant professor of civil engineering, Haris Mouzakis, we had to be very careful. It was not just a tomb we had to open. It was the tomb of Jesus Christ that is a symbol for all of Christianity, and not only for them, but for other religions. Mouzakis claims that the restoration has gone successfully and will preserve the shrine for another 500 years or so. The Nazareth Inscription. The Nazareth Inscription is one of the most recognized Christian relics. It's a Greek marble tablet upon which sits the Nazareth Decree, written supposedly by an unnamed individual of the Caesar line. The decree asserts that tomb robbing or destruction is punishable by the highest means, and was initially dated to the 1st century AD. The Louvre currently possesses the 24 by 15-inch Nazareth Inscription. Despite never mentioning Jesus Christ, it has come to be known as a staple Christian relic. Despite its name pertaining to Nazareth, researchers found that it likely originated in Kos, a Greek island. This has shaken the Christian community and put doubt into whether any connection exists between the tablet and Christianity at all. Historians have since suggested that the inscription may have been about the tomb of Nicias, a Greek tyrant, and dated to 20 BCE instead of early AD. Investigations have proven it could have been created any time between 50 BCE and 50 AD. Of its known history, in 1878, the tablet was purchased by Wilhelm Frühner in Nazareth itself. Frühner sent the tablet to Paris. This means that although the tablet was in Nazareth, it likely had not been found there, but rather was sold there, as at the time Jerusalem had a booming relic and antiquities marketplace. The text also refers not to the one Christian God, but to plural gods, and further lessening its likelihood to truly have anything to do with the faith. Another reason why it's unlikely that the Nazareth tablet is from Nazareth is the lack of marble in Jerusalem. If it was made there, the marble would have been imported. However, the Greek dialect archaeologists have found is not fluent, therefore its origins, to this day, remain a mystery. Evidence Noah's biblical flood happened. Christians, historians, and archaeologists have all yearned to uncover whether there is any truth behind the biblical tale of Noah's Ark for millennia. Now, an archaeologist believes he has uncovered the truth behind the mythical happening, claiming its presence in the Bible was based on a real-life flood. Underwater archaeologist Robert Ballard has stated he and his researchers uncovered the evidence of Noah's Ark near the coast of Turkey in the Black Sea. Originally, the team was searching for lost ancient civilizations beneath sea level. Robert Ballard was one of those responsible for the impeccable discovery of the Titanic. According to Ballard, 12,000 years ago, that part of the world was covered in ice. When that ice began to melt, the sea levels rose significantly, flooding major parts of the world. Students of the University of Columbia suggested that there was only one flood in the Black Sea region. That thousands of years ago, the Black Sea was nothing more than a lone freshwater lake in the midst of hills and meadows, until a terrible flood from the Mediterranean Sea covered those meadows and all that land, expanding the sea level and creating the Black Sea as it is now known. Ballard was taken by the theory and set out to investigate. The team found an ancient shoreline 400 feet below the sea level, evidence to prove that the Black Sea suffered, at some point in its history, a massive flood. The fossils located near this flooded shoreline revealed it occurred about 7,000 years ago, slotting perfectly with the time frame Christian scholars believe Noah's Ark happened. Ballard's theory is that word of mouth of the terrible flood, which would have been abrupt and unexpected, passed generationally until finally being recorded and added to the Bible. Because many aspects of the biblical tale seem impossible, such as Noah's extraordinary life expectancy of several hundred years, it's considered more probable that the Black Sea flood inspired the story rather than as a direct account of what happened, though it remains a mystery still. Some scholars pose that Noah's Ark might have been further inspired by the ancient epic of Gilgamesh. Eric Klein, a biblical archaeologist, claims the earlier Mesopotamian stories are very similar, where the gods are sending a flood to wipe out humans. There is one man they choose to survive. He builds a boat and brings on animals and lands on a mountain and lives happily ever after. I would argue that it is the same story. It's uncertain whether Noah's Ark, as the Bible records it, actually happened, but Ballard's discovery proves that there were devastating floods in that same period of time, and that people did struggle to keep their communities afloat and alive. Ballard's research found many fragments of antique pottery and a sunken ship. There, the team uncovered a molar and femur bone. The entire wreck was extremely well preserved as a result of the little oxygen in the Black Sea, where life struggles to exist. As such,
decay rapidly slows in its depths. Unfortunately, the ship was only dated to about 500 BCE, nowhere near the 7,000-year mark that would signify the right flood. Ballard, however, is determined to keep investigating the region to uncover more evidence and to get to the bottom of the truth. He asserts the deep sea is the largest museum on Earth. Ballard does not believe that Noah's Ark, as we know it, will ever be discovered. If it ever existed, it likely decayed by now. But what can be found is proof that communities lived down in those depths before the sea levels rose. In April 2019, the Indian Army claimed to have discovered footprints of the elusive Yeti, also known as the Abominable Snowman, near the Makalu base camp in the Himalayas. The discovery sparked widespread interest and debate among scientists and enthusiasts alike, as the existence of the Yeti has long been a subject of speculation and legend. The footprints found by the Indian Army were reported to be 32 by 15 inches in size and were said to be human-like in appearance, but with distinctly larger footprints. The prints were found at an altitude of over 19,000 feet, making it unlikely that they could have been made by a human or any other known animal. The Yeti, a legendary creature said to inhabit the Himalayan region, has been the subject of numerous reports and sightings over the years. However, despite extensive efforts to track and study the creature, no definitive evidence of its existence has ever been found. The discovery of the footprints by the Indian Army has raised new questions about the existence of the Yeti and has sparked renewed interest in the search for the creature. However, some scientists remain skeptical, noting that the footprints could have been made by other animals or natural phenomena. There have been numerous claims of sightings and encounters with the Yeti over the years, but few have been substantiated by concrete evidence. In some cases, supposed sightings have been attributed to other known animals, such as bears or large primates. In other cases, sightings have been dismissed as hoaxes or misinterpretations of natural phenomena. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the search for the Yeti continues to captivate the public's imagination. Many people believe that the creature may hold the key to unlocking new secrets about the Himalayan region, and that its discovery could have significant implications for the fields of biology and anthropology. Whether or not the Indian Army's discovery of footprints near the Makalu base camp represents proof of the Yeti's existence remains to be seen. However, the discovery has sparked renewed interest in the search for the elusive creature and has reignited the debate over the existence of the Yeti. Many people were not happy with how the Indian Army was treated when they came forward with the claims, saying that they were ridiculed, even though they provided evidence in the form of photographs. Those who investigate the unknown have said that this is one of the main reasons why groups, people, and governments don't come forward with their sightings and evidence, because when they do, they usually get mocked. As our understanding of the natural world continues to grow, it is possible that we may one day be able to definitively answer the question of whether the Yeti exists. However, until that time, the legend of the Abominable Snowman remains a fascinating and enduring mystery, one that continues to capture the imagination of people around the world. For hundreds of years, the Yeti is said to have been sighted throughout the Himalayan region of Asia. Reports and sightings of the creature date back centuries, and the origins of the Yeti legend are shrouded in mystery. One of the earliest reports of the Yeti comes from a French missionary named Father François Valentin. In the early 18th century, Valentin traveled to the region now known as Bhutan, where he heard stories from locals about a mysterious creature that lived in the mountains. According to the locals, the creature was said to be large and covered in long fur. It was said to be capable of walking upright like a human and was known to leave large footprints in the snow. The locals referred to the creature as the Meto Kangmi, which translates to man-bear snowman. Valentin was intrigued by the stories he heard and decided to investigate further. He set out into the mountains with a group of local guides, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature for himself. However, after several days of searching, he was unable to find any definitive evidence of the Yeti's existence. Despite his lack of success, Valentin's report helped to spread the legend of the Yeti beyond the confines of the Himalayan region. In the years that followed, more and more reports and sightings of the creature began to emerge, further fueling interest in the search for the elusive creature. Over time, the legend of the Yeti has become one of the most enduring mysteries of the natural world. While there have been many reports and sightings of the creature over the years, none have been definitively proven, and many scientists remain skeptical of its existence. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, interest in the search for the Yeti continues to captivate people around the world. Many people believe that the creature may hold the key to unlocking new secrets about the Himalayan region, and that its discovery could have significant implications for the fields of biology and anthropology. There are those who believe that the Yeti could be more than just a legend, and that it could actually be a lost human civilization or descendant. The idea that the Yeti could be a lost human civilization is based on the fact that many of the reported sightings of the creature describe it as being human-like in appearance. Some witnesses have reported seeing the creature walking upright like a human, while others have described it as having features that resemble those of humans. Proponents of the lost civilization theory suggest that the Yeti could be a remnant of a group of humans that migrated to the Himalayan region thousands of years ago. According to this theory, the humans could have developed unique physical traits over time, such as the ability to survive in high-altitude environments, and could have evolved into a distinct population that was separate from the rest of humanity. There are also those who believe that the Yeti could be a descendant of the Denisovans, a group of ancient humans that lived in the region that is now Siberia. The Denisovans are believed to have interbred with modern humans and Neanderthals, and their DNA has been found in populations across Asia. Some scientists believe that the Yeti could be a descendant of the Denisovans, and that its unique physical characteristics could be the result of thousands of years of adaptation to the harsh Himalayan environment. While the lost civilization theory and the Denisovan theory are intriguing, there is little concrete evidence to support either idea. Most scientists remain skeptical of the existence of the Yeti and believe that the reported sightings of the creature can be attributed to natural phenomena, misinterpretations of known animals, or hoaxes. However, there are some who believe that the existence of the Yeti cannot be ruled out completely, and that more research is needed to explore the possibility that the creature could be a lost human civilization or descendant. One of the challenges in investigating the lost civilization theory or the Denisovan theory is the difficulty in obtaining concrete evidence. The harsh Himalayan environment makes it difficult to conduct extensive archaeological or genetic research, and sightings of the creature are often brief and inconclusive. Despite these challenges, there are some researchers who are working to gather more evidence on the possible existence of the Yeti. For example, some researchers are using advanced DNA analysis techniques to study hair samples that are believed to have come from the creature. While the results of these studies have so far been inconclusive, they represent an important step forward in the search for the truth about the Yeti. Although this is an interesting theory, as of right now, there is little concrete evidence to support the idea that the Yeti could be a lost human civilization or descendant, but the possibility remains intriguing. The reported sightings of the creature suggest that there is something out there in the Himalayan region that we have yet to fully understand. As our understanding of the natural world continues to grow, it is possible that we may one day be able to definitively answer the question of whether the Yeti exists. However, until that time, the legend of the abominable snowman remains a fascinating and enduring mystery, one that continues to capture the imagination of people around the world. As of right now, the earliest report of the Yeti comes from Father François Valentin in the early 18th century. While his investigation did not yield any definitive proof of the creature's existence, his report helped to spread the legend of the Yeti beyond the confines of the Himalayan region. Today, the search for the elusive creature continues to captivate people around the world, and the legend of the abominable snowman remains a fascinating and enduring mystery.
Russian Defense Minister announces plan to resurrect a 3,000-year-old Scythian army through cloning. Science fiction has been a popular genre of novels and movies for decades, but as they say, reality is stranger than fiction. You would expect that cloning a 3 millennia-old Scythian army would be something taken straight from the pages of a science fiction comic or an unusual episode of Black Mirror, but a Russian defense minister argues it is possible. Around 20 years ago, an archaeological marvel was uncovered in Siberia, Russia. Researchers and archaeologists found, buried deep within the earth and graven of the Tuva Republic, the skeletal remains of over 3,000-year-old warriors of Scythian descent with the bones of their mighty steeds. One could argue that these warriors had already done their part for humanity and deserved to peacefully lay in the afterlife, but Sergei Shoigu, a Russian defense minister, begs to differ. Sergei Shoigu has publicly announced his desire to take the remains of these surely great warriors from centuries past and clone them into a brand new military unit. Shoigu is a native of the Republic of Tuva and believes strongly in the possibility of raising a modern Scythian army to fight and defend Russia and all her territories. He revealed these unique intentions in an online meeting with the Russian Geographical Society. Alongside being a powerful member of the Russian Defense Committee of the government, he is also allegedly close with Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, and the two are supposed allies when it comes to governmental matters. As a result, there is a strong likelihood that Shoigu's ambitions will be funded, or at least carefully considered before being cast aside. The Siberian permafrost allows for the preservation of DNA, which would make obtaining the Scythian DNA challenging but not impossible should they be able to find a chunk of surviving organic matter. For spiritual reasons, when the excavations of the Scythian warriors are planned, Shoigu has demanded that local shamans attend the excavations to appease the restless spirits of the Scythians and to try and gain their spiritual permission to clone them from the afterlife. It is believed by both Sergei Shoigu and many local people of the Tuva that otherwise the spirits of the warriors will be angered and rain terror on the living. If successful, Shoigu would be able to create an army of the living dead. However, some argue that the wild claims are not meant in true sincerity, but to play their role as a distraction that Russia recently sent out 100,000 of their soldiers to Ukraine's borders. When asked about how the excavations are going, Shoigu responded with, "We have conducted several expeditions there already. It is a big international expedition." Shoigu has also made various references to the infamous case of Dolly the sheep as proof that cloning is within the realm of possibility. There is no way of knowing how sincere the Russian ambitions are, or if they are actually planning on resurrecting this classical army from their buried tombs, but there does seem to be reports of legitimate research being conducted related to the science of cloning and archaeological diggings. Lost Renaissance masterpiece, discovered hanging above woman's hot plate, sells for $26.8 million. Sometimes things that are lost are hiding in the most unlikely of places, and occasionally they are even hiding in plain sight. This was the case with the recently discovered Renaissance artwork that had been considered lost to history. Philomene Wolff, a Parisian auctioneer, was tasked with evaluating the contents of a 90-year-old Frenchwoman's apartment in Compiègne, and was immediately drawn to a small, old-looking piece of artwork that was hanging over her hot plate in the kitchen. She immediately knew that the painting, which is about 10 inches by 8 inches, was something special and suspected that it was a work of Italian primitivism, but had no idea exactly how valuable it would turn out to be. Wolff took the painting to Eric Turquin, an art historian with a track record of identifying difficult or long-lost works. After a thorough analysis, Turquin and a team of experts were all able to certify without a doubt that the artist of the painting was Seni de Peppo, also known as Cimabue, who is one of the highly celebrated fathers of early Renaissance painting dating back to the 13th century. Cimabue's paintings are incredibly rare, despite being considered a master of medieval painting, and historians only know of 11 of his paintings that currently exist, making this find even more impressive. Art historians were able to identify the painting as Christ Mocked, a part of a diptych of 8 scenes depicting the Passion and Crucifixion of Christ, likely as part of an altar scene that was separated and sold in the 18th century. Although prior to the discovery of Christ Mocked, there were only 2 known panels from the diptych in existence, called the Virgin and Child with 2 Angels, and the Flagellation of Christ. This new discovery was able to be identified as a member of the set by looking at the wood grain that was consistent throughout all 3 pieces. Jerome Moncuquil, a part of the team that made the exciting identification, said that they were able to positively determine that the painting was not a clever copy by comparing the wood grain between the sets. They are all made with the same technique on the same wood panel, so you can follow the grain of the wood through the different scenes, he reported. We also used infrared light to be sure the painting was done by the same hand. You can even see the corrections he made. Although there are only 11 known works by Cimabue in existence, historians speculate that the altarpiece that Christ mocked was originally a part of contained 8 panels, meaning that there could be 5 additional panel pieces left for discovery. The owner of the apartment where the painting was unknowingly hidden away was elderly and moving out of her apartment, and she had no idea that she had an incredibly rare and valuable artwork in her kitchen. She told reporters that she had thought it was a Greek icon painting and that it had been in her family for as long as she could remember. Despite having been hung over a hot plate used to cook food for all those years, experts reported that the painting is still in excellent condition, apart from minor accumulation of dust. Considering the fact that the painting was made around the year 1280, it is truly impressive that it was able to remain in such good condition for all this time, and reminds us that you never know what might be lying in wait in some nondescript place for the right person to come along and uncover it. The Temple of Angkor Wat was bounded by a mysterious structure 1.5 kilometers long. In December of 2015, it was discovered that the world's largest religious monument is actually even bigger than we once thought, among other brilliant insights provided by this research team. The Temple of Angkor Wat, located in Cambodia, Southeast Asia, has been thought of as the world's largest religious monument for hundreds of years, having been built in the 12th century, once at the heart of the Khmer Empire. Bringing a modern twist to this knowledge, however, is the work of a team of Australian archaeologists who have found we can actually expand the recorded size of the temple thanks to their use of ground-penetrating radar whilst investigating the Angkor Wat complex. The research mission, dubbed the Greater Angkor Project, was led by Australian researchers, Professor Roland Fletcher and Dr. Damien Evans, who work with the University of Sydney. Their investigation revealed more components to the temple than we had previously known of, as well as the complex being bounded on the south side by a large structure, adding to the previously recorded size of this record-holding temple. When speaking on behalf of the team, Professor Fletcher said this structure, which has dimensions of more than 1,500 meters by 600 meters, is the most striking discovery associated with Angkor Wat to date. Despite this being a fascinating finding, there is still plenty we are yet to uncover. To date, the purpose and function of the structure remains unknown, and we are yet to find a parallel or otherwise similar structure in any other Angkorian works. Aside from the large adjoined structure, the team also discovered buried towers that had been assembled and removed throughout the period, estimated to encompass the dates surrounding the construction and first uses of the temple at the Angkor Wat site. Even more new information has come to light as a result of this investigation, challenging the misconceptions surrounding the temple. For decades, centuries even, we had held the assumption that on the land neighbouring Angkor Wat stood similarly sacred precincts and cities of religious importance. However, this team has found there to be evidence of a sparse population's housing among these areas. The research team believe this could suggest residential use of the land, theories supported by the findings of roads, ponds, and mounds. Current speculation says that these were all used by people working within the temple, in positions of service, largely such as priests. Another fascinating revelation made courtesy of this project is the discovery of wooden structures, having been created to secure and strengthen Angkor Wat. Archaeologists predict that these wooden structures have been implemented towards the more modern end of the temple's history, leading Dr. Fletcher to describe it as a possible last attempt at defense, an opinion expressed through his statement. Angkor Wat is the first and only known example of an Angkorian temple being systematically modified for use in a defensive capacity. The placement of these defences on a more modern timeline estimated between 1297 and 1585 AD, suggests that the addition of the defences could have been in an effort to resist the growing influence of the city Ayutthaya, a city nearby. Dr. Fletcher summarised with the concluding thoughts: either data makes the defences of Angkor Wat one of the last major constructions at Angkor and is perhaps indicative of its end. This relatively recent insight into a temple so long out of use points to both the complexity of human civilization and the momentous discoveries that continue to lie ahead of us, and the abundance of new leads and information to have come from one research team is a true testament to their important work.
Denisovan's DNA reveals mystery of human evolution. We have long had an interest in those that came before us, and while the Neanderthals are spoken of somewhat with frequency, the Denisovans were only found to have existed in 2008. This recent discovery of their ancient existence has led to many shifting details in our understanding of human evolution. They have made an appearance in our archaeological field and have left a trail of new research in their wake. Even following their finding in 2008, our timeline stood to be corrected, with us believing they existed just 50,000 years ago. As of 2015, however, we found that this number was far too limiting, and that, despite initial understandings, the Denisovans had been hanging around and walking the Earth for what could easily have been tens of thousands of years longer. This age correction was the result of speculations surrounding the true age of some fossils that were key in understanding this species. DNA from the species was tested, obtained from a tooth fossil found in a southwestern Siberian cave. From this tooth fossil, alongside the other somewhat limited data we have so far on this species, researchers have been able to conclude that the Denisovans were more accurately walking the Earth a staggering 110,000 years ago. The director and co-author of the study, Svante Parbo from the Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, said in an interview with CS Monitor, "We got the first glimpse of genetic variation in Denisovans, and it turns out they have quite a bit of variation, about as much as Neanderthals. The tooth fossils looked at were determined to be from two separate people, with one of them having been alive a significant length of time before the other. This was determined by the missing mutations within the genes, giving us further insight into where these specific genes may have come from. Despite some people's theories, the Neanderthals and Denisovans, whilst similar, are very distinct species. Their resemblance is incredible, with the differences between their species only being evident after very closely analysing the original fossils. This intense level of examination that is required is what allowed the Denisovans to go undetected for so long."
Memorandum 6751 is an interesting document that was released online by the FBI. It is quite a challenge to come across, but the aforementioned document is part of a vast collection of thousands, although it stands out due to its distinct nature. What sets it apart is its intricate exploration of enigmatic entities, advanced technological advancements, and intriguing gateways. The documentation was released in 2015 and has been used by researchers into the unknown as proof that we know of advanced beings. The document reads as follows. San Diego, California, July 8, 1947. A memorandum of importance. This memorandum is respectfully addressed to certain scientists, or distinction to important astronomical and military authorities, to a number of public officials, and to the FOM publications. The writer has little expectation that everything of importance will be accomplished by this gesture. Nevertheless, it seems a public duty to make it available. The present writer has several university degrees and was formerly a university department head. A very serious situation may develop at any time with regard to the flying saucers. If one of those should be attacked, the attacking plane will almost certainly be destroyed. In the public mind, this might create near panic and international suspicion. The principal data concerning these craft is now at hand and must be offered, no matter how fantastic and unintelligible it may seem to mind not previously instructed in timing of this type. 1. Part of the discs carry crews, others are under remote control. 2. Their mission is peaceful. The visitors contemplate settling on this planet. 3. These visitors are human-like but much larger in size. 4. They come from their own world. 5. They do not come from any planet as we use this word, but from another planet which interpenetrates with our own and is not perceptible to us. 6. The bodies of the visitors and the craft also automatically materialize on entering the vibratory ratio of our dense matter. 7. The disk possesses a type of radiant energy or a ray which will easily disintegrate any attacking ship. They re-enter the Earth at will and so simply disappear from our vision without a trace. 8. The region from which they come is not the astral plane, but corresponds to the lokes or tails. Students of this matter will understand these terms. 9. They probably cannot be reached by radio, but probably can be by radar, if a signal system can be devised for that. We give information and warnings and can do no more. Let the newcomers be treated with every kindness. Unless the discs are withdrawn, a redacted with which our culture and science are incapable of redacted. A heavy responsibility rests upon those who are in authority to understand this matter." End quote. An interview with an individual named Billy featured on the next page, in which it details a boy called Billy who happened to photograph one of these strange objects, and which details that afterwards a strange agent decided to pay him a visit. The document reads as follows. The photograph in this clipping is alleged to represent a flying disc, which was observed by Billy Turenstein, a Norfolk schoolboy who was successful in photographing the object with his small camera. Billy was interviewed on August 8, 1947 by Special Agent Redacted, at which time Billy informed that the original negative was given by him to a Mr. Brown of the Photo Craftsman's Service. Billy advised that he has an agreement with Mr. Brown, whereby the latter will share equally in any profits derived from the use of the negative by commercial firms or newspapers. As of August 1947, Billy has not received any remuneration for the use of this negative. He informed me that he was sitting on the front porch of his apartment, which is located on the 3rd floor at 410 West. He had read numerous newspaper articles pertaining to flying discs and decided to sit on his porch in the hopes of seeing one and attempting to photograph it. On July 8, 1947, Billy observed a large black object moving rapidly through space, proceeding from the southwest to a northeast direction. He said the black object was followed by 2 smaller objects, which also proceeded in the same direction. Billy explained that the objects were moving at a very fast speed, which appeared to him to be much faster than the speed of an aeroplane, and further that the objects appeared to be extremely high. He said that they were much higher than the average plane travels in the city of Norfolk, and appeared to be above the clouds. Billy was unable to state what the black objects represented. He said, though, that the objects were at such a great distance from him that it was not necessary that he raised his head in order to see them from his porch. He immediately turned around to obtain his camera and estimated that it took him approximately 20 seconds, at which time the discs were almost directly over his apartment, and it was necessary that he stoop and look up almost perpendicular in order to obtain the photograph, which accounts for the porch railing being shown. Billy pointed out that the day on which he took the photograph, the weather was hazy and somewhat cloudy. End quote. After this, Billy went on to say that once the object got closer, he could see that it was black and in the shape of a disc. What's interesting about these documents is that there's so many of them detailing the same thing, strange crafts that have been observed by researchers and scientists. It's documents like this that have led people to say that we've been studying these crafts for nearly 100 years now, yet the public are still being kept in the dark about what these things are, where they are coming from, and how they are able to achieve the things they do. The phenomenon of unidentified flying objects has captured the human imagination for centuries, leading many to believe that these enigmatic objects have visited Earth throughout history. One of the earliest recorded UFO sightings dates back to ancient Egypt, a civilization known for its meticulous documentation of events. Hieroglyphs on the famous Tuli papyrus, which dates back to the reign of Thutmose III in the 15th century BCE, describe a strange celestial occurrence. According to the text, fiery discs were seen in the sky, emitting a brilliant light and exhibiting unusual movements. The sighting was recorded with great detail, including the location, time of day, and the reactions of witnesses. This early account suggests that UFOs have been a part of human history for millennia, raising questions about their significance and the nature of their visits to ancient civilizations. The Annunciation of Ezekiel. In the Hebrew Bible's Book of Ezekiel, there is a famous account often cited as an early UFO encounter. Ezekiel, a prophet living during the Babylonian exile around 593 BCE, described a visionary experience in which he witnessed a wheel within a wheel descending from the sky. The text goes on to describe the appearance of strange beings and a vivid, otherworldly encounter. While interpretations of Ezekiel's vision vary, some researchers argue that his description bears similarities to modern UFO sightings, with the wheel within a wheel possibly representing a flying, saucer-like object. This early account adds to the intrigue surrounding UFO's presence in historical texts and beliefs. The Nuremberg Celestial Battle. On April 14, 1561, the residents of Nuremberg, Germany, witnessed a baffling celestial event that became known as the Nuremberg Celestial Battle. The event involved the appearance of various aerial phenomena, including cylindrical objects, crosses, and spheres, engaged in what appeared to be a fierce battle in the skies. Witnesses described the objects emitting smoke and fire as they engaged in this mysterious aerial encounter. The Nuremberg Celestial Battle was documented in the local newspaper, and artists of the time produced detailed woodcut illustrations depicting the event. While some explanations suggest natural phenomena or atmospheric anomalies, others interpret the event as a possible early UFO sighting, raising questions about the nature of these aerial objects. The Foo Fighters of World War II. During World War II, military pilots on both sides of the conflict reported encounters with mysterious aerial objects known as Foo Fighters. These objects were often described as glowing orbs or spheres that followed aircraft, exhibited extraordinary speeds and maneuvers, and emitted strange lights. The sightings were reported in the war diaries of various Allied and Axis pilots, raising questions about their origin and purpose. While some explanations have suggested natural atmospheric phenomena or secret military technology, the true nature of these early UFO sightings remains elusive. The history of UFO sightings stretches back millennia, with accounts recorded in ancient civilizations, religious texts, historical records, and military archives. These early encounters with unidentified aerial phenomena challenge our understanding of the cosmos and our place within it. While skepticism and debate continue to surround these accounts, they provide a compelling glimpse into the enduring mystery of UFOs and their presence throughout human history. The study of UFOs represents a quest for answers, a desire to unravel the enigma of these unidentified visitors, and an exploration of the unknown that spans across the ages. Mysterious aircrafts have been witnessed for years, and over the last few decades, various individuals have come forward with their strange encounters, including pilots and soldiers. One story was shared to social media by Corporal Rodriguez, who went on to detail their strange encounter. As Corporal Rodriguez patrolled the perimeter of the military base, he noticed an unusual light in the sky. He tried to radio in, but the line was silent. The light grew larger and closer, until he realized it was a mysterious aircraft hovering above the base. At first, Rodriguez froze in fear, as he had heard stories of other soldiers encountering mysterious objects, but he never believed them. He reported that this sighting changed his outlook, and that he watched as the craft silently glided over the base, noting that it was pulsating. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out of the object and hit the ground near Rodriguez's feet. He stumbled back, shielding his eyes from the intense light. When he opened them again, he saw that the mysterious object was hovering no more than 30 feet above him. Rodriguez's instincts kicked in, and he knew he had to report this to his superiors. He sprinted back to the base, but as he ran, he felt a strange sensation. It was like the air around him was charged with electricity. When he reached the base, he found that the power was out and the communication systems were down. He realized that the mysterious aircraft must have caused a power surge. He made his way to the command center and found the other soldiers gathered around the monitors. The footage from the security cameras showed the bright object hovering over the base before landing in a nearby field. Rodriguez and a team of soldiers were tasked with investigating the area. As they approached the landing site, they noticed strange burn marks on the ground. There were also strange markings etched into the soil, like nothing they had ever seen before. Suddenly, they heard a low humming sound. They looked up and saw that the mysterious aircraft was hovering above them once again. Rodriguez and the soldiers instinctively drew their weapons, but they quickly realized that it was useless against this advanced technology. The object remained motionless for a few moments before shooting off into the night sky. Rodriguez and the soldiers were left standing in the field, stunned by what they had just witnessed. After the encounter, Rodriguez and the soldiers were debriefed and sworn to secrecy, but Rodriguez couldn't keep the experience to himself. He began to research sightings and found that he wasn't alone in his encounter. There were reports from all over the world of similar experiences with mysterious crafts. Rodriguez was forever changed by his encounter with the object. He had always been skeptical of stories about mysterious aircrafts, but now he was a believer. He had seen it with his own eyes, and nothing could convince him otherwise. From that day on, Rodriguez said that he struggled with the encounter, saying that footage was taken that day of something incredibly advanced, but was frustrated that the footage never made it out to the public. He would spend countless hours researching and studying the phenomenon, determined to shed light on what he believed was the greatest mystery of our time. Interestingly enough, the United States military has long reported encounters with mysterious aircrafts. Unidentified objects have been a subject of interest, fascination, and speculation for many years. These mysterious aerial phenomena have been observed by civilians, pilots, and military personnel alike, and they have prompted numerous investigations by the United States government. The United States military's encounters with mysterious aircrafts date back to World War II, when American pilots reported seeing mysterious, fast-moving objects in the sky. These objects were nicknamed Foo Fighters and were initially believed to be secret enemy weapons. However, the objects were never identified, and no conclusive explanation for the sightings was ever found. As the Cold War began, the interest in these mysterious aircrafts increased, and the United States military continued to report unexplained aerial phenomena. In 1947, a widely publicized event occurred in New Mexico, where a rancher discovered debris from an alleged crash. The military initially announced the recovery of a flying disc, but later retracted the statement and claimed it was a weather balloon. This incident sparked widespread interest in mysterious aircrafts and theories about the government's involvement in a cover-up. In response to the growing number of sightings and public concern, the United States Air Force launched Project Blue Book in 1952, an official investigation into mysterious aircrafts. The project aimed to collect, analyze, and catalog sightings and determine if they posed a threat to national security. Over its 17-year existence, Project Blue Book collected more than 12,000 reports, with over 700 cases remaining unidentified. Although Project Blue Book officially concluded in 1969 that mysterious aircrafts did not pose a threat to national security, the military continued to encounter these mysterious objects. In 1976, the United States Defense Intelligence Agency released a report on the Iranian incident, where Iranian fighter jets encountered a mysterious aircraft with advanced technology. The report revealed that the pilots experienced equipment malfunctions while pursuing the object, which demonstrated capabilities far beyond known human technology. The United States military has been encountering strange objects for over 80 years, with sightings dating back to World War II. Despite numerous investigations and the declassification of documents and videos, many of these encounters remain unexplained, leaving the public and the military with questions about the nature and origin of these mysterious objects. As the government continues to release information and pursue the subject further, researchers into the unknown hope that more information will become available to the general public. The USS Stein Monster is a mysterious and unexplained phenomenon that occurred in the Pacific Ocean in 1976. The incident has become one of the most famous examples of alleged encounters with unidentified underwater objects and continues to be the subject of speculation and debate to this day. The USS Stein was a United States Navy destroyer that was conducting routine operations in the Pacific Ocean in 1976. According to reports, the crew of the ship began to experience strange phenomena while on patrol. In 1978, the USS Stein, which was classed as a frigate by the United States Navy, experienced a sudden emergency that caused it to divert its route towards its home base. The radar system responsible for detecting submarine threats stopped functioning abruptly. The ship made its way to dry dock in order to ascertain the cause of the malfunction, with crew members noting that it was likely related to the huge dome that was attached to the front of the ship's hull. Crew members said that this dome weighed over 59,000 pounds. Upon examination of the sonar dome, the engineers discovered an unexpected development. The rubber coating on the dome had been completely torn, causing approximately 8% of the surface to be covered in large tears. According to a Navy publication at the time, the damage, caused by something of significant power, was so severe that some of the gashes were up to 4 feet long. The huge cuts were so big that Navy biologist F.G. Wood was asked to examine the coating in order to explain what had happened. Upon inspection, he observed that the dome's cuts were very deep and concluded that the markings matched that of a massive squid. The issue with this explanation is that in order for these cuts to have been created by a squid, the creature in question had to be around 45 meters or 150 feet long. The Navy publication further added that the creature's huge size has never been seen before by scientists, but did say that this could have been an undiscovered species. As of right now, the largest squid species is the giant squid. These deep-sea creatures are known for their massive size, with some individuals reaching lengths of up to 43 feet or 13 meters and weights of up to 600 pounds. The giant squid has a reputation as a fearsome predator, with long, powerful tentacles and sharp beaks that allow it to capture and consume a wide variety of prey, including fish, crustaceans, and other squid. Despite their size and power, however, giant squids are notoriously elusive, with very little known about their behavior or life cycle in the wild. The first recorded sighting of a giant squid by humans was in 1673, off the coast of Norway. The sighting was made by a group of sailors who observed a large, mysterious creature attacking their ship. The creature was described as having long, tentacle-like arms and a large, bulbous head, and was said to be so large that it could wrap its arms around the ship. Over the years, there have been many other reported sightings of giant squids, although few have been confirmed or documented. In some cases, giant squids have been found washed up on beaches, providing scientists with valuable specimens for study. In other cases, giant squids have been captured by fishermen or deep-sea researchers, providing an opportunity to study the creatures up close. Despite these occasional encounters, however, much about the biology and behavior of giant squids remains a mystery. Their deep-sea habitat and elusive nature make them difficult to study, and many questions remain unanswered about their life cycle, behavior, and role in the ocean ecosystem. Those who investigated the large markings found on the USS Stein's sonar dome suggested that the squid responsible for causing them was likely one of the largest specimens swimming around in the ocean. Others suggested that the squid responsible may have had an extreme deep-sea gigantism. Deep-sea gigantism is a phenomenon that refers to the tendency of some marine animals to grow to larger sizes in the deep sea than their counterparts in shallower waters. This trend has been observed in a wide range of species, from giant squid and octopuses to certain species of crustaceans and fish. There are several factors that may contribute to deep-sea gigantism, though the exact causes are still not fully understood. One of the most commonly cited explanations is the concept of oxygen limitation. In the deep sea, the availability of oxygen is much lower than in shallower waters, which may limit the growth and metabolic activity of some organisms. This may lead to a selective advantage for larger individuals, as they have a greater surface area to volume ratio and may be better able to extract oxygen from the water. Another factor that may contribute to deep-sea gigantism is the abundance of food. In the deep sea, food can be scarce and sporadic, and animals that are able to consume large amounts of food when it is available may have a selective advantage. This may explain why some species of deep-sea crustaceans, such as giant amphipods and isopods, have evolved to grow to such large sizes. In addition to these ecological factors, there may also be evolutionary and genetic factors at play in deep-sea gigantism. Some scientists have suggested that the unique environmental conditions of the deep sea may have led to the evolution of specific adaptations that promote larger body size. For example, the extreme pressure and darkness of the deep sea may favor animals with larger eyes, which could help them to locate prey and navigate in their environment. Despite the ongoing debate about the exact causes of deep-sea gigantism, there is no doubt that this phenomenon is one of the most fascinating and mysterious aspects of marine biology. The fact that so many different species have evolved to grow to such large sizes in the deep sea suggests that there may be some common ecological and evolutionary factors at play. In recent years, advances in technology have allowed scientists to study deep-sea organisms more closely than ever before, using submersibles, remotely operated vehicles, and other tools to explore the depths of the ocean. These efforts have yielded new insights into the biology and behavior of deep-sea organisms and have helped to shed light on some of the mysteries of deep-sea gigantism. As our understanding of the deep sea continues to grow, it is likely that we will learn even more about the fascinating creatures that inhabit this mysterious and little understood environment. Whether we are studying giant squid, colossal crustaceans, or other deep-sea giants, the mysteries of deep-sea gigantism continue to captivate and inspire scientists and enthusiasts alike. Over the years, there's been many stories of sailors encountering mysterious sea creatures. The crew of the fishing vessel the Voyager had heard the stories of giant squids that roamed the depths of the ocean, but they never thought they would encounter one themselves. That all changed one stormy night in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The crew was on a routine fishing trip, hoping to bring in a big catch to sell at the market back home. The waves were high and the winds were fierce, but they had weathered many storms before and were confident in their abilities. As they were pulling in their nets, they suddenly felt a jolt that rocked the entire ship. They quickly realized that something large and powerful had collided with the hull of the ship. At first, they thought it might be a rogue wave or a submerged object, but as they looked over the side of the ship, they saw a massive tentacle wrapped around the hull. The tentacle was covered in suction cups that clung to the metal of the ship, and it was clear that whatever was attached to it was not letting go. The crew sprang into action, grabbing whatever tools they could find to try and pry the tentacle loose. But as they worked, they realized that this was no ordinary creature. The tentacle was thicker than any they had ever seen before, and it was attached to something enormous, lurking just below the surface. Suddenly, the ship was hit again, this time with even more force. The crew could feel the ship struggling under the strain of the massive creature that was attacking it. They could see the shadowy form of the creature moving just below the surface, and it was clear that it was not going to let them go without a fight. The crew quickly realized that their only hope was to try and outmaneuver the creature, to use their speed and agility to avoid its attacks. They were forced to make quick turns and evasive maneuvers, dodging the tentacles as they slashed through the water. The ship's hull was battered and bruised, but they refused to give up. After several hours of intense chase, the crew finally managed to outmaneuver the creature and break free from its grasp. They looked back at the dark shape disappearing into the depths, feeling a mixture of fear and awe at the power of the massive creature. The crew returned home with a newfound respect for the mysteries of the ocean and a sense of gratitude for having survived their encounter with the giant squid. From that day on, they never ventured out to sea without remembering the lessons they had learned and the dangers that lay hidden in the depths below. The Kraken is a legendary sea monster that has been the subject of myths and stories for centuries. According to legend, the Kraken is a massive creature that dwells in the depths of the ocean, capable of pulling entire ships beneath the waves with its tentacles. The origins of the Kraken can be traced back to Scandinavian folklore, where it was known as the Kraka, a term that referred to any large and dangerous sea creature. The earliest references to the creature date back to the 12th century, where it was described as a giant crab or lobster that could crush ships with its massive claws. Over time, the legend of the Kraken evolved and expanded, with new tales and descriptions of the creature emerging in different parts of the world. In some accounts, the Kraken was said to be so large that it could wrap its tentacles around a ship and pull it under the water. In others, it was described as having a massive serpentine body that could crush boats and sailors with ease. Despite the many variations of the Kraken legend, there are a few common themes that run throughout the stories. For one, the Kraken is typically portrayed as a fearsome creature, capable of wreaking havoc on ships and sailors alike. It is also often depicted as an ancient and mysterious creature, with many legends suggesting that it has been lurking in the depths of the ocean for thousands of years. One of the most famous descriptions of the Kraken comes from the writings of 18th century naturalist Carl Linnaeus. In his book Systema Naturae, Linnaeus described the Kraken as a massive creature with arms that were as thick as a ship's mast, capable of pulling entire vessels under the water. Although Linnaeus was a respected scientist, his description of the Kraken was likely based on folklore and legend rather than actual scientific observation. Despite the fact that the Kraken is considered a mythological creature, there have been many reported sightings of strange and unusual sea creatures throughout history that may have contributed to the legend. For example, giant squid and octopuses are real creatures that are capable of growing to enormous sizes and may have been mistaken for the Kraken in some cases. In recent years, advances in technology have allowed scientists to study deep-sea creatures more closely than ever before and have yielded new insights into the biology and behavior of creatures like the giant squid. These efforts have helped to demystify some of the legends and stories surrounding the Kraken and have given us a better understanding of the fascinating creatures that inhabit the depths of the ocean. As of right now, the Kraken is a fascinating and enduring legend that has captured the imaginations of people around the world for centuries. Whether it is a real creature or simply a product of myth and legend, the Kraken continues to captivate and inspire us with its tales of mystery and wonder.
Sir Victor Goddard and the Time Slip. The skies are a wondrous place, and ever since man evolved, we've dreamt of being able to fly. Of course, this is now possible, and thanks to the technological advancement in aircraft, being able to fly has meant that human eyes have seen things that we should not necessarily have seen. If you've ever been to Scotland, you'll know that its impressive landscapes and sprawling greenery can be extremely relaxing and very picturesque to fly over. But for one man in 1935, his routine flight over the Highlands became a little strange. Wing Commander Victor Goddard was conducting a routine aerial inspection of a disused World War I Air Force base at Drem near East Lothian. The base, which was dilapidated and had not been used for years, appeared to be being used as a farm. A day or two later, Goddard flew back towards his own base. It was a grey and rainy Monday, with low visibility and high winds, completely the wrong conditions for a pleasant flight, as you can imagine. He attempted to navigate towards Drem, but couldn't work out where to fly, given the conditions. Suddenly, Goddard lost complete control of his plane. It plummeted towards Earth through the thick grey cloud, which offered no brakes. As he reached 200 feet, he was certain it was over. But it wasn't. Goddard reported seeing swirling water and a stony beach and was flying near 150 miles an hour. Drem's hangars appeared as a silhouette in the bleakness of the afternoon, and as he approached the airfield, the skies brightened completely. As he flew nearer, he noticed a distinct difference in Drem's appearance. The airfield was freshly tarmacked, the hangars restored, and 4 bright yellow aircraft sat on the stand. One model of aircraft he didn't recognize, a monoplane of a new variation with RAF markings. Strangely, in 1935, the RAF had no monoplanes, not even for training purposes. There were men working on the ground wearing light blue overalls, which was also strange as the mechanics that Goddard was used to seeing normally wore tan grey. Nobody seemed to notice Goddard's plane flying low over the airfield, and as he pulled his joystick backwards and powered back into the skies, the grey skies and ray returned. Soon he was near his intended destination and landed, dazed. Goddard tried to comprehend what he'd seen, but simply couldn't. His colleagues thought he was either drunk or mad, and he stopped telling his story. However, 4 years later, the airbase at Drem would be refurbished. The RAF uniforms would change to light blue, and a new training monoplane painted bright yellow arrived on the tarmac at Drem. As time went by, Victor Goddard came to the startling conclusion that he'd, in fact, travelled through time.
The hikers on Devil's Mountain. Resting on the border of San Pablo, there is a mountain referred to by locals living in the area as the Devil's Mountain. The mountain has been surrounded with a number of disappearances from hikers every single year that claims the lives of even the most experienced hikers in the region. One such story from the locals tells of that of a married couple that went on a hike to the mountain and stayed there for a few days. After they had met others and told them they would be taking a forked path, they were never seen from again, leaving many people wondering which path they had taken, since there seemed to have been no forked path in the area. This story would later come up once again after a group of boys went to the mountain on a hiking trip and came across a married couple that fit the look and description of the couple that had went missing a few years prior, and so followed the couple believing that they might be ghosts or strange manifestations of the lost couple. As they followed the couple, they witnessed them going down a forked path and so followed them, of which eventually led to them losing sight of the couple and sustaining injuries falling down an area of the mountain. This has led some to believe that the lost people of whom went hiking on the mountain are still there, stuck in a possible time loop or warped reality in which they are jumping through time and encountering other people of whom have went missing on the mountain years prior. These fears have left many, including experienced hikers, worried as to how or why these strange occurrences have been appearing on the mountain, and so leave many fearful of journeying through the region.
Are shadow people time travelers? Shadow people sound a bit creepy, right? They are defined as supernatural shadow-like humanoid figures that, according to believers, are seen flickering on walls and ceilings in the viewer's peripheral vision. Shadow people are considered as entities of the underworld, but those who have experienced them are not sure whether they are evil, helpful, or just there. Scientists have tried to offer explanations for the phenomena. For example, some researchers conclude that seeing shadow figures are simply symptoms of sleep paralysis or deprivation, and others have noted that drug addicts are more likely to experience these sorts of hallucinations. Alternatively, they can simply be the mind playing tricks on somebody who's experiencing a heightened sense of alert, for example, when you're walking down a dark alley at night. However, some people are convinced that shadow people are actually apparitions of time travelers. They think that the reason that they are only in shadow form is because we, on Earth, can't clearly see the future, and therefore find it hard to see these figures. Instead of being supernatural or devilish creatures, they are actually just people from other dimensions. They also don't seem to be taking any notice of the people that see them, therefore fitting in with the common time travel theme. Often when time traveling, the person experiencing it is not noticed by anybody else. The thing is, this is all heavily disputed, and the scientific explanations are well weighted in their favor. We'll never know for sure if shadow people are time travelers or not, or even real. But one thing is for sure: the human imagination is a powerful thing.
The vast, icy landscapes of Antarctica are home to some of the world's most unique and elusive wildlife. However, certain accounts stretch the boundaries of conventional biology, delving into the realm of the unknown and proving that creatures might exist that are not yet confirmed by science. Among these unverified creatures is the Ningen, a humanoid entity purported to lurk in the Antarctic waters. A military personnel posted about their mysterious encounter with a creature while working in Antarctica. Due to not wanting to give out any personal information, we'll call him Sergeant Adams. Deployed to a remote research facility in Antarctica, Adams was part of a small team maintaining logistical operations. One night, Adams was conducting a routine perimeter check when he spotted a massive, vaguely human-like silhouette in the water. With pale, luminous skin, the creature appeared humanoid, but its size far exceeded any humans. This creature fits the description of the Ningen, a mysterious creature reputedly observed by Japanese whaling crews. Ningen, Japanese for human, are said to have a human-like face, a long mermaid-like tail, and measure up to 20 to 30 meters long. Their color is uniformly pale, blending with the ice, making them incredibly difficult to spot. Adams, trained to keep a level head in high-stress situations, quickly reported the sighting, noting the creature's approximate size, shape, and location. His superiors were skeptical, suggesting he might have seen a known marine animal, like a whale or a large seal, distorted by the tricky Antarctic light conditions. The notion of a Ningen existing is challenging for several reasons. The extreme conditions of Antarctica also make it unlikely that a large, previously unknown mammal could remain undetected. Those who've investigated the unknown have argued that the vastness and inhospitable nature of Antarctica, combined with the limited number of observers, could allow such a creature to remain hidden. For them, Adams's account adds to a growing body of anecdotal evidence supporting the Ningen's existence. To the wider public, the story of Adams and the Ningen serves a symbolic function. It underscores our incomplete knowledge of the natural world, particularly in extreme environments like Antarctica. As much as science has uncovered about our planet, there are still frontiers that hold mysteries and perhaps new species to discover. Furthermore, Adams's encounter illustrates the human capacity for wonder and the desire for discovery. Adams reported that he was told not to share his encounter and that what he saw was most likely a marine animal. The fascinating field of cryptozoology, dedicated to the study of creatures whose existence is not confirmed by mainstream science, hosts a plethora of intriguing tales and mysteries. One such cryptid that has captured the imagination of many is the Ningen. Originating from Japanese folklore, the Ningen is said to be an enormous humanoid sea creature reportedly spotted in the icy waters of the Antarctic. First gaining widespread attention in the 1990s, accounts of the Ningen describe it as a marine entity, reaching up to 20 to 30 meters in length. Its most distinctive feature is its uncannily human-like shape. With a face, arms, and even fingers on its supposed hands, albeit devoid of any distinct facial features aside from eyes and mouth. The first reported sightings of the Ningen come from alleged testimonies of crew members of government-operated whale research ships. These accounts, which often describe encounters that occur at night, found their way onto internet forums, soon catching the attention enthusiasts who research the unknown. These online discussions, coupled with supposed photographic evidence, further fueled speculation and interest in the Ningen. The Ningen's cultural significance is notable. Its humanoid form set in an inhospitable environment challenges our perception of life and evolution. The unsettling combination of the familiar and the strange evokes a sense of the uncanny, a key element in many horror and science fiction narratives. The Ningen thus resonates with universal fears and fascinations concerning the unknown, the humanoid, and the monstrous. Skeptics of the creature point out the lack of solid evidence supporting the creature's existence. Critics suggest that alleged sightings may be misinterpretations of known sea animals, such as the beluga whale or giant squids, particularly under difficult viewing conditions in the Antarctic waters. The sometimes blurry and low-resolution photos purportedly showing the Ningen are considered unreliable and easily manipulable. The thought of a lost civilization, obscured beneath layers of Antarctic ice, is an enticing notion that has captivated both historians and enthusiasts alike. Modern understanding of human evolution and migration patterns suggests that humans have not inhabited Antarctica in any large-scale, organized manner. The extreme climatic conditions, coupled with its geographical isolation, make it highly unlikely that humans could have established a thriving civilization there. However, some speculative theories propose that Antarctica might not have always been the inhospitable, ice-covered wilderness it is today. These theories often hinge on the controversial concept of Earth crustal displacement, a geological hypothesis put forward by Charles Hapgood in the 1950s. According to this idea, the Earth's crust could shift over the molten layers below, repositioning continents towards or away from the poles. Hapgood suggested that Antarctica might have been located in a more temperate zone several thousands of years ago, potentially allowing for a civilization to thrive. Those interested in this topic often tie this idea with the Piri Reis map, a pre-modern world map showing a strangely detailed depiction of the northern part of Antarctica, seemingly ice-free. Advocates for a lost Antarctic civilization often point to this map as proof of advanced geographical knowledge potentially derived from a now-vanished civilization. However, the scientific consensus does not support these claims. The geological evidence indicates that Antarctica has been covered in ice for millions of years, much longer than Homo sapiens have existed. Nevertheless, the possibility of a lost civilization in Antarctica has fueled numerous works of fiction. These narratives often involve ancient advanced societies buried under the ice, waiting to be discovered by intrepid explorers or unsuspecting scientists. They tap into our collective fascination with the unknown and the allure of ancient hidden knowledge. What if, against all odds, a lost civilization were discovered under the Antarctic ice? Such a discovery would revolutionize our understanding of human history, challenging many established theories about human evolution, migration, and technological development. It would also raise numerous ethical and logistical questions about how to study and preserve such a civilization in such an extreme and sensitive environment. While scientists have said that the existence of a lost human civilization buried in Antarctica remains hypothetical, the concept provides a fascinating paradox. It highlights the contrast between our thirst for discovery and our scientific understanding. Antarctica, Earth's southernmost continent, presents an icy, remote, and largely untouched wilderness. Comprising about 14 million square kilometers, it is a vast region, 98% of which is covered by ice. Despite numerous expeditions and research initiatives, much of Antarctica remains unexplored, inviting scientists and adventurers to unravel its mysteries. Antarctica's sheer size and harsh environmental conditions make it a challenging region to explore. It is the coldest, windiest, and driest continent, with temperatures that can drop below -80 degrees. The inhospitable climate, along with the logistical challenges of accessing the interior regions, mean that large portions of the continent, particularly those distant from research stations, remain unexplored. Antarctica's icy surface is, on average, more than a mile thick, and in some places it extends to over 4 miles. Beneath this vast ice sheet, a complex and largely uncharted landscape of mountain ranges, valleys, and lakes exists. The bedrock underlying the Antarctic ice remains one of the least known areas of Earth's surface. While satellite and aerial surveys have allowed us to map the broad contours, detailed knowledge of this hidden landscape is scarce. The subglacial lakes of Antarctica, such as Lake Vostok and Lake Ellsworth, represent another frontier of exploration. These lakes, buried under kilometers of ice, are thought to have been isolated for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. They could hold clues about life's ability to thrive in extreme conditions, and possibly about the history of the Antarctic climate. However, accessing these lakes without contaminating them presents significant technical challenges. The Southern Ocean, which surrounds Antarctica, is another relatively unexplored area. Its frigid, stormy waters are home to unique ecosystems adapted to extreme cold and seasonal darkness. The ocean's depth and rough conditions make exploration difficult, and as a result, much of its biodiversity likely remains undiscovered. Even the ice itself holds unexplored secrets. Deep ice cores offer a window into Earth's climatic past, potentially revealing information about historical temperature, atmospheric composition, and even evidence of past life. However, drilling and retrieving these cores, especially from the deepest ice, is a challenging and resource-intensive task. Several factors contribute to the lack of extensive exploration in Antarctica. The harsh climate and remote location present significant logistical challenges and risks. International treaties, such as the Antarctic Treaty System, also regulate human activity on the continent to protect its unique ecosystems and prevent territorial disputes. While these regulations are crucial for preservation, they also limit exploration. Scientific research in Antarctica requires substantial funding, often challenging to secure given the continent's remote and inhospitable conditions. Furthermore, the technical challenges of exploring under the ice and the deep sea require specialized equipment and expertise, adding to the cost and complexity. As of right now, despite our advances in technology and scientific knowledge, vast areas of Antarctica remain unexplored. This final terrestrial frontier harbors potential insights into Earth's past climate, life in extreme environments, and even possible analogues for advanced life. Covering over 70% of Earth's surface, the world's oceans are a testament to the vastness of our planet. Despite their ubiquity, we have only scratched the surface in understanding their depths. Current estimates suggest that less than 20% of the world's oceans have been explored, leaving approximately 80% largely untouched by human investigation. Our oceans range from shallow coastal areas to deep-sea trenches, with the average ocean depth being approximately 3,800 meters, around 12,500 feet. These deep regions, known collectively as the deep sea, comprise the vast majority of the unexplored oceanic territory. The deep sea, characterized by high pressure, low temperatures, and near total darkness, is one of the most hostile environments on Earth, leading to unique biodiversity and ecological systems that we are only just beginning to understand. Various factors contribute to the large percentage of unexplored oceans. Technological limitations pose significant challenges. The immense pressure at extreme depths makes survival difficult for both human divers and machinery. Existing underwater vehicles and equipment are also limited by their range and the duration they can spend underwater. Additionally, the darkness and vastness of the oceans present navigational and visibility challenges that further complicate exploration. The notion of time travel has always been a source of profound captivation and intrigue for humanity, transcending cultural and generational boundaries. The mere thought of embarking on a journey through time, whether it be to revisit historical moments or venture into the unknown future, exerts an irresistible and deep-seated allure for countless individuals around the world. According to a recent claim made by an individual claiming to be a time traveler, a significant event with negative consequences is imminent. The person in question confidently introduced himself as Alexander and made an astonishing assertion that he hailed from the future, identifying himself as a time traveler. This extraordinary claim left everyone astounded and curious about his alleged experiences. He discussed a forthcoming society teetering on the edge of collapse, with severe damage to the environment, widespread social unrest, and a significant wealth gap. In his depiction, he conveyed a bleak and distressing image of a global landscape marred by incessant wars, a severe lack of essential resources, and the utter collapse of social frameworks. The expert issued a strong caution, stressing the urgency of prompt action to avert an imminent disaster that would inevitably transpire in the coming 5-year period if no immediate measures were implemented. Social media users displayed a combination of astonishment and apprehension as they absorbed the information. When it came to Alexander's assertions, opinions were divided. While some people outright dismissed him as delusional, others took the time to consider the validity of his claims as genuine. While contemplating the ramifications of disregarding his cautionary advice, they carefully considered the potential implications not only for their own lives, but also for the well-being and prospects of future generations. Although the concept of Alexander being a time traveler may have appeared implausible initially, the impact of his message resonated deeply with those who had encountered it. A multitude of individuals have expressed their apprehensions regarding the current state of the world, asserting that it is highly probable for circumstances to deteriorate further in the times ahead. These concerns encompass a wide range of issues and span various aspects of societal, environmental, and economic domains. Alexander recently took to social media to reiterate his belief that the situation is bound to deteriorate significantly before any signs of improvement arise. Furthermore, he predicted the occurrence of a possible uprising within the upcoming 5 years, suggesting that people's patience with the prevailing circumstances is rapidly diminishing. Some individuals have duly noted that these assertions are firmly grounded in actuality, and one of Alexander's cautionary remarks pertains specifically to the occurrence of famine. The topic of famine and its potential consequences in the future is a multifaceted and intricate issue that demands careful examination. While it remains a daunting task to accurately forecast future events with complete certainty, there are numerous factors that point towards a potential escalation in the dangers associated with famine. As stated by their predictions, it has been foreseen that the year 2027 will witness the complete eradication of humanity from our planet, leaving no trace of human life behind. This grim forecast paints a comprehensive picture of a future where not a single human will survive past this date. In his discourse, he vividly described an impending catastrophic event that would have far-reaching consequences, triggering the gradual disintegration of entire civilizations, the disappearance of bustling cities, and the eerie tranquility that would envelop deserted landscapes. According to his warning, if prompt measures were not taken, this looming disaster would transpire in the next half-decade. The assertion made by some individuals was met with skepticism, with some dismissing it as mere delusions. However, others engaged in thoughtful discussions and expressed how they were concerned about future generations. The individuals carefully contemplated the grave implications of disregarding his cautionary message, acknowledging the possible ramifications not only for their present existence, but also for the welfare and prospects of future generations. The concept of him being a time traveler may have initially seemed implausible, but the weight of their message left a profound impact on those who had the opportunity to read it. They further noted that if necessary actions are not implemented to strengthen agricultural productivity, enhance distribution systems, and tackle environmental issues, there is a significant potential for an increase in the likelihood of food scarcity and subsequent famines. The continuous shifts in weather patterns, the occurrence of extreme weather events, and the relentless rise in temperatures pose significant threats to agricultural production. When extreme heat waves, prolonged droughts, severe floods, and alteration in rainfall patterns occur, they can have devastating effects on agricultural systems. Vulnerable regions that heavily depend on agriculture as their primary means of sustenance and financial stability are particularly susceptible to various risks and challenges. If appropriate measures to adapt and implement resilient agricultural practices are not put in place, the potential consequences on food production could worsen the already existing risk of famine. Moreover, it should be noted that economic factors, such as the presence of poverty, hold immense influence when it comes to ascertaining the susceptibility of communities to the dire circumstances of famine. The idea of time travel, which has always fascinated the human mind, has found its way into various forms of artistic expression, including literature, movies, and scientific studies. Although it is often disregarded as mere fantasy, there is a substantial body of scientific theories and hypotheses that propose the existence of time travel as a genuine and plausible concept. Time travel has captured the imaginations of people for centuries, enticing them with the possibility of journeying through different eras and experiencing the past or future. In order to gain insight into the possibility of time travel, it becomes imperative to grasp the inherent essence of time. Delving into the realm of theoretical physics, time is no longer viewed as an immutable linear progression. Rather, it represents a dynamic dimension that can be subject to manipulation by a multitude of factors, such as gravitational forces, velocity, and the curvature of space-time. To comprehensively explore the feasibility of time travel, it is necessary to understand that time, as we perceive it, is not set in stone. Albert Einstein's groundbreaking theory of relativity brought about a paradigm shift in our comprehension of time by introducing the revolutionary notion of space-time, which represents a four-dimensional continuum wherein space and time are inseparably linked. This theory posits that massive celestial bodies, such as planets and stars, possess the ability to create gravitational wells, which in turn distort the fabric of space-time, resulting in varying rates of time passage at different locations throughout the universe. This remarkable phenomenon, commonly referred to as time dilation, has been empirically confirmed through meticulous observations of high-speed particles, as well as the operational functionality of global positioning system satellites. These precise technological instruments have indirectly substantiated the theory's predictions by demonstrating the practical implementation of relativistic principles in real-world scenarios. One intriguing possibility for traversing through time is the fascinating concept of wormholes. These hypothetical structures are like cosmic shortcuts, providing convenient pathways that connect distant parts of the universe by bending space-time. Wormholes emerge as solutions to Albert Einstein's fundamental equations of general relativity, and although they have not been observed in reality, their theoretical characteristics raise the prospect of enabling time travel. A wormhole can be visualized as a tunnel-like connection that links two separate points in space-time. Instead of having to traverse vast distances, one could potentially enter a wormhole at one location and emerge at another, covering astronomical gaps. A theoretical concept known as a traversable wormhole, if it indeed exists, has the potential to establish connections between distant regions of space-time, enabling instantaneous travel between them. This intriguing notion has captured the attention of physicists who speculate that through the manipulation of a wormhole's geometry and careful control of its properties, it may be plausible to navigate these cosmic bridges and gain access to different temporal points. The twin paradox, a well-known thought experiment, serves as a valuable illustration of the concept of time dilation proposed by Einstein's theory of relativity. It revolves around the journey of two identical twins, where one embarks on a high-speed voyage through space, while the other remains firmly planted on Earth. When the two twins reunite, a remarkable discrepancy becomes apparent. The twin who traveled at high speeds is noticeably younger than the one who remained stationary. This phenomenon can be attributed to the time dilation encountered during the journey, a result of the complex interplay between velocity and time. The twin paradox serves as a theoretical concept that highlights the tangible implications of relativistic phenomena on the perception of time. Although it exists in the realm of theory, it brings to light the potential consequences of approaching velocities close to the speed of light, a concept often explored in science fiction. If we were to achieve such extraordinary speeds, it is conceivable that we would encounter a divergence in the experience of time compared to those who remain on Earth. Essentially, this would allow us to embark on a journey towards the future, where the passage of time would manifest in a distinct manner. The fascinating domain of quantum mechanics presents captivating revelations regarding the potentiality of traversing through time. Certain interpretations of quantum mechanics propose that particles have the ability to simultaneously exist in various states and exert influence on one another across different points in time and space. This field of study delves deep into the fundamental nature of reality, offering a comprehensive exploration of the intricate dynamics that enable the concept of time travel to be contemplated. Closed, time-like curves are fascinating theoretical concepts that emerge from the combination of general relativity and quantum mechanics. These constructs depict paths in the fabric of space-time that form loops, ultimately leading to the intriguing possibility of violating causality. In other words, closed, time-like curves could create situations where events can influence events that occurred in their own past. While the concept of closed, time-like curves remains purely theoretical, there have been notable investigations by physicists into the potential ramifications of quantum mechanics and general relativity when it comes to the concept of time travel. These explorations have given rise to the proposal of groundbreaking theoretical frameworks that hold the potential to enable journeys to the past. The concept of time travel is a topic that often sparks discussions about the famous grandfather paradox. This paradox presents a hypothetical scenario where a time traveler ventures back in time and takes actions that prevent their own existence by stopping their grandparents from meeting. This thought-provoking idea delves into the intricacies and contradictions that arise when considering the possibilities of altering the past and its potential impact on the future. Within the realm of theoretical physics, there have been countless proposed solutions to the perplexing issue known as the grandfather paradox. These solutions aim to address the conundrum of altering the past and its potential repercussions. One prevailing proposition suggests that tampering with the past would not result in a paradox, but rather give rise to an entirely new timeline or parallel universe. In this scenario, the original timeline's causality remains intact, ensuring consistency. On the other hand, some scholars argue that the universe itself possesses mechanisms that prevent any occurrence of paradoxical situations. While the concept of time travel is captivating in theoretical frameworks, the actual implementation and realization of time travel pose significant obstacles. The construction and navigation of wormholes, or the achievement of speeds similar to that of light, as predicted by the theory of relativity, present technological challenges that humanity has yet to conquer. These endeavors require advancements far beyond our current capabilities, and thus remain as elusive frontiers in the realm of possibility. Physicists and researchers persist in their quest to unravel the mysteries of the universe, ceaselessly engaging in experiments and theoretical studies that challenge the limits of human comprehension. These relentless endeavors not only broaden our knowledge, but also pave the way for groundbreaking discoveries. Notably, recent advancements in quantum computing and the exploration of quantum entanglement present promising opportunities for delving into the fundamental nature of time, and even contemplating the tantalizing concept of time travel. As of right now, the concept of time travel, although still a subject of speculation and theoretical study, is not entirely impossible. The exploration of time travel is deeply rooted in the vast realm of theoretical physics, encompassing fundamental principles such as Einstein's theory of relativity, the intricate notion of wormholes, and the perplexing principles of quantum mechanics. Time travel continues to be a fascinating field of inquiry, inviting us to delve into the depths of our understanding of the universe. So, what do you make of these interesting announcements? Be sure to leave your questions and answers in the comment section below and help us to grow this community while working to solve these unexplained mysteries. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos.